unnecessary. Haha. Yes, your teacher's wife wants you to eat more. Seeing how thin you are, like a monkey. You're the monkey. Due to his tender age, Xiaozi became the source of amusement for a few, who delighted in teasing him. When provoked, he would chase after them in a fit of anger, only to be playfully reprimanded with a light smack on his dairy. He was the jester of the group. Despite their antics, Xiaozi relished their company. Each day spent here filled him with joy, particularly during mealtime. When they would serve him dishes, urging him to indulge, they would jest that if he grew too thin, he would not develop properly, making it difficult for him to attract a spouse. This teasing would leave him blushing, compelling him to eat with fervor. In recent days, everyone had been exceptionally busy, laboring late into the evening. Thus, they dined at Lin Tian's house for dinner. Today, after finishing, dusk was fast approaching. Xiaozi, carrying the package meal prepared by Lu Yin and for his grandmother, had not ventured far when he encountered a few acquaintances from his past. Isn't that Xiaozi? What do you have in your hands? Zhang Damao exclaimed, accompanied by 3 followers emerging from the woods. Brother, it smells delightful. Zhang Ermao sniffed the air in astonishment. Xiaozi, what delectable treat do you have? Let the brothers take a look. Upon hearing this, Xiaozi instinctively tucked the lunchbox behind him, adopting a serious demeanor. It's nothing much, he replied, his expression betraying his nervousness. Noticing his anxious disposition, Zhang Damao stepped closer, attempting to snatch the food. Xiaozi, recognizing the threat, instinctively retreated. Zhang Damao towered over him, a robust figure, and even in a one-on-one confrontation, Xiaozi would struggle to match him, especially with several accomplices at his side. This is the meal prepared by my teacher's wife for my grandmother. She is waiting at home to eat. I cannot allow you to interfere. Chapter 212. Grandmother can see now. Why are you hiding? Zhang Damao pressed closer, a smug smile adorning his face. Brother, he must have something delicious behind him. It smells so good. I want to eat. Zhang Ermao exclaimed, his eyes gleaming at the lunchbox behind Xuanzi. Upon hearing his brother's desire, Zhang Damao commanded, did you hear? My brother wants what you have. Hand it over obediently, and I won't harm you today. You wish. This is the meal my master's wife packed for my grandmother. I won't let you have it, so don't even think about it. Xuanzi replied, eyeing them warily. Zhang Damao believed he had Xuanzi under control, considering his own imposing stature. Xuanzi was as thin as a monkey, he could crush him with ease. In fights, no child of his age could best him. Hurry up. Don't make me repeat myself. Zhang Damao impatiently reached out to snatch the lunchbox. Not a chance. Xuanzi, fueled by an unexpected surge of courage, pushed him away. Well, would you look at that? Clearly taken aback. Zhang Damao's smile vanished in an instant as he felt the sting of a punch to his face. With a firm grip on the lunchbox, Xuanzi braced himself for the blow. Everyone, get him. Beat him to a pulp. Zhang Damao barked orders. A few of his cohorts immediately surrounded Xuanzi. Heh, little skinny monkey. You dare defy the boss? You're asking for trouble. Li Guzi jeered, delivering a swift kick to Xuanzi's stomach, followed by a barrage of punches and kicks. To protect the lunchbox, Xuanzi endured the pain without retaliating. After a while, Zhang Damao commanded them to cease. He stepped in front of Xuanzi, surveying his bruised face, and sneered, this is the price for your disobedience. With that, he brutally stomped on Xuanzi's hand. Ah! Xuanzi cried out in pain, releasing his grip. Seeing his chance, Zhang Damao lunged for the lunchbox nestled in Xuanzi's arms. No! As he sensed the lunchbox slipping away, a surge of adrenaline coursed through Xuanzi's veins. He charged forward, slamming into Zhang Damao and pinning him against a tree. Recalling the torment Zhang Damao had inflicted upon him, Xuanzi unleashed his fury, relentlessly pummeling Zhang Damao's abdomen. This is what you get for trying to steal. This is for all those times you bullied me. The 3 bystanders were left dumbfounded. They had never witnessed such ferocity from Xuanzi. Could he really be overpowering Zhang Damao? As Zhang Damao yelped in pain, he shouted at the others. Why are you just standing there? Come help me pull him off. Oh. Only then did the others spring into action. But who could have anticipated Xuanzi's strength? He lifted Zhang Damao and hurled him towards them. Ah, they were now the ones howling in despair. Zhang Damao looked at Xuanzi as if he were a ghost. Fear etched on his face. Don't come any closer. We don't want your lunchbox anymore. Why ya? We don't want it. Zhang Ermao whimpered, tears streaming down his face as he cowered behind his companions. Xuanzi glared at them with fury, deliberately crouching down as if to pick up a large stone nearby. The sight terrified the others, prompting them to scramble away in fright. Once they had retreated a safe distance, Xuanzi collected the lunchbox from the ground, brushing off the dust with a smile of relief, grateful that it hadn't been soiled. This was a token of affection from his master's wife. A cherished iron rice bowl bestowed upon him. It was the first time in his life that someone had gifted him something special. He treasured this lunchbox immensely, keeping it meticulously clean, only using it to deliver meals to his grandmother, after which he would wash it and place it back in the kitchen. Upon returning with the lunchbox, he found his grandmother waiting for him on the stone stool at the entrance. Grandma, why are you waiting outside again? Didn't I tell you it's cold? You could stay inside until I return, he chided affectionately. The elderly woman lovingly ruffled his hair, smiling as she replied. I'm not cold, dear. You see, my greatest joy each day is waiting for your return. She theatrically sniffed the air and exclaimed, it smells wonderful. What delicious treats has your master's wife sent for me today? With a beaming smile, Schwanzi placed the lunchbox on the table, wiping the blood from his nose. He felt fortunate that his grandmother could not see the bruises on his body. If she did, she would surely be heartbroken. Today, she made braised pork and stir-fried cabbage in vinegar. You must try it, Grandma. It's absolutely delightful. He picked up a piece of braised pork and offered it to her. After tasting it, she looked utterly satisfied and remarked, "Your master's wife's cooking is truly exquisite." Then, with a serious tone, she added, "Child, your master and his wife are so kind to you. You must study diligently and work hard, never slacking off." "I understand, Grandma. You can rest easy," he replied, and upon hearing this, she felt a wave of contentment wash over her. In her hazy vision, she thought she saw a figure. She blinked and rubbed her eyes. "What's wrong, Grandma?" Schwanzi asked, puzzled. The old woman responded, "I'm not sure if it's just my imagination, but I feel like I can see some things again." Schwanzi's excitement surged. "Really? Grandma, can you see what number this is?" He waved his palm in front of her. She squinted and asked uncertainly, "Are you waving your hand in front of me?" Yes, he exclaimed, overjoyed. "This is wonderful. Grandma, you can finally see again." The elderly woman was equally thrilled to regain her sight, believing that her newfound vision was a result of the nourishing meals from Lin Tian's family. "Child, there was darkness before my eyes, but now it's different. I can vaguely see shadows, though I'm unsure why my sight has returned. I suspect it has something to do with the meals you've been bringing me lately." Schwanzi, upon hearing this, glanced at the food on the table and remarked, "You're right, Grandma. When I was threatened by Li Junsheng, he ordered me to sabotage my master's garden. I overheard him cursing, claiming that the vegetables from my master's garden had healing properties." He quickly covered his mouth after realizing the gravity of his words. He had never revealed this matter to the elder. However, unexpectedly, he inadvertently let it slip. Sure enough, upon hearing this, the elder's expression immediately darkened. "What did you just say?" the elder questioned. With no choice but to comply, he recounted the events that had transpired. Sighing, the elder listened with a look of resignation and remarked, "Child, your master is truly a wonderful person." He nodded vigorously in agreement. The elder, gazing in his direction, stated earnestly, "We must not lack conscience in our dealings. Follow your master diligently, and if you dare to commit any wrongdoing in the future, I shall break your legs." Startled by her words, he quickly vowed never to do so again. Meanwhile, in the courtyard, with old Wang and Gu Wei present, Lin Tian no longer worried about anyone scaling the walls at midnight to cause havoc. After washing up, he pulled Lu Yanran into the room. As a man, he could not allow his abilities to be questioned by his brother-in-law. The plan for procreation must be executed daily. "Husband, lower your voice," Lu Yanran said, her cheeks flushed, as she playfully punched Lin Tian, who was distracted by desire. "Rest assured, they cannot hear us." That night was destined to be another sleepless one. After several pleas for mercy went unanswered, she ultimately surrendered her struggle. It was not until dawn approached, her voice hoarse and her arms too weary to lift, that Lin Tian finally relented. Lu Yanran gazed at the vigorous man before her, unable to suppress a bite of her blanket, pondering how this man seemed utterly oblivious to fatigue. Chapter 213. I acknowledge you as my younger brother. Early the next morning, Schwanzi arrived at work, bearing a face resembling that of a pig. As soon as he stepped in, everyone gathered around him, inquiring about the incident. "Did you get into a fight? With whom?" "The opponent must have been quite ruthless." Schwanzi, with an air of nonchalance, replied, "Oh, it was just a scuffle among children. However, this time, I managed to knock them down." "Is that true? With your physique and that battered face, I can't help but feel that it was someone else who knocked you down," Huzi remarked disdainfully. Schwanzi, covering his swollen face, insisted, "Really? It was Zhang Dama and his gang. If you don't believe me, just ask around. I truly sent them running yesterday." Huzi seemed convinced by his earnestness. Nearby, Li Xiaoqiang chimed in, "That little brat Zhang Dama is insufferably arrogant, bullying the children in the village just because of his size." He looked at Schwanzi with skepticism. "Did you really manage to chase him off?" Schwanzi nodded. "Yes, he tried to snatch my lunchbox, and when I refused, I ended up driving him away." "Well, you've really grown stronger," exclaimed Goshing, pulling him into a playful embrace. Schwanzi grinned. "Of course, I've been enjoying my master's meals lately, and I feel invigorated. Look at my muscles." He flexed, showcasing his bicep, which was as large as an egg, eliciting laughter from everyone. However, this conversation sparked a memory in Huzi. It seemed there was some truth to Schwanzi's claim. Take his old leg ailment, for instance, it would throb painfully every time it rained. Yet, after working alongside Lin Tian in the woods for several days, he had felt no discomfort at all. Moreover, his wife had mentioned that his endurance had improved significantly. By customary standards, a man married for over a year typically has 2 wives, a legitimate spouse, and a concubine. Huzi had wed 2 sisters. And the same went for Li Xiaoqiang and Goshen, as it was quite common to marry sisters here. However, Li Xiaoqiang's wife had passed away nearly half a year after their marriage, reportedly with a swollen belly, resembling that of a pregnant woman. Since then, he had not taken another concubine. This was an inescapable situation for him, as he had already registered with the authorities. Legally, he was acknowledged as having 2 wives. Lin Tian, noticing their lively chatter, approached to discern their conversation. Upon seeing Xuanzi's face, he immediately inquired about the matter. Xuanzi recounted the events of the previous day. Lin Tian, upon hearing this, refrained from further comment and simply led him to the front to apply some medicine. Lu Yanran, noticing him, was taken aback and quickly asked, "Child, how did you end up so battered? What else could it be? Just a fight." Lin Tian replied as he poured some medication from the counter into his hand and began to rub it onto Xuanzi's arm vigorously. The pain elicited cries from Xuanzi. "Master, be gentle. That hurts. Now you feel pain? Why didn't you feel it during the fight?" Lin Tian shot him a glance, though his touch softened considerably. Xuanzi, with a look of grievance, protested, "It's because that greedy Zhang Ermao tried to steal my lunchbox. I simply couldn't let him take it. This is indeed the iron rice bowl that you, master, have bestowed upon me, filled with the delicious meals prepared by the mistress. How could I possibly let that scoundrel benefit from it?" Upon hearing this, Lu Yanran couldn't help but chuckle softly. She interceded, saying, "My dear husband, do not speak ill of him. He has his reasons." Lin Tian, upon reflection, found merit in her words. He had originally prepared the lunchbox for Xuanzi's convenience when delivering food to Granny, considering it a token of their first meeting. He had explained to Xuanzi that this was called a lunchbox or an iron rice bowl, impervious to damage, and instructed him to cherish it and not to misplace it. With this thought, Lin Tian affectionately ruffled the boy's hair, realizing that the child genuinely valued the gift he had received. Once he finished applying the medicine, Lin Tian gently patted Xuanzi's back and encouraged him to assist with chores. Xuanzi moved his arm, astonished to see the bruises vanish after applying the medicinal alcohol. He raised his arm to examine it closely, confirming his observations, and gazed at Lin Tian with admiration, exclaiming, "Master, your medicinal liquor is truly remarkable. Look. My bruises have healed." Children often speak with such innocent exuberance. Lin Tian, observing the boy's arm, acknowledged the miraculous effect. He stared quizzically at the bottle of medicinal alcohol in his hand. Had he truly concocted such a potent remedy over 3 years? Could the efficacy be this extraordinary? "Come here, let me have a closer look," he beckoned. Xuanzi innocently held his arm before him, pondering the possibility that the medicinal alcohol was indeed miraculous. Yet, Lin Tian struggled to recall how he had originally prepared it. Initially, he had merely brewed it on a whim, entertaining the notion of selling it if its effects were so impressive. This left Lin Tian feeling rather embarrassed. "Master, you are incredible. You surpass even the doctors in the city," exclaimed Xuanzi. Startled, Lin Tian felt a jolt of surprise. How could he be compared to a physician? It was merely a bottle of medicinal alcohol, and here was the boy flattering him. He responded earnestly, "Xuanzi, your master is merely a blacksmith. How could I possibly be more skilled than a doctor? You must not exaggerate. If others overhear you, they might think I have failed in my teaching." Taken aback, Xuanzi lowered his head, puzzled as to why he couldn't acknowledge his master's brilliance when he spoke the truth. Observing the child's dismay, Lin Tian, recalling that he was just a young boy, patiently explained, "This medicinal alcohol is simply ordinary. Your injury was not severe. Rubbing it helped disperse the bruising, naturally leading to its disappearance. If you boast about it, others might mistakenly believe we are charlatans." Xuanzi grasped the reasoning but did not comprehend Lin Tian's reference to charlatans. Instead, he held on to the belief that his master was indeed remarkable, wishing to keep it a secret. Recalling the moment he witnessed his master slay a tiger, Xuanzi's admiration deepened. "Master, can you teach me to hunt?" he inquired eagerly. "Hunting?" Lin Tian's lips twitched as he said, "I can teach you how to craft crossbow arrows for hunting. Would you like to learn?" Xuanzi, being still a child, instantly wilted at the thought of not being taught how to hunt, yet being offered the chance to forge crossbow arrows. Every boy harbors a dream of heroism, and Xuanzi is no exception. He hopes that one day he will bear the weight of a fierce tiger upon his shoulders. With the entire village gazing at him in admiration, the local maidens would vie to become his bride. Just imagining that scene made Xuanzi feel an eager anticipation, especially since he was already 12 years old. In just 2 years, he would be expected to take a wife. The thought of a bride caused his face to flush with embarrassment. Lin Tian observed him with a puzzled expression, wondering why he turned red at a mere touch of the arm. Yet, something about his demeanor seemed peculiar. Could it be? Lin Tian grinned mischievously, curious. "Surely you aren't thinking about women?" Xuanzi abruptly looked up at Lin Tian, his face turning an even deeper shade of red. Did he guess correctly? Lin Tian exclaimed in surprise. "Who is it? Which village girl has captured your attention?" Xuanzi, feeling bashful, stammered. "Well, it's Chueya." "Chueya?" Lin Tian couldn't recall anyone by that name. Xuanzi clarified. "Chueya is the daughter of Brother Huzi. You mustn't tell him, please." Goodness. The young lad has been recognized as a little brother by the man, yet he dares to entertain thoughts of his daughter? TSK. Lin Tian chuckled at the audacity of the boy, thinking to himself how bold he was, daring to stir things up right under Huzi's nose. He was now exceedingly curious about Huzi's reaction upon discovering this. Thus, he teased, "What does the young lady think of this?" Xuanzi, feeling shy, replied, "Chueya said that when she grows up, I should come to propose." Haha. Lin Tian couldn't help but burst into laughter. Xuanzi awkwardly scratched his head, feeling embarrassed. Chapter 214. The audacity to covet my blade is rather excessive, wouldn't you agree? Very well, young lad. You must dedicate yourself to learning and refrain from idleness. With his eyes gleaming, Xuanzi gazed at Lin Tian. Master, will you teach me how to hunt? Lin Tian chuckled awkwardly, pondering why this child was so captivated by the idea of hunting. Ever since yesterday, when his grandmother mentioned that consuming the master's meals would grant him the ability to see things, Xuanzi seized the opportunity during lunchtime to sneak a bun home. The rowdy children, Zhang Damao and his companions, were filled with trepidation as they queried him about his newfound strength. Simply eat well and work hard, Xuanzi exclaimed before darting back home. Brother, will eating well and working hard make me as formidable as Xuanzi? Ermo inquired. Zhang Damao, not a mere 3-year-old, was dubious about how Xuanzi had suddenly become so powerful. There had to be some secret behind it. He trailed behind, intent on uncovering the source of Xuanzi's newfound prowess, speculating whether he had encountered some revered mentor who had imparted wisdom upon him. The strength he exhibited was daunting, even to himself. Meanwhile, in the forge, Lin Tian experimented with the furnace, casually tossing in several pieces of ore. This action left Gu Wei utterly astonished. He mused that in order to smelt ore, one must first crush it to allow the furnace's fire to thoroughly engage with the ore, purging impurities through combustion and evaporation. Yet here was the master, simply throwing the ore into the fire without any combustible aids. How long would this take? He was bewildered, pondering if this was a unique smelting technique exclusive to the master. In truth, Lin Tian's approach was purely a matter of convenience. Moreover, he had no qualms about the quality of the iron produced through this method. Previously, he had discreetly compared the kitchen knives he forged with those from the city's blacksmith, finding no discernible difference. Since there was no noticeable disparity, he chose not to adhere to his father's traditional smelting techniques. Clang, clang. Lin Tian casually sprinkled some white powder from the table into the mix. Gu Wei blinked in astonishment, contemplating whether this was a secret formula of the master. He fixated on the flames, wary of missing any subtle changes in the process. Lu Yinran, intrigued by Gu Wei's identity, caught sight of him clandestinely learning at the door. Unable to resist, she stepped inside, reasoning that if others could observe, she too could partake in the experience. Upon noticing Lu Yin and S presence, Lin Tian initially assumed she sought him out regarding the issue of the embroidered handkerchief. Recently, she had been preoccupied with it, radiating a vibrant energy. My dear, we can clear out the adjacent storage room for the handkerchief crafting space. It's spacious enough. If you tidy it up a bit, I'll have Brother Huzi set up a furnace there for you. It will be warm in winter. Lu Yinran was taken aback, but nodded in agreement. She initially thought Lin Tian was attempting to distract her from learning. Having heard that some skills were passed down exclusively to males, was blacksmithing among them? She harbored a strong desire to learn the craft. Although Lin Tian had previously imparted his planting techniques to her, the intricacies of the craft were so meticulous that she often struggled to retain many of the details. However, she felt no discomfort about it. On the contrary, she regarded Lin Tian's sincerity with appreciation. All right, I shall tidy up the storage room now, Lu Yinran said, a smile gracing her features. To Lin Tian, it appeared that she derived genuine joy from engaging in activities she loved, rendering her content regardless of the task at hand. Once she departed, Lin Tian returned his focus to smelting iron ore. He casually picked up the iron ore he had tossed into the furnace, which began to deform under the intense heat. The newly constructed foundry was spacious, yet once the flames roared to life, the temperature soared rapidly, filling the room with warmth. Currently, only Gu Wei and he were present as blacksmiths, and many of the furnaces remained unutilized. However, there was no need for haste, they would manage for now. And if the workload became overwhelming, they could seek assistance from Murongfu. As Lin Tian observed the sizable iron ingots he had smelted, a satisfied smile appeared on his face. Gu Wei, witnessing Lin Tian grasping the iron ingots with tongs, was left in a state of astonishment. He had observed every meticulous movement, each action firmly etched in his memory. Is this really possible? Just by casually tossing it in and adding some lime powder, one can produce iron ingots? Lin Tian chuckled. You see it now. Just follow my lead from here on. Give it a try while I help your sister-in-law organize the storage. With that, he left Gu Wei, who was still bewildered, in the foundry. However, he had barely reached the storage room when he was greeted by a peculiar commotion. The voices of Lu Qianxuan and an unfamiliar man were raised in argument. Had the quarrel ventured into his home? Approaching, he found Lu Yanran shielding Lu Qianxuan, confronted by a scruffy-looking man standing before them. The man threatened, So? You two have gained some courage, have you? Qianxuan, I am your brother. How dare you treat me this way? Lu Qianbua, oblivious to Lin Tian's arrival, continued to berate them. Look at you. If it weren't for me back then, would you have escaped? Now that your lives have improved, you can turn a blind eye to your brother living like a beggar? At the sight of Lin Tian, Lu Yanran exclaimed excitedly, My dear, you're here. Her enthusiasm prompted Lu Qianbua to turn and scrutinize Lin Tian. With disdain, he remarked, So, you are the blacksmith married to Lu Yanran? It seems you are faring quite well. Lin Tian remained silent, merely observing him with a calm demeanor, unprepared for the sharpness in the gaze of such a humble blacksmith. Lu Qianbua felt a shiver run down his spine. Nevertheless, his pride led him to retain his arrogant demeanor, straightening his posture as he addressed Lin Tian. I am their brother, seeking a little financial assistance from my sisters. You have no objections, do you? Before Lu Yanran could respond, Lu Qianxuan retorted. What kind of brother are you? If it weren't for you, would I be in this situation? Tearfully, she declared. I have no brother. I only have one sister. And that is Yanran. Leave at once. This is not my home, but Yanran's abode. Indeed, I have an elder brother-in-law, yet his name is Lu Feng, not yours. Lin Tian cast a cold glance at him, stepping forward to stand before them both. Moreover, this is my residence. You have intruded without my consent. Should you refuse to depart, I shall be compelled to report you to the authorities. This man, who had appeared out of nowhere, was indeed suspicious. Lu Qianxuan's brother? It seems Lu Qianxuan is also a woman with a tale to tell. I must seize the opportunity to inquire further. Lu Qianbua, realizing Lin Tian had shown him no leniency, suddenly recalled the treasures he had glimpsed upon entering the room. Were he to take even one of those items, he would surely indulge in a life of luxury. Fortunately, he had discreetly hidden some in his possession. With this thought, Lu Qianbua lowered his head and smiled, feigning indifference. If you want to give it, so be it. What is there to be angry about? You truly think highly of yourself. With that, he prepared to flee. However, Lu Qianxuan, familiar with his demeanor, immediately sensed something amiss. She stepped forward to block his path, exclaiming, Halt. Do not leave just yet. Are you not concealing something illicit? Do not speak nonsense. What here is worthy of my theft? Lu Qianbua replied, his gaze evasive and unwilling to concede. Lin Tian, alerted by Lu Qianxuan's words, too perceived that this fellow was not quite right, scrutinizing him intently. Chapter 215. The allure of wealth. Lin Tian coldly regarded him, instilling a sense of dread in Lu Qianbua. He couldn't fathom how a blacksmith could appear more intimidating than that brat Lu Feng. However, Lin Tian, considering the unusual bond between Lu Qianxuan and his own wife, chose not to confront him. Yet, the thought of pilfering from his abode was completely unacceptable. Crafting even a single piece of ironwork would require no less than half a day's labor, not to mention the considerable cost of materials. If he truly had a good relationship with Lu Qianxuan, gifting him a piece would not be out of the question. But this fellow had strutted in with an air of entitlement, looking like a beggar yet behaving so brazenly. Upon hearing of his thievery, Lu Yanran's expression soured. Everything within this room, regardless of its nature, held significant value. Even the hawthorn used for blacksmithing was a rare spiritual herb. Although her relationship with Lu Qianxuan was strong, this was ultimately Lin Tian's home, and everything inside belonged to him. Lu Qianbua's audacious attempt to steal from here was indeed malicious. She felt compelled to protect Lin Tian's treasures. Cousin, he cannot leave with anything today. Lu Qianxuan, aware of Lin Tian's status and the value of the items within, nodded gravely. She shouted at Lu Qianbua, Did you not hear me? Hand it over immediately, or we shall report you to the authorities. My family has connections, and I can summon the magistrate at once. As a person from Luosang, your act of theft carries the death penalty. Think carefully about your actions. Upon hearing this, Lu Qianbua, terrified, discarded the dagger and bowl he held, exclaiming, I don't want it anymore. Is that not enough? After tossing the items aside, he pushed past Lu Qianxuan and fled. Lu Qianxuan lowered her head in shame and apologized. I'm sorry, Yanran. I never anticipated my brother would find this place and cause a scene. Lu Yanran, understanding that this incident was not her fault, quickly comforted her. Cousin, I know what kind of person he is. It has nothing to do with you. Your escape was solely due to your own fortune, not his influence. After contemplating for a moment, Lu Qianxuan turned to Lin Tian and said, Brother-in-law, my situation is somewhat akin to Yanran's. I was sold here. Yet, like Yanran, I was fortunate enough to encounter a good husband. With a radiant smile, Lu Qianxuan continued, I had come today to discuss the embroidery room with Yanran. Just as we were finished speaking and preparing to tidy the storage area, he burst in. I'm unsure how he discovered our whereabouts, but rest assured, I will have Juanji investigate this matter thoroughly. Lin Tian nodded, aware that it was not his place to pry into Lu Qianxuan's family affairs. However, he held a deep trust in the character of Lu Qianxuan and Li Juanji. Moreover, Lu Yanran lacked the cautious demeanor of her cousin, as evidenced by earlier events. Hence, he felt assured that the two of them could collaborate effectively, alleviating his concerns regarding the embroidery room. In the foundry, he could confidently proceed without hesitation. There was no need to worry. Regarding the embroidery room, the two of you should not overexert yourselves. Yes, we will be mindful of that. Upon hearing Lin Tian's concerned words, Lu Yanran felt her earlier gloom dissipate. Lu Qianxuan also noted that Lin Tian's tone did not suggest anger towards her. Her expression gradually relaxed. To be honest, her legs had been trembling with anxiety moments ago. If Lin Tian were displeased, it was entirely possible he might eliminate Lu Qianbua on the spot. The only reason he refrained from doing so was likely because Lu Yanran was present. She had long been aware of the news regarding the stabilization of the turmoil in Luosang. In that moment, Lu Qianxuan realized that with Lin Tian here, her family was safe from harm. Since your cousin is helping you organize the room, I shall go to the entrance and move the tools for forging to the foundry. Lin Tian stated as he made his way to the front shop. Just as he stepped inside, he spotted a figure standing at the door. Old Lin, I have a matter for which I seek your assistance, Tao Wen said, looking troubled at the village entrance. At that moment, his younger son, Tao Sheng, emerged from behind him. You need my help? Lin Tian asked, regarding Tao Wen with surprise, wondering if it concerned Tao Xiao. Tao Wen, aware of Lin Tian's relationship with the county magistrate, observed the faint white in his beard and frowned. If this is about Xiao, then I must apologize. I cannot assist her with that. No, it is not about that, Tao Wen replied, his expression somewhat disgruntled. Ultimately, that issue was due to Xiao's mistake. I was momentarily foolish to think of shielding her. After a pause, he continued, we are not here today because of that matter. It is Tao Xing who wishes to learn blacksmithing from you. I initially felt ashamed to come because of Xiao's situation, but unlike his sister, this boy genuinely desires to learn from you. Upon hearing this, Tao Sheng nodded earnestly. Brother Lin, what my father said is true. I truly wish to learn a skill from you, and I hope you will accept me. You wish to learn blacksmithing? Lin Tian regarded the father and son with skepticism. Tao Sheng had previously attended a private school, where the tuition for half a year in the city cost 2 taels of silver. For a year, it amounted to 4 taels, not including living expenses. If he were to pass the scholar's examination, he could receive a monthly stipend of 1 tael. Returning to the village to teach would earn him 4 taels a month. No matter how one looked at it, he earned far less than this nouveau riche. However, after the incident involving Tao Xiao, he was still willing to send his son to seek Lin Tian's guidance. With an awkward smile, Lin Tian asked, did Tao Xiao not inform you whom she intended to use that medicine on? At this, Tao Wen's mouth quivered. He had asked her before. But the girl stubbornly remained silent. Meanwhile, Tao Sheng continued to plead to be taken under Lin Tian's wing for apprenticeship. Blinded by his own interests, he still harbored a glimmer of hope. After all, since Lin Tian had accepted someone like Xuanzi, surely he would also accept his son, who was 100 times more intelligent. Yet, he was mistaken. Could it be that? The words that lingered on Tao Wen's lips remained unspoken as he gazed at Lin Tian, yet the expression on Lin Tian's face conveyed everything. Startled, he took 3 steps back. Confused, Tao Sheng couldn't help but cast a disapproving glance at his father, pondering how this old man could be so inept even when seeking a mentor. It seems you've already guessed the situation without my elaboration. Indeed. If you harbor any doubt, you may inquire with her directly. As for Tao Sheng, Lin Tian surmised that since they believed blacksmithing to be a lucrative endeavor, he might as well allow them to experience it for themselves and discover the true nature of earning money. Both father and son looked at him with eager anticipation. Lin Tian smiled gently and said, certainly. However, during the apprenticeship, only meals and accommodation will be provided without any wages. If you are willing, you may join at any time. Really? You've agreed? Tao Wen exclaimed excitedly. See, I told you, his son is far superior to that boy Xuanzi, didn't I? Lin Tian readily accepted. The joy on Tao Wen's face was unmistakable, and Tao Sheng wore a proud expression. Completely oblivious to how he had once looked down upon Lin Tian, even displaying impatience when showing him the way. And now, here he was, eagerly requesting to become his apprentice. Ah, such is the power of charm. The allure of wealth reigns supreme. Chapter 216, Tao Wen's calculated scheme, however. Upon hearing that there would be no wages during the apprenticeship, the smile on Tao Wen's face quickly vanished. Working without compensation essentially meant laboring in vain for Lin Tian. Observing the calculating expression on Tao Wen's face, Lin Tian could not help but chuckle, stating that if he felt unsatisfied, he would treat it as if he had never mentioned it. He had no time to indulge in idle chatter with them. There was a plethora of tasks awaiting him in the forge. At present, only 2 of them knew how to forge, while the rest were utterly unskilled. If workers could not be found in the short term, their workload would be exceedingly heavy, leaving no room for frivolous discussions. In truth, if Morongfu had merely voiced his needs, he could have swiftly gathered a workforce. However, that would involve profiting off others and utilizing their labor, which felt rather inappropriate. Thus, without having secured additional hands, Lin Tian sought to negotiate with them. Although the workload was substantial, he proposed that if they could complete the tasks on schedule, their pay would amount to 3 times the standard wage. This arrangement would likely be acceptable to them, albeit it would entail considerable exertion. After all, who does not toil for their earnings? If they could finish smelting 4 carts of, or by the end of the month, their workload would diminish significantly. The time required for him to forge a weapon was half a day. Calculating diligently, he could produce 60 items in a month. With overtime, he could single-handedly accomplish 2/3 of the tasks. Thus, even with just himself and Gu Wei, they could manage. Well, if there were no wages, so be it. Tao Wen gritted his teeth, reasoning that as long as he learned to forge from Lin Tian, he need not worry about compensation. He had inquired, and discovered that Lin Tian paid Huzi and the others 1 tael of silver per month. The new apprentice who could forge earned 4 taels monthly. If his son mastered the craft, he could eventually open a blacksmith shop and would not have to fret over finances. With his son's intellect, he would surely surpass Lin Tian in business acumen. Tao Wen's optimistic outlook was, to be fair, rather naive. Tao Sheng exhibited an unwarranted confidence, as if he were destined to outshine Lin Tian. Very well, just let me know when you wish to start. I have some matters to attend to, so I will retire inside. Tao Sheng's attendance was of little concern to Lin Tian. Yet, considering the local community, he felt it prudent not to outright refuse, as it would not reflect well should word get out. Moreover, with the matter of Tao Xiao looming, he was wary of what Tao Wen might spread behind his back. His earlier remarks had been a subtle warning to Tao Wen. Should he dare to gossip maliciously, he would not hesitate to expose the unsavory details. After all, as a man, he was unconcerned with reputation, but for women, particularly an unmarried young lady like Tao Xiaoro, honor outweighed life itself. Furthermore, it would not bode well for Lu Yanran to learn of this. She was already quite innocent. If she were to hear of such affairs, she might feel compelled to follow Lin Tian wherever he went. All right, let us return and make preparations. In a couple of days, I will have Xingzi come. Tao Wen declared, satisfied as he led Tao Sheng away. Watching the pair depart, Lin Tian sighed, cradling the iron implements as he made his way to the back courtyard. What troubles you, my dear? As Lu Yanran stepped out with her belongings, she happened to cross paths with him. Noticing her red-rimmed eyes, Lin Tian understood that she must have shared an emotional embrace with Lu Qianxuan. Two sisters, bound by shared sorrow. It was only natural that they would be heartbroken over such matters. There's no need to worry. You should comfort your cousin and encourage her to see things in a different light. At this juncture, Lu Yanran could not help but feel a wave of grievance wash over her. She pondered that all of this turmoil stemmed from her presence. If Lin Tian had not married her, none of this trouble would have arisen. First, he had rescued her, and later he had rushed to Luo Sang to save her brother and father. Now, they were being troubled by Lu Qianbo. She thought about how Lin Tian had desired a life of normalcy, yet their current existence was anything but ordinary. It seemed as though all the troubles were instigated by her. She inwardly chastised herself, wondering if he perceived her as a constant source of trouble. Upon hearing her thoughts, Lin Tian immediately recognized her overthinking. He gently set down his belongings and took her hand, reassuringly saying, "You are not a nuisance. You are a precious gift from heaven. This situation is not your fault, so there is no need for you to feel guilty. But my cousin has always treated me well. I cannot ignore her." Lu Yanran replied anxiously, gazing at Lin Tian. He smiled and said, "I understand that your cousin is as good as you are. Her troubles are your troubles, and yours are mine. I know you do not wish for her to suffer or feel wronged, which is why I do not let this weigh heavily on my mind. We have many days ahead of us. Let her not dwell on this trivial matter. Besides, don't you still have the embroidery room to attend to? Once this is resolved, you will be busy enough that there will be no time to think of anything else." Each word from Lin Tian served to comfort Lu Yanran. He recognized that Lu Qianxuan was her only family member here, and thus she felt a deep connection to her. Indeed, upon hearing his words, Lu Yanran's expression relaxed considerably. Seeing him carelessly toss his treasures onto the ground, she hurriedly picked them up, carefully wiping them with her sleeve. "Husband, how could you throw these on the floor?" Lu Yanran chided him with a playful frown. To Lin Tian, the sight of those items appeared rather comical. He thought to himself, isn't it merely ironware? Why does it seem as precious as a heap of gold? After cleaning a knife, she cautiously handed it back to Lin Tian. Observing the look of astonishment on his face, she too was perplexed, logically, after being married for so long. Why did he still act as though he was trying to impress her? Moreover, every time she spoke to him, it felt as if their conversations were disconnected. Furrowing her brow, Lu Yanran considered the essence of their relationship. Could it be that he viewed this as a playful aspect of their marriage? Uncertain of her thoughts, she continued to gaze at him. Unable to resist, Lin Tian gently patted the back of her hand. "All right, don't overthink it. We have many tasks ahead of us to occupy our time." Oh. Lu Yanran, still somewhat bewildered, joined Lin Tian in picking up the items from the floor. Afterward, Lin Tian glanced at the sun and said, "Wife, I will go prepare a meal. Let me know what you would like to eat." Lu Yanran gazed upon Lin Tian's handsome visage, and for reasons unknown, her cheeks flushed crimson. "I adore everything that my husband does," she confessed. Lin Tian, noticing his suddenly bashful wife, awkwardly scratched his head. As the twilight deepened, Lu Yanran's face grew even warmer. Moreover, she was immensely curious about what other talents Lin Tian might possess. Regarding culinary skills, knife techniques, and ingredients, she dared to assert that even Emperor Luo Sang might not savor dishes as exquisite as hers. Despite her seemingly unrefined skills, the meals crafted with those precious utensils were undeniably delightful. Thus, it could be said that those extraordinary culinary tools were indeed remarkable. In her leisure, she had conducted her own inquiries. Yet, from an external perspective, no discernible difference could be observed. However, that formidable sensation could never deceive. She recalled her initial foray into the kitchen, when her legs trembled so intensely that she had to lean against the wall to maintain her balance. Each item within the room served as a constant reminder she had married an exceptional man. Chapter 217. Why can't I do it? He moved some tools to the foundry and saw Gu Wei standing there, at a loss. Lin Tian, filled with curiosity, inquired, "Is there a problem?" Gu Wei, coming back to his senses, wore an embarrassed expression. He had been trying for quite some time, yet the iron ore in the furnace remained unchanged. Frustration enveloped him. He was certain his steps were correct, as that was how the master had done it. Observing the situation, Lin Tian tossed a few pieces of ore into the furnace and sprinkled some lime powder, just as he had done previously. Gu Wei's jaw nearly dropped in disbelief. Was he truly so inept? He couldn't even learn when taught directly. His mind was filled with Lin Tian's graceful techniques. Keep going, the fire cannot die down. For now, It seems that only the two of us know how to forge, so we must refine this batch of or before the end of the month. Lin Tian said with a smile. Don't worry, I won't let you do it alone. We'll work together tonight. With that, Lin Tian headed to the kitchen. It is said that the smoke of cooking is a woman's greatest adversary. 9 out of 10 women dislike cooking. To please his wife, Lin Tian ensured that any task he could handle, he would not let Lu Yanran undertake. Moreover, every time he cooked, his wife enjoyed the meal immensely, which confirmed that he was indeed doing it right. Cabbage and radishes could be used for soup, and potatoes could be braised. Their meals were always exceptional in that small valley, featuring 2 vegetarian and 1 meat dish. The aroma of the food often brought tears of longing to the eyes of little children. Upon witnessing Lin Tian cooking, Hu and his companions were left in awe. Lin Tian did not consider his culinary skills to be extraordinary, yet the allure of meat was undeniable. In the village, one might go a month or 2 without encountering meat. However, in Lin Tian's home, meat was a staple at nearly every meal. The expressions of his friends made it clear how fortunate they felt to partake in such bountiful meals. After lunch, Lin Tian hurried back to the foundry to assist. But he was puzzled. He had already taught Gu Wei how to refine the ore. Why was it that when he checked, only a few pieces remained? Was Gu Wei slacking off? Gu Wei sensed Lin Tian's gaze and felt wronged. He believed the master thought him too slow to learn. After so long, he still had not grasped the technique, leading him into a spiral of self-doubt. Seeing Gu Wei's self-reproachful demeanor, Lin Tian wondered if he had displayed his dissatisfaction too overtly. Yet, it was quite simple. Just toss the iron ore in and ensure that the fire remained lit by adding carbon. Gazing at the meager remnants of iron ore on the ground, Lin Tian reassured himself that it was fine. Gu Wei was new and would improve with time. He placed the iron pieces into a nearby basket, which was a collection piece. Looking at the basket used for the iron ore, Gu Wei felt a pang of regret. His outstretched hand froze in mid-air, forgetting to retract it. After tidying up, Lin Tian reignited the furnace. With several furnaces working in unison, Lin Tian skillfully tossed iron ore into each one, then immersed himself in his labor, leaving Gu Wei utterly astonished by his seamless execution. Is this the disparity between individuals? Gu Wei, having witnessed the miracle firsthand, was so startled that he fainted, his eyes rolling back. Lin Tian hurriedly approached to ascertain his condition. Once he confirmed that Gu Wei had merely lost consciousness, he felt relieved and proceeded to drag him onto the bed. Pondering how a seemingly robust individual could be so fragile, despite his confusion, he returned to his work. As the night deepened, Lu Yanran entered from outside, urging him to retire for the night. My dear, it is already late. Are you not going to rest? Upon noticing the man lying there soundly asleep, she expressed her discontent, questioning why he had fallen asleep before her. Oh, you fainted for some unknown reason, Lin Tian clarified. Fainted? Lu Yanran gazed incredulously at the man on the bed. She shared Lin Tian's sentiments, finding it hard to believe that such a seemingly strong man could collapse without cause. Nevertheless, her curiosity persisted as she inquired, is he all right? Trusting Lin Tian's expertise as a renowned physician, she assumed that if he deemed the man unconscious, he indeed was. Lin Tian nodded, assuring her, he should be fine. His breathing is steady, no need for a doctor. He then smiled and said, Dear wife, you should sleep. I still have some work to attend to. Observing Lin Tian busily moving between several furnaces, Lu Yanran recognized his dedication and decided not to disturb him further. She nodded and replied, All right, I shall wait for you in the room. Upon hearing this, Lin Tian paused in his tracks. It was only then that Lu Yanran realized her words, her ears flushing crimson as she hurriedly exited. Lin Tian chuckled, watching her retreating figure with amusement before resuming his tasks. Meanwhile, upon returning home, Tao Wan, under the intense interrogation of Tao Xiaoro, finally confirmed the situation. This is it. Now we have something to hold over Lin Tian. They had managed to silence Wang Sa and Zhang the butcher with money, preventing the matter from spreading further. If it were to come to light that the medicine was intended for Lin Tian, Tao Xiaoro would not only be labeled as cold-hearted but also branded with the disgrace of attempting to seduce a married man. This would deter any man from marrying her. However, because she could earn money, Tao Wan refrained from punishing her severely. After hearing her side of the story, he admonished her sternly and then took Tao Xing into his own quarters. In an era that already favored sons over daughters, compounded by the scarcity of men in Dian, Tao Wan cherished Tao Xing immensely. Father, this is truly embarrassing for sister. You should marry her off as soon as possible. I am aware, but our family relies on her earnings. Tao Xing's face reflected displeasure at this remark, yet he refrained from arguing, as it was indeed the truth. Rest assured, father is already considering it. Once she has earned us enough silver, I will see to her marriage, Tao Wan said, a calculating glint in his eyes. Tao Xing nodded, believing that once he mastered the art of blacksmithing, he would no longer require the assistance of a woman like Tao Xiaoro. At that time, he could leverage his skills in blacksmithing to meet and befriend wealthy individuals. Subsequently, he could purchase an official position without the need to take examinations. It was a prospect that seemed utterly delightful. The soundproofing in Tao Wan's home was rather inadequate. Initially intending to give some money to his daughter, Tao Xiaoro now stood at the door, eavesdropping on the conversation within, her heart sinking. A bold idea began to take root in her mind. Thus, she turned and returned to her room, packed her belongings, and with all her savings, departed from this home. Father, your favoritism has always been evident, but now you treat me this way? She thought. If this is the case, I see no reason to remain here any longer. Mother, farewell. Tao Xiaoro clutched her small bundle, her eyes glistening as she gazed at the brightly lit window of the master bedroom. Then turned away without looking back. Inside, the father and son remained oblivious to her departure, still deliberating on how to pursue their dreams. I will promptly resolve the matters of my apprenticeship and then head to Lin Teezy's to learn the craft of blacksmithing, Tao Wen instructed. Son, once you arrive. You must not call him that. You must address him as master. I know. You are so nagging, even more than mother, Tao Sheng retorted. Tao Wen feigned anger, saying, and what of it? We are your parents. At that moment, his authority held little sway over Tao Sheng. He shook his head and turned back to his own room. Chapter 218, Lu Yinran's Ambition Beijing. Damn it, those brutes are not human. Having lost his lair, Lu Wendong now resembled a beggar, filthy and disheveled, gnawing on a dirty bun, devoid of his former grandeur. Meanwhile, the entire nation was on the hunt for him. Yin Tian and Xiangba were likely in a similar predicament, hiding away in fear. Shen Wuzong. The few who had discovered the treasure wore expressions lacking in joy. For the so-called treasure was merely a jest from their ancestor, revealing only a map. Guan Hai had been scrutinizing the map for days without discernible insight. Xu Xiang proposed. Why not consult the master? Guan Jui concurred, and Guan Hai deemed it a viable plan. Thus, they resolved to prepare for a visit to the master the following day, hoping he could illuminate the meaning behind the map. In the small valley, Lin Tian had spent several consecutive days immersed in the forge. During this time, Lu Yinran dutifully took on the responsibility of cooking. Aside from her culinary tasks, she and Lu Qianxuan organized the storage room. Remarkably, their efforts transformed the space into something quite presentable. They arranged 2 rows of embroidery tables and set up shelves, one for materials and another for finished products. Lu Yinran was exceedingly pleased. Just as they were deliberating on finding additional help, Yi Xiaohua arrived with several women from the village. Sisters, I brought a few women who are skilled in needlework. They expressed interest in trying their hand at it, she announced. Lu Yinran nodded in acknowledgement. Upon entering the courtyard, the women chattered excitedly. Lu Qianxuan raised her voice at the entrance. Everyone, please quiet down. This embroidery house is primarily intended to help everyone increase their income. We are not begging for your participation. Since you wish to learn, you must adhere to the rules here. Those who do not respect the rules will not be entertained. She continued, this is the home of old Lin's wife. If there are any specifics to note, she will inform you. Lu Yinran nodded, picking up some scraps of fabric from the entrance. These scraps were painstakingly acquired from various fabric shops in the city. Although we did not pay for them, bringing them back was no easy task. They are for your practice, and if we discover anyone wasting or misusing them, we're taking them home without permission. I regret to inform you that such individuals are not welcome here. At this point, several women in the crowd appeared disgruntled, as their thoughts of pilfering had been thwarted. Additionally, I hope everyone maintains cleanliness and does not carelessly discard or take items. The vegetables in the courtyard and those in the greenhouse are not to be harvested without permission, and the communal restroom is over there. Please do not wander near the forge without consent. The women craned their necks to look in that direction, drawn by the clanging sounds emanating from across the way. Several men were moving items in the courtyard, their bare arms showcasing well-defined muscular lines. The women observed with rapt attention, their eyes gleaming as if they were affixed to the men themselves. Ahem. At this sight, Lu Qianxuan could not suppress a cough and said, have you all taken note? We have. The women nodded in unison. Initially, they had come to ascertain whether embroidered handkerchiefs could indeed fetch a price. Additionally, they were undoubtedly drawn to Lin Tian's striking good looks, curious about his appearance without his shirt. The women were already beginning to blush with excitement. Oh, look at that carrot. It appears so fresh. Indeed. And what is this flower? It smells delightful. Lu Yinran noticed that immediately after her remark. 2 women began to meddle with the ginseng and jasmine in the courtyard. With a scowl, Lu Yinran exclaimed, did I not just say not to wander about carelessly? You must not touch anything in the courtyard. If you persist in your antics, you shall return whence you came. We are merely curious, the women responded. Taken aback by Lu Yinran's unexpected outburst, they thought, it's just a few carrots. Even if they are splendid, they are still merely carrots. Can they turn into gold? However, recalling their purpose of earning money, they prudently stood still and refrained from further movement. If you do not wish to learn, you may leave now. Those eager to learn must adhere to my instructions, Lu Yinran stated coolly. Those who wish to learn may enter. Those who do not, the door is over there. Farewell. Yi Xiaohua also displayed displeasure. She had repeatedly cautioned them on the way here, only to find them behaving thus. Sister Qiao, Sister Rong. Lin's wife is merely trying to help us earn a little extra. Do you truly think this place is your home? After speaking, she cast a glance at the casting house, noting that her husband was there too. She found it irritating to see this group of women ogling with unabashed enthusiasm as if they had never seen a man before. The casting house had no connection to their situation. Lu Yinran shot a glare at Rongjia, whose eyes had clearly expressed a desire to take something. Initially, she believed that having something to do would validate her worth and prevent Lin Tian from perceiving her as a burden. Yet, she overlooked the fact that this was Xiao Hadich. Rongjia, Every flower and blade of grass in my courtyard is off limits. I shall add one more rule. At the end of each workday, we will conduct a body search. Should we discover that you have damaged any items in the courtyard or are attempting to take anything out, I regret to inform you that I will have no choice but to turn you over to the authorities. Lu Qianquan nodded in agreement, stating, Indeed. We are offering our services to teach you embroidery without charge. While the items produced may be reclaimed, the profits are yours. Engaging in any inappropriate conduct would render our embroidery workshop unnecessary. The words of the two women left the group of women blushing with embarrassment. They realized they were being assisted. If the handkerchiefs could indeed be sold, the profit would ultimately belong to them. Thus, each time they were searched at the end of their workday, they found it acceptable. Lu Yanran remarked nonchalantly, If there are no objections, please come in. We shall first distribute some fabric scraps to assess your individual skills. Upon completion of the assessment, we will allocate different materials according to your proficiency. The women exchanged glances upon hearing this. Doesn't the quality of the fabric imply that the embroidered handkerchiefs will vary in value? Xiao Jia inquired with curiosity. Lu Yanran nodded in affirmation. Indeed, the quality of handkerchiefs embroidered from different fabrics naturally varies. The rationale behind this is that your skills differ. Providing high-quality materials to those who do not meet the required standards would be a waste. Upon hearing this, Xiao Jia found it quite reasonable and refrained from further questioning. Moreover, upon entering the immaculate and spacious embroidery room, their spirits were instantly lifted. For those who spent their days caring for children, farming, and cooking, while failing to win their husband's affection, this place was undoubtedly a paradise. If they could also earn money to contribute to their households, it would be nothing short of delightful. Witnessing the smiles radiating from their faces, both women were graced with expressions of joy. This marked the inception of their very first venture in life. They were determined not only to succeed, but to flourish. Aspiring to expand the embroidery workshop and eventually open a shop in the city, with dreams of establishing a store in Luosang. Chapter 219. Ling Tian's Fury. Dare to bully my wife? Lu Yin exchanged a knowing glance with Lu Qianquan, who promptly responded, All right, you all take your seats. I'll distribute the fabric scraps and needles. The village by the small creek was not densely populated, comprising just over 200 households, nestled against verdant mountains and clear waters. The topography, encircled by hills, allowed for only a single road leading into the town. Lu Yin asserted that the fabric scraps they had collected were indeed the fruits of their labor. The women, eager to earn, seized the scraps and summoned their utmost strength to showcase their talents. Upon hearing that the embroidery workshop had been established, Ling Tian decided to visit. He was captivated by Lu Yanran's composed demeanor, utterly surprised that his gentle and considerate wife possessed such a serious side. Momentarily taken aback, he observed the others diligently following her directions. With a sense of relief, he returned to the forging room. As soon as Gu Wei saw him, he wasted no time and began carefully placing the refined iron blocks into baskets, handling them with utmost caution as if they were fragile treasures. Huzi couldn't help but remark, Little Gu, do you think those baskets are made of gold? You can treat them carelessly. If they break, just buy a few more. Buy a few more? Gu Wei, upon hearing this, felt an overwhelming urge to grab Huzi by the collar, thinking, why don't you buy some for me? I'll gladly take them home. Lin Tian looked at Gu Wei helplessly. He had noticed that ever since Gu Wei had awakened, his mind seemed to be in a perpetual haze. So he chuckled, Brother Hu is right. Those baskets are indeed not worth much. If they get damaged, I can weave a few more. I can easily craft 7 or 8 in an afternoon. 7 or 8 in an afternoon? Gu Wei nearly toppled over while clutching the basket. Heavens, I wish I could write to my grandfather right now. Grandfather, I've encountered a true master. Someone who can weave a basket into a top-tier collectible with such ease, producing 7 or 8 in just one afternoon. Do you think Master Zhao from Zhou State would be so furious he'd defaint upon hearing this? Thus, their days passed in a flurry of activity. In the afternoons, Lin Tian observed the women lined up at the entrance for inspections. He found nothing amiss. Rather, he thought his wife's approach resembled a modern security system. He could not help but feel fortunate to have married such a gem. In the days that followed, Lin Tian returned from the forging room each day to witness the same scene. Meals were also served separately, a practice he supported, recognizing that maintaining some distance between the genders was prudent to avoid idle gossip in the village. After several days, the iron in the forging room was nearly fully refined, and the first batch of finished products from the embroidery workshop was completed. As they beheld the beautifully crafted handkerchiefs, smiles illuminated the faces of all the women, each eagerly anticipating the profits from their sales. How much would they fetch? 1 tael? 3 taels? Or perhaps 10? They had heard whispers about it. Lu Yanran's embroidered handkerchief is worth several hundred taels of silver. Curious, Xiao Jie inquired, Old Lin's family, has your handkerchief been completed? Upon her utterance, all the women turned their gazes toward her, for while they were stitching their handkerchiefs, Lu Yin had been embroidering as well. Thus, everyone was eager to know the quality of her work. I complete 1 handkerchief every 2 months, Lu Yin replied calmly, leaving the attendees astonished. It was no wonder her handkerchiefs fetched such high prices. Instantly, all fell silent. Rong Jie had also caught a glimpse of Lu Yanran's embroidered handkerchief. The lifelike peony, truly remarkable. In comparison, Their own creations paled in significance. However, as long as they could earn some money, even 10 or 8 won was better than nothing. It was said that every meal time, these women couldn't help but crane their necks to peer over the surrounding wall. Upon hearing the clinking sounds from the other side, they widened their eyes in anticipation. Unfortunately, the door remained shut, obscuring their view. After so many days, they had only caught sight of Lin Tian during work hours, which left them feeling somewhat disheartened. The following afternoon, when Zhao Qifeng arrived with the earnings, the women all stretched their necks to observe him. "Madam, this is the money from this sale." The quality of this batch of handkerchiefs was not particularly good. The better ones fetched 21, while the cheaper ones only sold for 8. At this point, Zhao Qingfeng's expression grew somewhat awkward. He had delivered Lu Yinran's handkerchiefs directly to the Ruhua cloth shop. It was no jest, upon learning they were Lu Yinran's creations. The sisters at Ruhua naturally offered a higher price, and those handkerchiefs were sent to the palace. This batch was simply incomparable. Zhao Qifeng felt that receiving 21 was already generous, considering Lin Tian's reputation. Upon hearing that their handkerchiefs sold for merely 21, or even a few won, the women felt a stark disappointment. Aunt Zhang could not accept it, exclaiming, "How is that possible? Why can Tao Xiaorou's handkerchief sell for 20 taels? What makes mine inferior? It must be the fabric." Lu Yinran, upon hearing her words, merely gazed at her with indifference. "Cousin, please fetch Aunt Zhang's handkerchief and yours." Lu Qinshuan nodded. Once she brought out the 2 handkerchiefs, Aunt Zhang fell silent. Lu Yinran calmly remarked, "This is Aunt Zhang's handkerchief, and this is my cousin's. Do you still have any objections after seeing them?" The women nearby lowered their heads, ceasing their chatter. To command a higher price, one must diligently enhance their skills. Xiaowan nodded in agreement. "Indeed, Yinran has provided us with such a wonderful opportunity. We cannot be ungrateful. It's better to earn something than nothing at all." Aunt Zhang, dissatisfied, pouted, "Of course, you're pleased. You sell for the highest price." Observing her reaction, Lu Yinran frowned. "And Zhang, I just stated that to sell at a higher price. One must work on improving their skills. If you believe your handkerchief sold for too little, you are welcome to sell it in the city yourself. We have no objections." "Aunt Zhang, your words are quite something. After all, Xiaohua is using the same fabric as you, embroidering with diligence, and it is only natural that her prices surpass yours." Lu Qinshuan could no longer contain her frustration and exclaimed, "Well, since you are the one selling the handkerchiefs, the price is entirely at your discretion, isn't it?" Aunt Zhang muttered under her breath. "You." Lu Qinshuan's anger flared upon hearing her words. "Am I not speaking the truth?" Aunt Zhang's expression grew peculiar. "I just heard the news about Zhao Qingfeng. Lin Tian was just about to come over for a visit, and unexpectedly, I overheard this." Her face instantly fell, darkened as if clouded. Gently pushing open the door, the women's eyes lit up at the sight of Lin Tian. Lin Tian coldly remarked, "If my altruistic deeds make you think I am avaricious, then so be it. From now on, anyone wishing to learn embroidery in the workshop must pay 21 each month. For the finished products that I sell on your behalf, I shall take a 2% profit from each handkerchief. If you prefer not to have me sell them, you may procure your own fabric and thread." Upon hearing this, Aunt Zhang was once again rendered speechless, unable to find fault in his reasoning. It dawned on them that due to Aunt Zhang's remark, they would now have to pay an additional 21 each month. They were all displeased and began to scold her. "Old Lin, we are all from impoverished families. 21 a month is rather excessive, isn't it? Indeed, can it not be less?" Xiao Jia and Rong Jia pleaded softly. Lu Yinran had initially intended to teach them before requesting their assistance in embroidery, for which she would compensate them. This approach had completely eluded her. She gazed at Lin Tian with admiration. Chapter 220, is a broken crossbow arrow worth 80 taels? Are we being deceived? We merely wish to impart knowledge, so that we may all profit together. However, if someone harbors discontent, they are not welcome here. Lin Tian's tone became noticeably colder. "Old Lin, we meant no offense. And Zhang's remarks reflect her personal sentiments and do not concern us," Xiao Jia asserted, prompting several of the nearby sisters to nod in agreement, indicating their shared sentiments. It was Aunt Zhang who found herself at a disadvantage. "Aunt Zhang, if you deem this unworthy, then perhaps you should refrain from joining us in the future. Indeed, we intend to learn alongside old Lin's wife." "Humph. I refuse to believe that my cloth sells for so little. I shall inquire in the city, and then we shall see the truth." Aunt Zhang remained unconvinced that Lu Yinran profited from the price difference. "Free assistance? I would not believe such nonsense." She snatched up 8 coins from the table and stormed out. Just as she reached the door, she encountered Tao Sheng, who had come to report. Observing the courtyard filled with people and the tense atmosphere, Tao Sheng regarded Lin Tian with confusion. "You should head over to the foundry. I will join you shortly." Lin Tian instructed, gesturing towards the large gate that opened into the courtyard. "They have all come to learn embroidery, correct?" Tao Sheng inquired curiously. "By the way, old Lin, have you seen my sister? She ran away from home after the last incident, and we have yet to find her." His tone revealed concern for Tao Xiaorou. Yet his expression bore no trace of worry, tinged instead with a hint of reproach. Lin Tian had once held great affection for his sister. Had it not been for their father's disdain for her poverty and her profession as a blacksmith, he might have accepted her. Now, they could have had children. With a dismissive curl of his lip, he lamented his father's narrow-mindedness. As the sole child studying in the city, he had always been shielded by his elder siblings. Having hardly participated in the family's agricultural duties, he secretly looked down upon Lin Tian. Yet, it was undeniable that Lin Tian's recent rise to prominence in merely 2 months ignited envy in others. With Aunt Zhang's departure, Lin Tian addressed the remaining women. Those who remain are here to earn money. My previous words still stand. The collective countenance of the women fell at his declaration. As for the tuition, there is no need to pay. However, we will retain 12% of the profits from every piece of cloth you sell that remains unchanged. With that, he nodded at Lu Yinran. You will oversee the subsequent matters. I am off to the foundry now. Lu Yinran acknowledged him. After all, Lin Tian was the head of the household. His words were as binding as nails driven into wood, leaving no room for contradiction. Upon entering the dormitory, Lin Tian was greeted by the sight of clean and tidy bedding. The overall environment was far superior to his own home, notably free from the unpleasant odor of pig manure. Are you satisfied? Lin Tian asked Tao Xing, who was admiring the dormitory from the doorway. Tao Xing nodded, his spirits high as he replied, it's acceptable, though it pales in comparison to our academy. Lin Tian cast a sidelong glance at him and remarked, if you find the environment here inferior to that of your academy, I advise you to return and focus on your studies. Otherwise, you may find yourself unable to endure the hardships of forging while neglecting your education in the process. Of course, I am merely offering this counsel out of kindness. Considering you are still but a child, do not end up complaining about the difficulties you cannot withstand, inventing a plethora of excuses and justifications. Tao Wen, at the tender age of 14, had reached the age in Great Yin where discussions of marriage were not uncommon. He was daily lost in dreams of high school. However, the fact that he could not pass even a single rural examination was a significant blow to his aspirations. This was something he had kept from Tao Wen, never daring to reveal. Realizing his lack of talent, he contemplated acquiring a skill to earn a living. Perhaps even purchasing a minor official title in the future. Was that not a feasible path as well? He thought of Li Junxing and felt a flicker of ambition ignite within him. Yet, what method could yield the fastest profits? Casting his gaze over the entire small valley, he thought of Lin Tian. Upon hearing Lin Tian's words, his face turned a deep shade of crimson, yet he dared not retort, fearing that the hard-won opportunity for prosperity might be jeopardized. Very well, the day is still young. Come with me to the foundry, and you shall follow in Xuanzi's footsteps. Whatever he does, you shall do as well. Lin Tian observed his furtive glances and furrowed his brow. Here? Those in the foundry must remain within these confines. That door cannot be opened. The other side is reserved for women, and it is prudent to avoid any misunderstandings. I trust one need not elaborate further on this matter. As for meals, we provide lunch here, and only if one must work overtime is dinner included. However, we also eat our meals here. Lin Tian delivered this information succinctly. Meanwhile, Tao Xing found himself transfixed by the crossbow bolts on the rack. He mused. Surely those bolts are designed for hunting tigers, yet they appear so diminutive. Can they truly possess such formidable power? Curiosity swelled within him, and he could not resist the urge to reach for one. Upon grasping it, he was taken aback by its icy chill. The coldness was one thing, but as he held it, he felt the bolt tremble in his grasp. What is the matter with you? Lin Tian inquired, perplexed by his reaction. Do you fancy this crossbow bolt? With a smile, Lin Tian continued, if you like it, you may purchase one for 80 taels. If you lack the funds, you can ask your father. 80 taels. Tao Wen's eyes widened in disbelief. For such a flimsy crossbow bolt, I never anticipated it would cost so much. It appears that not much iron was used in its construction. Iron is only worth 2 taels per pound on the market. How can a single crossbow bolt demand 80 taels? What exorbitant profit? He held the bolt aloft, incredulous. Lin Tian nodded affirmatively. Indeed, 80 taels. However, considering we hail from the same village, I shall offer it to you for a mere 79 taels. He added with a scoff. Only a fool would spend 80 taels on such a worthless item. With that, he tossed the crossbow bolt onto the shelf. Hey, be careful. What are you doing? Gu Wei, just arriving at the entrance, witnessed this audacious act of tossing the exquisite artifact onto the table and was nearly propelled forward in excitement. After glancing around, he realized that the crossbow bolt was intact, which relieved him. Turning to Tao Sheng, he inquired, who are you? Why are you meddling with things? If you break it, can you afford to compensate for the damage? Tao Xing was left speechless. Indeed, he could not afford the loss of 70 or 80 taels. Lin Tian, too, was taken aback by Gu Wei's profound passion for metalwork. He had heard his father mention that a true blacksmith would never tolerate any insult towards their craft. It appeared that Gu Wei embodied this principle. Why are you so anxious when it isn't even broken? Tao Xing mumbled. What if it were damaged? Upon hearing this, Gu Wei was consumed by fury. This was no ordinary artifact. It was a legendary weapon capable of bestowing dominion upon its wielder. How could he allow a mere novice to speak so carelessly? Who sent you, you insolent brat, to speak in such a manner? It was the first time Tao Sheng had been referred to as a brat, and he was immediately displeased. He thought to himself that a mere worker should not be so arrogant, especially when the boss had not said anything. Who do you think you are? I am here to learn the craft from old Lin, he retorted disdainfully. Gu Wei froze momentarily, only then noticing Lin Tian standing nearby. Upon seeing him, his face flushed crimson. He could only bow deeply and apologize. I am sorry, master. I was too impulsive just now and did not realize he was your disciple. Chapter 221. No more people, master? Tao Xing's lips twitched in disbelief. He pondered whether this person had poor judgment. Lin Tian had merely risen to prominence through a circle of affluent friends. A master? Was he truly worthy of such a title with that broken crossbow? Lin Tian, of course, noticed his expression and coldly remarked that he was merely here to learn the craft of blacksmithing, not to take on a disciple. He then fixated on Tao Xing with an icy demeanor, instructing him to assign the young man to work alongside Xuanzi, and if there were any grievances, they should be voiced directly. Upon hearing this, Gu Wei was relieved to discover that he was not a disciple of the master. Moreover, it seemed the master himself did not harbor much fondness for him. Tao Xing, being just a child, struggled to mask his emotions. His face darkened instantly at these words. But then he considered the comfort of his current living situation. He thought it prudent to endure for the time being, for once he acquired the necessary skills, he could leverage Lin Tian's connections for his own benefit. Surely, he would not have to worry about finances then. With this thought, his expression gradually softened. All right. I shall leave Xiaogu in your capable hands, he acquiesced. Having arranged matters, Lin Tian prepared to cook. Meanwhile, in the embroidery room, after Lin Tian's departure, everyone turned their curious gazes toward Lu Yanran. Xiao Jie could not suppress her curiosity, exclaiming, Sister Yanran, your husband seemed frightfully angry just now. Lu Yanran blinked. Not at all. My husband has always had a gentle temperament. He is likely overwhelmed with the numerous tasks at the forge, which may have caused him to speak a bit curtly. She refrained from elaborating further, for she intended to manage the affairs of the embroidery room without burdening Lin Tian, fearing prolonged stress might lead to his displeasure. However, old Lin is quite handsome and capable. Sister Yin and is truly fortunate, Rong Jie remarked with a smile. Xiaohua, hearing this, worried that Lu Yin and might misconstrue the compliment and quickly added, Sister Yin and is also quite talented. A single handkerchief can fetch over 300, which is no less than what Brother Tian earns. There is a saying, ISNT there? Ah yes, it is a talented man and a beautiful woman. Indeed, a talented man and a beautiful woman. Rong Jie chimed in. Although she was not particularly articulate, she was a formidable presence in the village. Upon witnessing Xiao Hua's earnest praise, she quickly realized the implications of a woman praising another's husband in front of his wife. Such sentiments could easily be misinterpreted by others. Seeing Lu Yanran's smile, Rong Jie sighed in relief. She did not wish for her moment of candor to incur additional expenses. Lu Yanran had grown up in a privileged environment. Yet that did not imply she was oblivious to the complexities of human relationships. She had witnessed the intricacies among wives and concubines and was not naive enough to misunderstand the conversation among these women. Speaking of which, your connection with old Lin is indeed remarkable, Xiao Jia commented. In fact, the village chief acted as your matchmaker. Had he not insisted on old Lin choosing a wife, Sister Yanran might have missed her chance with him. At this point, Xiao Jia, too, became intrigued. Sister Yanran, we are all curious. Your uncle is the county magistrate. How did you end up in the selection of brides? Indeed, this should not be the case. Has your uncle not seen the official documents? In response to everyone's inquiries, Lu Yanran merely replied with a hint of indifference. When I first arrived, my uncle was unaware of my situation. I was sold by the Li family and ultimately managed to escape. At that time, I fortuitously encountered the selection process and had no choice but to blend in. As she spoke, she theatrically dabbed at her tears. One must admit, her display of sorrow thoroughly evoked sympathy from the group of embroiderers regarding her background. No wonder your embroidery is so exquisite. Being of noble birth as a lady of the official family is certainly superior to us common folk. Indeed, from now on, we shall diligently follow Sister Yanran. There is no worry about mastering the craft. Observing that the village women no longer expressed curiosity about her lineage, Lu Yanran felt a sense of relief. She had longed for companionship, but had lived a reclusive life due to her status. Now, she could finally escape the anxiety that had plagued her. With this thought, Lin Tian's figure resurfaced in her mind. The village women transitioned from initial jealousy to admiration. After all, there was no other girl in the village with such an illustrious background as Lu Yanran, who could sell a handkerchief for hundreds of taels. Following this incident, Lu Yanran had undoubtedly become their source of inspiration. Everyone aspired to attain her remarkable prowess someday. Initially, they believed she was solely reliant on Lin Tian's ironwork for sustenance. But now it seemed plausible that perhaps it was she who was supporting Lin Tian. They resolved to share this news with their husbands, challenging any disdain towards women. Thus, when the women returned home in the afternoon with their earnings, the men of the village were left in shock. Over the course of 7 days, even the slowest among them had managed to complete 2 or 3 pieces, yielding a substantial sum of coins. It is worth noting that the men working the fields at home had no income. Witnessing their wives return with money left them wide-eyed in disbelief. Before nightfall, Lin Tian's doorstep was once again crowded. Old Lin, let me register my wife. Can you allow her to embroider handkerchiefs too? Yes, old Lin. My wife expressed her desire to join as well. Lu Yin and overheard the villagers clamoring from within. Faced with such a throng, she found herself in a predicament. Lin Tian, staring at the sea of eager faces, felt a headache coming on. As they saw him emerge, they surged forward, their spirits high, exclaiming, "Old Lin, you finally came out. We've brought our wives. Can they learn to embroider handkerchiefs and earn some money alongside your wife? Didn't you all say this was a waste of time and offered no pay?" Lin Tian recalled how just days prior, many had been enthusiastic about learning. But once they heard they needed to master the skill before earning, a good number were reluctant to join. Lu Yin and then took hold of Xiaohua, instructing her to select a few who were adept with needle and thread, making the teaching process swifter. Lin Tian agreed to this plan. Now that it was evident that one could indeed earn money, the villagers were keen to participate. With a frown, Lin Tian casually remarked, "Initially, we agreed on only 10 spots, and now it is full. I apologize, but unless someone withdraws, we cannot accept new students for the time being." The crowd was taken aback. They hadn't expected Lin Tian's words to be sincere, having thought he was merely jesting. Now, even with a bold face, they cannot enter. This truly signifies the severing of their financial prospects. Lin Tian had long known that this group of people would not act unless they saw tangible results. Regret has set in, hasn't it? Just then, the father and son Murong, arriving on horseback, tightened their reins, dismounting with expressions of perplexity. They arrived at the appointed hour, as they had promised to visit the blacksmith shop, for Lin Tian had agreed to begin forging weapons this month. Since last night, Murong Bo had been urging Murong Fu to take him along. After much persuasion, Murong Fu finally acquiesced, and in his excitement, Murong Bo had not slept a wink throughout the night. This morning, he awoke with dark circles under his eyes, yet upon seeing Lin Tian, he felt that a sleepless night was trivial. Even a month without sleep would be worthwhile. What a worthless emperor. He no longer desired that title. It was as if he had been struck by a donkey in the head to have spent day and night dreaming of being an emperor. Wasn't it far more delightful to mingle with a master? To make a name for oneself in Zhongzhou, how splendid that would be. Upon seeing the two arrive, Lin Tian greeted them warmly, saying, "You have come. Let us proceed inside to converse." He led them into the room. The villagers at the door, witnessing their indifference towards themselves, grasped Lin Tian's intent to disregard them. Alas, they had arrived with excitement, only to leave with faces full of dejection, akin to a defeated army. Meanwhile, those who entered the embroidery room wore radiant smiles of happiness, humming cheerful tunes as they were embraced by their men on their way home. Chapter 222, Marrying 10 or 8. Upon witnessing the completed forge, the expressions on the faces of the Murong father and son were nothing short of spectacular. Meanwhile, Gu Wei, who was responsible for organizing the iron blocks, immediately became alert upon seeing Murong Fu. The king of Zhou had shown him a portrait of Murong Fu, instructing him to keep his identity concealed. Consequently, upon encountering the real person, he could not help but feel a wave of anxiety. With a clang, an iron block fell to the ground, and Murong Fu promptly assisted him in picking it up. Thank you, Gu Wei stammered, his nervousness only exacerbating his speech impediment. Observing this, Lin Tian jested. "Do not mind him. This is the blacksmith I found, named Gu Wei. He tends to stutter when he gets anxious." Hu Zi, standing nearby, could not help but join in the laughter, adding, "Indeed, when he first arrived, we used to call him Little Gu, but now we refer to him as Stuttering Gu." Haha. Faced with their teasing, Gu Wei could only awkwardly clutch his basket. Upon learning that Gu Wei was Lin Tian's blacksmith, Murong Fu harbored no suspicions. However, Murong Bo, noticing Gu Wei's appearance, curiously inquired, "This brother Gu does not seem to be a local, does he?" The question caused Gu Wei to stiffen momentarily, his heart racing. "Yes, he is quite the handsome lad." Murong Fu nodded in praise. A person favored by the master must be extraordinary. Moreover, upon hearing Murong Bo's observation that Gu Wei did not appear to be from the area, Murong Fu briefly entertained the notion that he might be a master from elsewhere. His speculation was not without merit. In his understanding, Lin Tian, a peerless figure, would surely have summoned a blacksmith of the highest caliber. Just as he himself had been a mere king of a small northwestern nation before being transformed into the commander of the United Forces of the Northwest under the Master's influence. Gaining the respect of all the rulers in the region, even the renowned king of Luosang deferentially acknowledged his authority. Such accomplishments were entirely attributable to the Master's guidance. To put it bluntly, even if one were a mere blade of grass, as long as one followed the master, one would inevitably blossom into something remarkable. Thus, Murong Fu held no doubts regarding the identity of the man before him. As long as he was chosen by the master, cultivating a good relationship with him would be paramount. However, this led him to ponder why the master seemed to overlook his own son. Murong Fu surveyed the scene, unable to discern any inferiority in Murong Bo compared to Gu Wei. Why then, did the master not hold him in the same regard? Confounded, he speculated whether there was simply a lack of affinity between the lad and the master. Murong Fu was engulfed in doubt regarding Gu Wei. Yet had the master not once guided him? He scratched his head in perplexity. Lin Tian, noticing Murong Fu's silent fixation on Gu Wei, could not resist waving his hand in front of him, thinking, as the old man drifted off in front of so many witnesses. Awkwardly, he chuckled, "Old man, do share your thoughts on what kind of weapons you wish to forge." Murong Fu snapped back to reality. Observing Lin Tian, he felt an overwhelming reluctance to make any demands. With an awkward demeanor, he simply remarked, "You may forge whatever weapon you desire, as long as it is functional." Functional? Lin Tian furrowed his brow. Do you have no specific preferences regarding the weapon? Murong Fu nodded vigorously, his face alight with anticipation. As long as it is crafted by you, that is all that matters. The implication of his words left Lin Tian momentarily perplexed. What could this mean? Just then, a melodious laughter echoed from across the room, and he suddenly understood. Could it be that his wife had already conferred with him? Realizing this, Lin Tian felt a profound sense of helplessness. He mused that his little wife always considered his needs so thoughtfully. However, he could not voice this out loud, as she only intended the best for him. After coming to this understanding, Lin Tian declared, "Then let us forge the spearheads this month." Spears and shields are the most common weapons on the battlefield, and producing just the heads will be relatively simpler. Reflecting on the efforts made by Lu Yin and for him, Lin Tian gazed out the window with increasing tenderness. Very well, Murong Fu replied decisively. 100 extraordinary artifacts. They will be ready by next month. In that case, have someone bring a sample over later. You can collect the goods at this time next month, Lin Tian instructed. All right. Murong Fu nodded repeatedly, his excitement causing him to stutter. The small creek was modest in size, yet Murong Fu was quite affluent. Upon noticing the two horses halt outside the blacksmith shop, the villagers, young and old alike, were aware that Lin Tian's wealthy acquaintances had arrived. Particularly, those who had met Murong Bo attracted all the unmarried women in the village, who eagerly gathered around, hoping for a serendipitous encounter that would lead to love at first sight. They craned their necks, eagerly peering through the door. As soon as they spotted Lin Tian escorting someone out, a throng of women immediately converged upon him. Greetings, young master. It has been a while. Do you still remember me? And me? Young master, I have missed you dearly in these few days. At that moment, any pretense of modesty was swiftly cast aside. Witnessing this, Murong Bo appeared utterly bewildered. Away with you, you desperate women. Are you also eager for marriage? The single men of the village could no longer bear to watch. If a few of the more attractive ones were to be chosen, what would become of them? What are you worried about? The young master would only be interested in delicate young ladies of noble birth. They are still ours. They laughed. Upon hearing this, the young women were incensed and chased after them. This playful pursuit filled the air with excitement, and the men, rather than being angered, were expressions of delight as they frolicked with the women, drawing whistles from onlookers. Come on, come catch me. The men engaged in playful banter right before Lin Tian's eyes. And the entrance of the blacksmith shop was alive with youthful exuberance. Lin Tian could not help but chuckle at the scene, while Murong Bo, unaccustomed to such displays, almost faced social embarrassment. Well then, I shall not accompany you any further, Lin Tian said with a cheerful smile directed at Murong Bo. Murong Bo felt a shiver run down his spine under that gaze. Lin Tian curiously inquired, Young Master Murong, you haven't taken a wife yet, have you? Murong Bo nodded. Do you have a lady in mind? Lin Tian asked. Murong Bo shook his head. Lin Tian's smile widened. You must hasten to find one then. His implication was clear. If Murong Bo delayed in marrying, would he not face such an extraordinary spectacle every time he visited? The thought alone was enough to cause a headache. Upon hearing this, Murong Bo was struck with a jolt. What was the master insinuating? Was remaining unmarried a crime? Crime? It suddenly dawned on him that the laws of Dian mandated that men must wed by the age of 15. The master was subtly hinting that he was not adhering to the very edict he had enacted. Murong Bo's legs turned to jelly with fear. Murong Fu quickly steadied him and whispered, Stand firm. Murong Bo looked at him in terror. Who was Murong Fu? He certainly understood the underlying message. He then chuckled. Rest assured, I will ensure this matter is addressed upon my return. I will arrange for 10 or 8 suitable candidates. Lin Tian was taken aback. He had merely spoken in jest, never anticipating such a response. Observing Murong Bo's distressed expression, he thought to himself, 10 or 8. Indeed, those of royal lineage are exceptional. It was said that when an emperor selected consorts, they were invariably the finest in both form and beauty. What could possibly be unsatisfactory about that? One had to admit. Being an emperor had its advantages. Lin Tian gazed at Murong Bo with envy. Yet, such a beautiful dream remained one he could only indulge in at night, propping his pillow higher in hopes of dreaming of it. Now, as someone reliant on others, he felt a chasm of distance from that dream. Alas. Chapter 223. The hammer is unbearable. Physical training is essential after everyone departed. Lin Tian, with an impassive expression, gazed at Tao Sheng. If he were to reside in the dormitory, he would have to bring his own bedding. Understood. Tao Sheng nodded. I'll return shortly to fetch it. With that, Lin Tian picked up the iron hammer and began his work, the sound echoing rhythmically. Gu Wei and Xuanzi gathered around, eager to learn. This was Lin Tian's inaugural attempt at forging a spearhead, relying solely on his imagination. Having watched numerous historical war films, he felt somewhat prepared. Tao Sheng observed Lin Tian's seemingly effortless technique and felt a surge of frustration. Standing opposite him, he seized a small stone hammer. Crafting 5 or 6 iron hammers would consume an excessive amount of metal, in Lin Tian's opinion, so he opted to create 2 stone hammers during his downtime. These could serve as practice tools for anyone in the forge who wished to hone their skills. However, the hammer Tao Sheng wielded was merely a small stone tool. At first, he struck with vigor, even criticizing Lin Tian for his slow pace, deliberately quickening his own rhythm. Forging requires skill, strength, and rhythm. It is a labor-intensive process that demands sustained effort. If one were to strike recklessly like Tao Sheng, fatigue would inevitably set in. Xuanzi had spent some time in the forge and had learned the basic techniques from Lin Tian and Gu Wei. He was about to offer a word of caution when Gu Wei pulled him aside. Let him be, Gu Wei whispered regarding the master's prospective disciple. Does he really believe that forging is so simple? Understanding the implication, Xuanzi smirked at Tao Sheng, anticipating that he would soon be exhausted. Hush! Gu Wei and Xuanzi stifled their laughter, eager to witness Tao Sheng's impending struggle. People like him need a little reality check to understand their own limitations, Gu Wei chuckled. Although Tao Sheng appeared to be a delicate scholar, he was still a man. After vigorously striking for about the duration of a tea break, his movements began to slow noticeably. Soon, he realized that the stone hammer had become increasingly weighty, demanding more strength with each lift. Despite gritting his teeth and swinging it for the 5th time, sweat poured down his face like rain, and his breath grew ragged. He was gasping for air. And the hammer felt as if it had become immovable in his hands. In stark contrast, Lin Tian continued his work with unflappable composure. It dawned on Tao Sheng that Lin Tian had been hammering away without breaking a sweat, and that hefty hammer seemed to him as light as a cucumber. The realization struck him. Forging was far more challenging than it appeared. Looking at the iron block he had been working on, he noted with dismay that, after all this time, it remained a shapeless mass with no change in thickness or form. Meanwhile, Lin Tian had transformed his piece into a thin iron sheet. It was then that Tao Sheng recognized Lin Tian's remarkable skill in forging. However, pride prevented him from conceding easily. What is so impressive about that? Once I master it, I'll forge just as well as you, he declared defiantly, gritting his teeth as he swung the hammer again, exhausted from exertion. He swung the hammer twice more, yet the piece of cast iron on the forge remained unchanged. In a fit of frustration, he struck down with a final blow, only to miss the iron entirely and nearly crush his own toe instead. The resounding clang echoed as the hammer struck the ground beside him, causing Tao Sheng's face to pale with fright. At this moment, even he, who was typically obstinate, realized that as a novice, he was indeed inept at blacksmithing. Meanwhile, Lin Tian had successfully completed the quenching of the iron piece in his hands. He grasped the glowing iron with the tongs. With a hiss, the incandescent iron submerged in water emitted bubbling sounds, sending splashes cascading. Emerging from the water, it transformed into a smooth, lustrous piece of iron, dark and gleaming. Tao Sheng gazed enviously at Lin Tian's creation and then at his own crude effort, frustration gnawing at his heart. If I had used your hammer instead of my rudimentary stone one, I would surely have produced something as exquisite. Lin Tian raised an eyebrow and offered him the hammer, saying, go ahead, give it a try. Seeing the iron hammer in Lin Tian's hand reignited Tao Sheng's determination. He had convinced himself that the superiority of the iron hammer was the key to Lin Tian's success. After all, he had been wielding a poorly made stone hammer. It was said that to excel in any craft, one must first possess the right tools. If he were to use an iron hammer, perhaps he could indeed create a masterpiece. Observing this exchange, Gu Wei clicked his tongue and shook his head, thinking, you ignorant mountain pig. It's no wonder you cannot appreciate fine craftsmanship. That is not an ordinary stone hammer but a masterfully crafted tool, distinguished by its glowing white light, an emblem of a legendary artifact. He mused that had it not been for the fear of revealing his identity, he would have relished the opportunity to teach this naive child a valuable lesson. Just as he reached out to take the hammer from Lin Tian, it slipped from Lin Tian's grasp, plummeting heavily to the ground. The impact created a deep crater in the earth, a silent mockery directed at Tao Sheng. So heavy? He stared blankly at the fallen hammer, devoid of expression, before finally processing the situation. Turning to Lin Tian, he asked in bewilderment, how much does this hammer weigh? Tao Sheng comprehended that if it could create such a dent in the ground, it was indeed remarkable that he could lift it at all. Glancing at the two bystanders who were stifling their laughter, he could only grit his teeth in frustration. You knew how heavy this hammer was all along, didn't you? Gu Wei looked at him, speechless, and replied with a scoff, of course we knew. Do you think we are as foolish as you? Then why didn't you tell me? Tao Sheng directed his ire at them. Why should it concern us? Besides, you didn't ask. Who could have guessed you would want to use that? You too. Tao Sheng had anticipated encountering such peculiar individuals upon his arrival. It was clear they were relishing his embarrassment, having known all along and choosing not to inform him. Seeing his darkened expression, Gu Wei felt a surge of satisfaction. He had never been fond of Tao Sheng's arrogant demeanor, and it was only due to Lin Tian's good temperament that he refrained from chastising the insolent child. Is the master's hammer something anyone can wield? Reflecting on my own attempt just a few days ago, I couldn't resist trying, yet after much effort, the hammer remained steadfast in place, unmoved. How embarrassing. Gu Wei suppressed his inner turmoil and looked up at the cheerful Lin Tian, unable to hold back a tear of frustration. Observing Tao Sheng struggle to lift even a single hammer, Lin Tian mused that with such a physique, he should first focus on building strength before contemplating the craft of blacksmithing. But what are the others? Lin Tian couldn't help but glance at the two beside him. Gu Wei's body bristled with an unsettling premonition. Lin Tian, with a bright smile, casually suggested, you two should give it a try as well, attempt to lift the hammer. His tone was unassuming, yet the warmth of his smile only tightened Gu Wei's nerves. However, when the master speaks, they dare not refuse. Zhuangzi stepped forward, grasping the handle with all his might, struggling as if pulling a stubborn carrot from the ground. After much exertion and a sweat-drenched brow, the hammer remained on the ground. Gu Wei followed suit, and they both made several attempts, yet none succeeded. Standing aside, they looked at Lin Tian with innocent expressions. Lin Tian thought to himself, how could 3 individuals fail to lift even a single hammer? Their physical strength was utterly lacking. This simply wouldn't do. It was imperative to initiate a rigorous training regimen to bolster their physical capabilities. Chapter 224. The sandbags are not heavy. Lin Tian furrowed his brow and remarked, I never anticipated that you all couldn't even lift a hammer. The 3 stood still, obediently listening to the reprimand. With a sigh, he continued, it's one thing for the 2 of you to struggle, but I never expected you, Xiao Gu, to be unable to lift it as well. Alas, Gu Wei, wearing a look of shame, replied, Master, it is my mediocre aptitude that prevents me from lifting your hammer. It's merely a hammer. How can it be related to aptitude? Lin Tian thought, recalling Gu Wei's respect for the iron tools. He deemed him a talented individual, albeit lacking in physical strength. With a bit of training, he could improve. Thus, he smiled and proposed, it's not that serious. You merely lack physical fitness. How about this? We conduct physical training together every morning and evening. What do you think? Is the master planning to personally train him? Gu Wei nodded enthusiastically. That would be wonderful. Xiao Zi had no objections either, though Tao Sheng couldn't help but frown. Remaining silent. Meanwhile, Hu, upon hearing Lin Tian's intention to train, expressed his desire to join. After all, Lin Tian's capabilities were well known, and everyone thought that training alongside him might enhance their own skills. Thus, the following day, at the crack of dawn, Lin Tian warmed up and looked at the line of individuals before him. Are you ready? He inquired. Ready. They responded in unison. Lin Tian guided them through some warm-up exercises. As they prepared, he stated, we will start from here and run along the small riverbank from the village entrance to the exit, completing 4 laps in total. After the warm-up, he produced several cloth bags and instructed them to tie them around their legs. What is this? Hu asked curiously while holding a bag. In order to enhance your physical fitness in a short time, I specially requested the young women from the embroidery workshop to craft these sandbags. Each of you will have 2 to tie around your legs. Wow, this is heavy, Hu exclaimed, struggling to hold the sandbag with both hands. It's so heavy, Lin. With this strapped on, we can hardly walk, let alone run. Dogsheng also managed to lift the sandbag with difficulty. Lin Tian, however, casually lifted 2 in his hands, saying, not heavy at all. I find them quite suitable. Not heavy? The other stared at him, bemused by his ease. Hu rolled his eyes and said, Lin, your strength is truly abnormal. Indeed, Lin, what did you eat to grow so strong? Is it really that impressive? He looked at them, puzzled. Perhaps your physical strength is simply too weak. Are you all set? Lin Tian flexed his legs in place and smiled. Then let us be on our way. Gu Wei hurried to catch up. It was his first experience of such a challenge. As for Tao Sheng, with the sandbag strapped on, he could hardly move his legs, let alone run. He struggled to shift his feet, observing that the others, despite their awkwardness, were moving much faster than he was. Not wanting to lose face, Tao Sheng gritted his teeth and followed along. They ran for a distance. Hearing no sound behind him, Lin Tian turned around and saw several individuals lingering at the entrance. Gu Wei seemed relatively unfazed, as he had at least ascended the steps. Was it really that burdensome? Lin Tian glanced at the sandbag strapped to his legs, succumbing to a moment of self-doubt. At this pace, he was hardly faster than a tortoise. Reluctantly, he retraced his steps. Observing the struggling group, he remarked, if you find it too heavy, feel free to remove a few. Upon hearing this, Tao Sheng sprang into action more swiftly than anyone else. He promptly removed 4 sandbags, and upon moving, felt as light as a feather. Lin Tian looked at him in speechless disbelief. He had only 6 sandbags in total. Removing 5 was hardly conducive to training. Gu Wei followed suit, shedding 4. Hu Zi and Goxing each took off 3, while Li Xiaoqiang removed 2. Evidently, Li Xiaoqiang exhibited the best stamina, complemented by his usual resilience. Lin Tian mused that if Li Xiaoqiang were willing to join him, he might very well become a valuable asset in the future. Now able to move freely, the group felt a surge of excitement. All right, let's leave the sandbags by the entrance and continue, Lin Tian declared as he resumed leading the run. With only 2 sandbags remaining, Tao Sheng felt significantly lighter. Naturally, he sped ahead, taking pride in his newfound advantage, even momentarily surpassing Lin Tian. Lin Tian chose not to call him back, patiently guiding the others who followed. Old Lin, aren't you going to rein in that kid? Hu Zi teased. That boy has no idea of his limits, let him run. With those spindly arms and legs, how can he boast about jumping around with just 2 sandbags? Indeed, it was likely that he would tire out soon. Goxing chuckled. Tao Sheng, reveling in his lead, looked back at the several individuals he had distanced himself from, feeling a surge of pride and conveniently overlooking the fact that he had essentially cheated. However, after the 3rd lap, even with his unfair advantage, he could not keep pace with the others. Under Lin Tian's guidance, Hu Zi and the others maintained optimal breathing and rhythm throughout their run. Lin Tian instructed them on how to control and adjust their breathing, inhale every 3 steps and exhale every 3 steps, emphasizing the importance of balance and landing on their toes. Upon hearing Lin Tian's instructions, they immediately followed suit. Before long, the constriction in their chests eased considerably. Among them, Gu Wei, knowledgeable in martial arts, quickly grasped the nuances, experiencing a sensation akin to having his meridians unblocked in an instant. In stark contrast, by the time Tao Shang was caught up with, his face was flushed, his heart racing, and his breathing erratic. He stared wide-eyed at them, bewildered as to why, despite being the lightest, they seemed far more at ease than he was. With a triumphant expression, Huzi taunted him. What is the matter? Aren't you supposed to be a great runner? Keep going. Don't stop. Tao Shang, infuriated, felt as though his eyes might pop out. With indignation, he retorted, don't celebrate too soon. I will catch up to you shortly. Xuanzi playfully made a face at him, provocatively challenging, if you have the ability, come catch up with us now. With that, he swiftly darted ahead. Take your time. Daoxing remarked as he too surpassed him, joining Xuanzi and the others. Watching the group gradually recede into the distance, Tao was filled with frustration, yet could only huff and puff as he pursued them. As a scholar, how could his stamina possibly match that of those who toiled daily? By the fourth lap, he found himself utterly spent, unable to move his legs any further. He gazed at the returning figures, helplessly overtaken once again. Keep going. Once we return, you can loosen the sandbags, Lin Tian encouraged with a smile as he passed by. Keep it up. You can do it. The others echoed Lin Tian's encouragement, while Tao felt as though his mouth and nasal passages were ablaze, lacking even the strength to respond. After a strenuous effort, he finally reached the entrance, only to see the others having already removed their sandbags, seated on the stone steps, observing him. Without concern for his appearance, Tao collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath, his eyes rolling in exasperation as he glared at them. What is with that look? You tied the lightest sandbags. Logically, you should have been the first to return, right? Huzi questioned the others nearby. Indeed. Wasn't someone just boasting earlier? Now you look utterly exhausted, they replied. Tao remained silent, feebly untying the sandbags, regretting his decision to join. Chapter 225, Personal Training by the Master by Dawn. The news of Lin Tian conducting training sessions with a few individuals had spread throughout the village. The following day, Hu Ba and Long Ao Tian returned, accompanied by Guanju Er and her father. Initially, they were skeptical. The notion that a master would train a handful of obscure villagers seemed implausible. Was it possible that the master intended to take them as disciples? Upon inquiry, the villagers expressed their belief that Lin Tian was merely devising some profit-making scheme. Some even claimed that he was being unfair by not hiring anyone for his foundry and embroidery workshop, preventing them from earning a living. Naturally, Long Ao Tian and the others dismissed such comments. Ultimately, curiosity prevailed, and they decided to pay a visit. At that moment, Lin Tian was overseeing a group of individuals performing squats while holding iron blocks. When Lao Wang and the others entered, they were greeted by the sight of several bare-chested men standing in a row, each cradling a basket brimming with iron pieces. Guanju Er stared in bewilderment at the scene. Lin Tian, accustomed to modernity, found nothing unusual. But considering the ancient context and the fact that Guanju Er was an unmarried maiden, she blushed profusely upon witnessing the spectacle. Quickly, she turned her back. Too shy to look. Welcome. Please, come in and have a seat. Lin Tian warmly invited them into the dormitory, momentarily pausing the training. Upon entering, Long Ao Tian could not contain his curiosity. Master, were you just training them? Master? Since Luo Sang's return, it seemed everyone had taken a liking to this title for him. Lin Tian did not mind and smiled. Yes. I promised old Master Murong that I would forge 100 weapons for him each month. With insufficient manpower, I enlisted their help. Upon hearing this, Long Ao Tian instantly offered, I can assist as well. Just tell us what needs to be done. Observing the others' enthusiasm, Lin Tian could only smile in gratitude. We have managed quite well. These individuals are my friends from the same village, and it is convenient for me to have them work here. He could help as well. He thought to himself but held back the words, thinking that the master must have his reasons for arranging things this way. Perhaps these individuals possessed extraordinary talent. Surely, the master would not train just anyone, right? However, upon closer inspection, Long Ao Tian noted the stark differences among the group. Some were tall, others short, some were thin, while others were small. They appeared quite ordinary, lacking any apparent distinction. Was it his limited insight that failed to reveal their potential? Such was the conclusion he could only arrive at. Meanwhile, Hu Ba watched with concern as the individuals struggled with their baskets, silently hoping they would not break anything. But in an unfortunate turn of events, Tao Sheng could no longer bear the weight, and with a clatter, the basket fell to the ground, spilling the iron blocks. The dark, heavy pieces rolled out, damaging one corner of the basket. Oh dear, how careless! Hu Ba exclaimed, rushing to pick up the basket, his heart aching at the sight of a masterpiece being ruined before his very eyes. It felt akin to having a knife plunged into his heart. Furthermore, the craftsmanship of Luban is considered the most enigmatic profession on this continent. Many techniques have long been lost to time, and those who can be regarded as Luban masters are exceedingly rare. The works produced by those individuals pale in comparison to those of true masters. Tao Sheng shook his sore arms, gazing at Hu Ba, who was squatting on the ground with a look of confusion. What else with everyone acting like lunatics? It's just a basket, not made of gold. What's all the fuss about? Observing Hu Ba's indifference, Hu Ba shot him a fierce glare. A similar expression mirrored on Gu Wei's face. Feeling the sharpness of their gazes, Tao Sheng furrowed his brow in perplexity, asking, "Why are you both looking at me like that? It's not like I did it on purpose." Lin Tian remained silent, serving tea to the group. After all, Long Outyin was of imperial stature, and Lin Tian dared not be negligent. Initially, Long Outyin could not discern the intricacies of the basket, but upon witnessing Hu Ba's reaction, he understood that these baskets were anything but ordinary. Even if a master held a mere blade of grass, it would hold exceptional significance. A top-tier artifact loses all value once damaged. Hu Ba gazed contemplatively at the basket on the ground. Seeing his demeanor, Lin Tian assumed he had taken a liking to it, and remarked, "Brother Hu, I have a few more of these baskets in my front yard. If you fancy one, feel free to take it." Upon hearing this, Hu Ba sprang to his feet in excitement, stammering, "Oh really?" Lin Tian smiled and nodded, "It's just a basket. If you like it, take it. Thank you so much." Hu Ba could hardly believe he had acquired a top-tier artifact so easily. If he were to bring it back to Yin country, those who prided themselves as Luban masters would likely trample his doorstep. Long Outyin pouted, feeling a sense of imbalance within. What is this? He simply received a treasure without any effort. Why does the master bestow such a gift upon him? He reflected, clutching only a kitchen knife, while Hu Ba possessed far more valuable items. Long Outyin took a sip of tea to suppress his envy. Meanwhile, Gu Wei could only watch Hu Ba with longing, pondering why he lacked such fortune. Tao Xing, observing the attire of the group, realized they were affluent individuals. He had been eavesdropping and had not left the room. He then heard Lin Tian laughing. This must be old Master Guan, right? Upon hearing this, Guan Hai quickly stood and respectfully bowed to Lin Tian, saying, "I have met the master before, and I am grateful for your guidance on multiple occasions. Today, I have come specifically with my daughter to pay my respects." As he spoke, he attempted to kneel, which startled Lin Tian considerably. What assistance had he provided? It was the elder Murong and Long Outyin who had offered help. Noticing the smile on Long Outyin's face, Lin Tian comprehended that this was certainly his idea. Sighing internally, Lin Tian felt a sense of helplessness. There was no need for such flattery. This bowl of soft rice was difficult for him to swallow. Tao Sheng watched in bewilderment, scrutinizing Guan Hai. This old man did not appear to be lacking in wealth, so why was he showing such deference to Lin Tian? Could it be that Lin Tian was indeed a master? Unlikely. Such a person could hardly be considered a master, Tao Sheng thought disdainfully, convinced that these individuals had been misled. Or perhaps Lin Tian had employed some underhanded method to deceive them. A sudden realization struck Tao Sheng, and he resolved to expose Lin Tian's true nature. Observing them standing idly in the room, Lin Tian awkwardly suggested, "How about you, Xiaogu? Take everyone to organize the iron blocks. We still need to fire up the furnace later." Gu Wei nodded in agreement. Aside from Lin Tian, he was the only one familiar with the process of blacksmithing. Thus, Lin Tian entrusted him with the task. Once the furnace in the casting room ignited, the temperature soared, even in the depths of winter, leaving one drenched in sweat while bare-chested. Tao Xing, a scholar, particularly detested that clammy sensation, especially when the room was filled with the pungent odor of sweat. He noticed Gu Wei standing there stubbornly and snapped, "Move." Tao Sheng shot him a dark glare, thinking it pointless to gloat over menial labor. Yet, he failed to grasp that Gu Wei harbored a desire far more sinister than mere disdain. After carelessly damaging 2 baskets, Tao Xing felt that 1,000 deaths would not suffice. Once a few had departed, Lin Tian finally felt a breath of relief within the room. Glancing at the sky, he politely announced, "It's nearly mealtime. Everyone, please stay for a meal." At the mention of food, the expressions of everyone except the oblivious Guan Hai brightened. Puzzled, Guan Hai stroked his beard, observing them. "Then I must thank the master for his hospitality." Long Outyin smiled at him, while Lin Tian chuckled helplessly, saying, "Uncle Long, please just call me Xiao Tian." Long Outyin replied with a grin, "Very well, Xiao Tian, we shall comply with your wishes." Observing their courteous demeanor, Lin Tian believed they were impressed by his prowess. In truth, they were merely intimidated by his wife's background. Chapter 226, Incompetent at Everything. Yet the best at dining very well. You all stay in the courtyard while I head to the kitchen. A few followed closely behind him. As they walked, Lin Tian pondered the increasing number of diners lately. He found himself juggling the responsibilities of the forge and meal preparations, truly overwhelmed by the demands. After some contemplation, he resolved to hire 2 cooks. Long Outyin and his companions would also come to lend a hand. Lin Tian's cooking was remarkably swift. He prepared stir-fried cabbage with pork, spicy shredded potatoes, braised eggplant, accompanied by a pot of tofu and cabbage soup, and a large steamer filled with rice. The sight was enough to make anyone's mouth water, especially with the enticing sprinkle of scallions that filled the air with a delightful aroma throughout the courtyard. Long Outyin couldn't help but inhaled deeply, while Kong Xingyan reveled in the fragrant atmosphere. Hu Ba fixated on the enticing shredded potatoes, exclaiming in admiration, "What artistry! This is pure artistry." Each strand was uniformly thick and identical in size. In response to such praise, Lin Tian merely smiled, thinking it was exaggerated. It was merely a matter of being slightly more skilled than the average cook, after all, having spent 3 years honing his culinary skills. In our place, men and women dine separately. Let us head over to the forge. Skillfully, they each took a plate and portioned out the dishes. They assisted in transporting the food to the courtyard of the forge. I will inform those in the embroidery room that the meal is ready. You all begin serving the rice. I shall return shortly, Lin Tian said with a smile as he walked away. Long Outyin couldn't resist taking a sniff of the delicious dishes before him. Upon seeing the food arrive, Tao Sheng was almost ready to pounce. The cuisine here was undeniably aromatic, and the fact that meat was included in every meal made it all the more appealing. Initially, he had struggled to adapt, but after one meal, he found himself unwilling to leave. Lin Tian had no ulterior motives in keeping him there. It was merely a matter of pride that prevented him from saying so, hoping Tao Sheng would choose to depart. Yet, unexpectedly, despite feeling exhausted, Tao Sheng showed no signs of wanting to leave after several days. This posed a dilemma. Eventually, the group washed their hands and sat down properly. Long Outyin then scrutinized them, sensing no remarkable traits among them. His curiosity piqued, he asked, "Are you all friends of Xiao Tian?" Li Xiaoqiang replied with a cheerful smile. "Indeed, we all grew up alongside Brother Tian." "Ah, I see." Long Outyin nodded with a smile. He had seen these individuals frequently visiting Lin Tian's home and recognized them as esteemed guests, treating them with utmost courtesy. However, it was Gu Wei who intrigued him the most. Long Outyin sensed a trace of internal power within him, exuding an air of nobility that set him apart from the others. His curiosity about Gu Wei's origins grew, prompting him to inquire, "May I ask, Brother Gu? You do not seem to be from around here. If it's not too forward, where do you hail from?" Gu Wei felt a jolt at the question, pondering if he had been recognized so swiftly. With a trembling voice, he replied, "I hail from Pingqing." "Ah, so you are from Pingqing. That is wonderful," came the response. Pingqing is well known. Long Outyin is quite familiar with it, as it lies in close proximity to the state of Zhou. It is one of the few prosperous regions of Dian, which explains why you appear different from the villagers here. Indeed, given the Master's remarkable abilities, it is hardly surprising that he has friends in Pingqing. Long Outyin dared not probe further. After all, he was a friend of the Master, and too many questions might lead to misunderstandings, which would be ill-advised in the presence of the Master. Gu Wei felt a cold sweat trickle down his back, his palms instinctively tightening. Upon noticing the cessation of inquiries, his heart momentarily settled back into his chest. Before long, Lin Tian returned to find everyone waiting for him. With a smile, he greeted, "I apologize for keeping you all waiting. Let us eat and converse." He then turned to Huzi, "By the way, didn't he mention needing a few blacksmiths? I inquired through connections in the neighboring village and found 2 promising individuals. Shall I invite them to come by tomorrow for you to assess?" Huzi eagerly picked up his bowl and began to eat heartily. Lin Tian nodded. "If you believe they are suitable, feel free to have them come tomorrow." Huzi grinned. "They are indeed quite decent relatives of my brother-in-law, who have been working as helpers in a blacksmith shop in the city for nearly 2 years. One of them is expecting a child and seeks work closer to home. When I heard we were in need of help, I thought it prudent to have them take a look." The group consisted of honest men. Huzi, bold yet meticulous, was unparalleled in his masonry skills, adept at building houses and constructing stoves. Dog Xing was equally straightforward. Just days prior, he had confronted someone who spoke ill of him without hesitation. Thus, Lin Tian felt assured about these individuals. Long Outyin observed the camaraderie among them, feeling a sense of respect rather than condescension towards these humble villagers. In fact, he found their simplicity commendable, perhaps even the reason the Master favored this place. Everyone aspires to make a name for themselves in the world. Yet someone as extraordinary as the Master is a rarity that cannot be replicated. Suddenly, Long Outyin yearned to lead a secluded life like Lin Tian's. Yet, he alone understood his inability to sever ties with the Yin Kingdom. It had been nearly 2 months since he left, and he was uncertain about the current state of affairs back home. "Hey, I picked this one first," Tao Xing exclaimed, snatching a piece of meat from Gu Wei's chopsticks. His tone tinged with impatience. Gu Wei, however, had no intention of relinquishing his hold, casting a calm glance at him. His desire was not for the meat itself, but for the garlic atop it. Lin Tian had grown accustomed to such antics, albeit with a slight frown given Tao Xing's audacity. As a scholar newly arrived in this place, he was aware of the need to tread carefully among the locals. He observed silently, recognizing that even a young child could exhibit such boldness. After all, how could one grow without experiencing a little spice in life? Tao Xing observed that Gu Wei showed no intention of yielding. With a firm grip on his chopsticks, he attempted to knock the meat from Gu Wei's hand. However, Gu Wei was not one to be trifled with. He exerted his strength and deftly dislodged Tao Xing's chopsticks. They clattered onto the table as Tao Xing glared at him with fierce intensity. Unfazed, Gu Wei leisurely placed the meat into his mouth, savoring each bite as if he were entirely oblivious to the presence of others around him, behaving as if this were his own home. His actions stirred discontent among those nearby, particularly Long Ao who found Gu Wei's lack of decorum appalling. Meanwhile, Lin Tian maintained a serene demeanor, his expression unperturbed, adorned with a gentle smile throughout the encounter. It is said that a person's character is revealed at the dining table. Yet Lin Tian could not fathom the Master's intentions for allowing such a person to remain in their midst. After the meal, the group engaged in light conversation. Long Ao announced that he would be traveling to Yangua for some time and might be unable to visit for a while. He instructed that should any assistance be required the following day, Huba should notify him. Lin Tian nodded with a smile, assuring him that he would reach out if needed. However, what Lin Tian did not grasp was that Long Ao Tian's notion of help implied merely running errands for him. As the group departed, Lin Tian returned to the forge to resume his work. After the meal, Tao Shang lingered in the dormitory, reluctant to emerge. Upon seeing Lin Tian arrive, Hu Zi, while operating the bellows, grumbled, "Old Lin, that insufferable brat only eats and does nothing. Are you truly allowing him to feast here for free?" Lin Tian replied with a chuckle, "Do not worry, he won't last long." Hu Zi's expression brightened as he added, "That kid prances around here all day, exuding an air of superiority. It truly affects our morale." Dogsheng nodded in agreement, saying, "Indeed. That lad excels at nothing but eating. He boasts endlessly, yet he's nothing special." The group erupted in laughter at this remark. Chapter 227. The bandits come for revenge. The reason Lin Tian spoke thus was solely due to the increased workload that lay ahead. After all, only Gu Wei was capable of forging iron, while the others could merely assist. Before long, Tao Shang sauntered in, yawning and complaining about the lack of rest at this hour. Hu Zi cast a faint glance at him, reminding him that he was here to work, not to lounge about as if he were a lord. If he had no intention of laboring, he should return whence he came. Tao Shang protested. "Where is one to work? Isn't it customary to finish at this hour? Why is it different here?" Li Xiaochang frowned at him, asserting that Hu Zi was correct. "If you continue in this manner, I must ask you to leave. Do not hinder our efforts. Let us not forget that old Lin became the village chief thanks to my father." Dogsheng interjected with a scoff. "Indeed, it was your father's influence. Had he not shielded your sister, would you have even attained the position of chief?" Xuanzi could not suppress his laughter, agreeing, "Indeed, with a father like yours, how could he be deemed worthy of such a role? My master was elected by the entire village. Your family's affairs are of no consequence." Tao Shang was taken aback by the collective disdain directed at him, his pride wounded, yet he was reluctant to depart, for the daily feasts were too delectable to forsake. When he fell silent, Hu Zi teased, "You know, Tao Shang, your sister has been gone for quite some time. Aren't you at all concerned? She is, after all, your sister." Li Xiaochang, observing his haughty demeanor, felt a surge of irritation. "When your sister was at home, she tirelessly embroidered handkerchiefs to earn you silver. I heard you bought 2 cows. Surely, that silver came from her efforts, did it not? Now that she is missing, why do you not venture out to search for her? This has nothing to do with you. It is all Lin Tian's fault. If he hadn't caused this mess, my sister would not have left." He glared at Lin Tian with a fierce expression, as if Lin Tian owed him a considerable sum. Lin Tian let out a cold laugh. "I believe you are mistaken. Your sister's departure has no connection to me. The only reason you remain here is that your father implored me to allow it. Since you insist on speaking thus, I kindly ask you to leave. My household does not welcome you." "I refuse," Tao Shang retorted defiantly. "My father said that my sister's departure is all you're doing. You must teach me." The crowd erupted in laughter, unable to contain themselves. "Oh, we have seen thick-skinned individuals, but none quite like you." Hu Zi chuckled heartily. "Do you think you are still a 3-year-old, throwing tantrums and trying to manipulate us? I have consumed more salt than you have traveled roads. Spare us your games and be gone. Yes, yes. Depart swiftly. I have never encountered someone so shameless." Dogsheng exclaimed, pushing him toward the door. Tao Sheng, indignant, retorted, "What is so impressive about that? I did not even wish to learn. It is merely iron forging. What is there to boast about?" Bah. After delivering his parting words, he stormed away. Hu Zi dismissed him with disdain, just as expected, still full of bravado. "Let us ignore him and return to our work." After Li Xiaochang finished speaking, he continued to pull the bellows. Zhuangzi approached Lin Tian with a smile and said, "Master, you just mentioned that he would leave in a few days. It has been long, and he is already unable to endure." Lin Tian chuckled lightly. He had never genuinely intended to learn blacksmithing. As for his purpose in coming here, only they could truly understand. If he chose to leave, so be it. However, I am curious. His sister has been gone for quite some time. Do their family members truly not worry at all? Li Xiaochang frowned and replied, "I heard that Tao Wen has gone out to look for her, but he hasn't found her yet. I don't know where Tao Xiao has run off to." Hu Zi interjected with a solemn expression. "Do you think something might have happened to her? It is not entirely impossible. After all, she is a girl. And if she encounters the wrong sort of person, it could lead to trouble." Lin Tian pondered this. As the village chief, should he not lead a search for her? Yet, she left without a word, and the Tao family has said nothing, nor have they asked the villagers to help in the search. One wonders what their intentions truly are. It is surprising that the first duty of a village chief would be to search for Tao Xiao. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that something was amiss. Lin Tian set down the hammer and calmly declared, "Never mind. I shall go to the Tao house and inquire about the situation. As the saying goes, when the wall falls, everyone pushes." After Tao stepped down, the villagers ridiculed him mercilessly. During his tenure as village chief, his miserly nature had garnered much discontent among the people. Whenever there were matters to develop in the village, he would always reject them under the pretext of being inappropriate or unsuitable. Now that Tao Xiao had run away, he seemed more concerned about his reputation than anything else, which is why he dared not show his face. A girl leaving home, who knows what she might encounter outside? If she were to lose her virtue, who would want her then? This was likely the reason Tao Wen remained silent. However, there is no wall that does not let the wind through. The villagers were well aware of Tao Xiao's disappearance. In the Duyan region, where there are more women than men, raising girls in seclusion and marrying them off is already a challenge. For those who have run away, the situation is even more dire. Ironically, concerns often manifest as reality. Just as Lin Tian arrived at the entrance, he spotted Lu Qianxuan rushing towards him in a disheveled manner. Brother-in-law, something terrible has happened. I heard that Tao Xiao is in trouble. Her father has been found at the village entrance, injured all over. Your brother-in-law has already gone to check on him and sent me to inform you. Lin Tian had previously issued orders regarding the foundry. Aside from Lu Yanran and Lu Qianxuan, no one was permitted to enter. Lu Yanran was his wife, and Lu Qianxuan was one of his own. Seeing her frantic demeanor, he could tell that Tao Wen must be in serious condition. Let us go, we should check it out. At that moment, Lu Yanran also emerged from the house. Her face etched with concern. I'll go with you. Lin Tian nodded in agreement. The three of them rushed toward the village entrance. Upon their arrival, they were met with a disheartening sight. Tao Wen lay in a pitiful state, his body covered in blood, his hands and feet were marred. Some wounds appearing to be from blunt force, while others resembled cuts from sharp objects. His lips were parched, and his countenance was haggard, resembling that of someone who had endured days of relentless torment before escaping. Kind-hearted villagers had already come to his aid, offering him water while calling out to him. As he slowly regained consciousness, upon seeing the familiar faces of the villagers, he exclaimed in terror, "Bandits! The bandits are coming! Run!" The villagers, stunned by his words, soon reacted with urgency. "Hurry! Everyone, gather your belongings and flee. The bandits are on their way. If we don't leave now, it will be too late. Everyone, remain calm. Let us ascertain the situation before panicking about bandits." Li Juanji shouted, rising to his feet. Spotting Lin Tian, he hurried over. "Tian, you have arrived." Lin Tian nodded. Turning to Tao Wen and inquiring, "Uncle Tao, you mentioned bandits. What bandits?" Seeing Lin Tian, Tao Wen opened his mouth to speak. "I encountered bandits on the mountain. They claimed they would come to raid our village." His face was one of sheer fright. "Father, how did you end up like this?" Tao Xin rushed over. Upon seeing his beloved youngest son, Tao Wen's expression brightened as he urged, "Quickly, run. The bandits are about to invade the village." "Bandits? Our village hasn't seen any for years." Tao Sheng frowned, pondering. Could it be that someone has offended the bandits, prompting them to seek revenge? He deliberately posed this question, casting a glance at Lin Tian. Chapter 228. The bandit scholar Tao Wen understood immediately and promptly corrected himself, stating, "Indeed. I have served as the village chief for many years. Not once have bandits expressed an intention to rob our village. Given our impoverished state, what could they possibly gain from us? Surely, someone must have offended them." The villagers began to murmur among themselves. Who else could it be? Who in our village is currently the wealthiest and most conspicuous? If the bandits were to strike, it would undoubtedly be him. Tao Wen, filled with resentment, directed their ire towards Lin Tian. Li Juanji, aware of Lin Tian's identity, shot him a fierce glare. "Do you dare to speak such nonsense? Do you believe I won't have you thrown into prison?" Upon hearing this, Tao Xing's face displayed a hint of fear and anxiety. He understood the relationship between Li Juanji and Lin Tian, as well as the fact that the county magistrate was aligned with them. The arm cannot twist the thigh. Frustrated, Tao Xing could only continue to incite the crowd. His words indeed had an effect. The villagers, already envious of Lin Tian's recent fortune, now blamed him for attracting the bandits. "Old Lin, your wealth has brought the bandits upon us, causing us great trouble. What shall we do?" "Indeed. This is none of our doing. With your riches, why not let the bandits rob you alone? In my opinion, this whole affair is old Lin's fault. He must resolve it. Yes, if all else fails, let us inquire how much the bandits demand and have Lin Tian pay it, so we are not implicated." Hearing the villagers speak in such a manner, the faces of the Tao father and son revealed smug satisfaction. Li Juanji defended Lin Tian, saying, "How can you utter such words? How has Lin Tian's success harmed you? The wealth he possesses is not a product of your efforts. If the bandits come to rob the village, it is the authorities who must take charge. I am here. Why should you worry?" As the brother-in-law, Li Juanji's timely intervention calmed the agitated crowd. Lin Tian offered him a grateful smile. Meanwhile, the following Huba heard this news and promptly turned his horse back towards the city, pondering which bandits were audacious enough to target the small ravine where the master resided. It was truly tantamount to courting death. At that moment, the people assisted Tao Wen to his feet. With Li Juanji's words, the villagers finally felt reassured. "All right, do not fret any longer. I shall head into the city to consult the magistrate. As for the bandits, I shall not tolerate any further unfounded rumors. Should I hear anyone dare to incite unrest again, do not blame me for forgetting our shared origins." With a flourish of his sleeve, he declared, "Now disperse. Return to your tasks." Only then did the villagers scatter. Once everyone had departed, he turned to Lin Tian. "Brother Tian, I know you have been quite busy lately. Leave this matter to me. I shall make a trip to the city at once." Lin Tian nodded, agreeing that such matters seemed improbable, especially since Li Juanji was an acting county magistrate. It was far better for him to handle it than for Lin Tian to accompany him. as Zhao Qifeng would likely treat him with undue deference due to familial ties, which would only make Lin Tian feel uncomfortable. With a smile, he said, "Then I shall trouble you, brother-in-law." Observing Lin Tian's unwavering trust, Li Juanji felt invigorated. "In fact, Qian Xuan has mentioned your matters to me," he remarked with a grin. Lin Tian was momentarily taken aback. His matters? Could it possibly pertain to his reliance on others? Nevertheless, what difference would it make if this were known? It seemed they were equally matched in this regard, yet he still had the audacity to jest about it. Lin Tian chuckled unceremoniously, "Brother-in-law. It's sufficient for you and me to be aware of this. There is no need to elaborate so explicitly." Li Juanji's expression grew increasingly animated upon hearing this. So, this implied acknowledgement, indeed. Was he truly an extraordinary individual? Curiously, he inquired, "Are you willing to spend your life here?" This question astonished Lin Tian as he retorted, "Is there something wrong with being here?" He chuckled, "It is indeed quite pleasant here, with clear mountains and waters, melodious birds, fragrant flowers, and fresh air." Lin Tian laughed. "Then it is settled. I prefer this place over others." Li Juanji understood. He had heard from his mentor during his studies that individuals possessing great abilities often shun the deceit and intrigue of officialdom. Fame and fortune were mere illusions to them. They favored a life akin to picking chrysanthemums by the eastern fence, leisurely gazing at the southern mountains. "Very well, you return first, and I shall head to the city." Lin Tian nodded, courteously adding, "I appreciate your assistance." Li Juanji waved his hand dismissively. "There is no need for such formalities between us. I shall take my leave." The two parted ways, one heading towards the city, the other towards the blacksmith shop. As for the one galloping on horseback, he had already arrived at the gates of the imperial city. The guards at the gate, familiar with his frequent visits, promptly opened the gates for him. Hu Ba rode directly into the city. "What? Such a thing actually occurred?" Murong Fu exclaimed in exasperation, slamming his hand down on the table, which splintered into pieces. Observing the shattered remnants, Hu Ba calmly stated, "That is precisely why I hurried to inform you. I suggest you dispatch personnel to eliminate those nuisances disturbing the master." Murong Fu nodded. "Rest assured, I will ensure that any bandits or thieves are cleared away by the end of the day. That would be best. I have noticed the master has been quite preoccupied lately, and it seems that a certain villager named Tao Sheng is intentionally defaming him. Should we consider taking action? You may assess the situation upon your return. If that person proves ungrateful, a minor reprimand could be in order. The master abhors taking lives, especially that of an entire village. Causing casualties would be ill-advised." Murong Fu added, and Hu Ba concurred, recognizing the wisdom in his words, which he had not previously considered. "Very well, I will leave the matters concerning bandits to you and return to check on the situation with the master." Murong Fu nodded, advising, "Keep a vigilant eye on the master's affairs. There is no need for him to intervene personally in matters we can resolve ourselves." Hu Ba understood, responding affirmatively, "Understood." Meanwhile, atop another mountain, the scholar and the lean monkey were engrossed in strategizing. "How shall we rescue the boss?" the lean monkey inquired, crouching on the ground. The scholar adjusted his spectacles and replied, "Our leader has been captured for several days now. Did that old man they just released not mention that he was taken by a relative of the magistrate from the nearby county? If we can abduct him and then inform the magistrate, he will surely bring our brother and sister-in-law back. Otherwise, we shall not release him. Yet, can we truly manage to bring him back? Just the two of us?" the lean monkey questioned with evident skepticism. The scholar shot him a disdainful glance and retorted, "Are you foolish? If we cannot approach them openly, we can do so covertly. As they say, the art of war is one of deception. Alas, it seems you wouldn't comprehend even if I explained." The lean monkey scratched his head, realizing he truly lacked understanding. He had not received much formal education and was unable to grasp the scholar's words. "Pray, do share your plan," he urged. "We could stealthily enter the village under the cover of darkness and, while they slumber, ignite a sleeping powder. Once they are incapacitated, we can ensconce them in a burlap sack." "That is indeed a splendid idea," the lean monkey exclaimed in admiration. "How fortunate it is that you have read extensively. Look at your cleverness. How did I not think of such a strategy? Indeed, after toiling for 2 decades in the pursuit of knowledge, if I could not devise even this simple plan, would the master entrust me as a strategist?" the scholar proclaimed with a sense of pride. Chapter 229. What are we waiting for? Let's flee. The thin monkey nodded in agreement. "All right, we must strike unexpectedly. We shall act tonight." The scholar instructed him to take a burlap sack and prepare to descend the mountain. As he made his way down, they encountered a contingent of soldiers, fully armed, marching toward them. The thin monkey was perplexed. They had not yet initiated their plan, so why were the soldiers already here? Surely, that old man must have alerted the authorities. Hadn't they agreed that if he dared to report them, they would eliminate him? The scholar adjusted his spectacles and remarked, "This does not seem right. These individuals do not appear to be the soldiers of Qinga County. Could it be that the old man has connections above?" Panic set in. If that were the case, they would undoubtedly fail to rescue the leader. It was astonishing that the old man, despite his lack of prowess, had such a formidable backing. They had indeed run into a formidable obstacle. Perhaps we should inform the lady. After all, she has more supporters, while it is just the two of us on this mountain. After contemplating, the scholar felt the remaining coins in his pocket, an amount significant enough for him. What if we escape? Our own safety is at stake, let alone the rescue mission. He wrestled with his thoughts and ultimately resolved to flee with the money. Thin Monkey, with just the two of us, we cannot save the leader. Shall we depart? The Thin Monkey, bewildered, asked, depart? Where to? The scholar gazed at the mountain peaks and replied earnestly, we must leave this place for now. You have seen the soldiers surrounding us. If we do not escape now, we shall surely be captured. As the saying goes, while the green mountains remain, one need not fear the lack of firewood. A gentleman avenges himself. 10 years is not too long to wait. Once the storm passes, we shall return. Scratching his head, the Thin Monkey thought this plan might suffice. So, where do you propose we go? After a moment's contemplation, the scholar suggested, how about we first go to your home? They reached a consensus. Grasping the burlap sack, they swiftly darted into the depths of the mountain. At the foot of the mountain, the Imperial Guards were meticulously searching every nook and cranny of the forest, ensuring no one escaped their notice. This thorough investigation soon alarmed the villagers. The Tao family, who had just been joking about bandits entering the village, suddenly heard the commotion outside. What on earth is happening out there? Could it be that the bandits have truly arrived? Hurry, go take a look. Tao Xing's face turned pale with fear as he hurried to the door. Not far off, a cloud of dust billowed, creating a chaotic scene that indeed made him believe that bandits were approaching. He quickly retreated indoors, frantically gathering their belongings. Father, we must flee. The bandits are here, and there are so many of them. Taoan sat upright in bed, bewildered. What do you mean so many? I recall only 2 bandits who tied me up. Tao Xing shot him an exasperated look. Father, I did not missee. There are indeed many. If we do not escape now, it will be too late. Then hurry and help me up. Taoan struggled to rise. Tao Xing remained oblivious to the fact that the figures approaching were the Imperial Guards. Just then, Tao Xiaojiang returned from the fields. Upon entering, he saw the 2 of them hurriedly packing their belongings and quickly inquired, what are you 2 doing? Tao Mu, holding a basin, looked at the father and son in confusion. Peachwinda, Xiao Gang hurriedly packed his belongings, for the bandits had truly arrived. We must flee at once. Alas, Peach Xiaojing set down his hoe, grinning at the 2. What bandits? They are soldiers. Li Juanji has gone to the city and brought the soldiers back. They are currently engaged in bandit suppression. What? Soldiers? How can this be? Tao Sheng expressed his disbelief. Are you certain you did not mistake them for bandits? Peach Xiaojing nodded. I assure you, I just returned from the fields and saw those soldiers ascending the mountain. I cannot be mistaken. Upon hearing this, the father and son exchanged glances. Tao Sheng set down his bundle, muttering that Li Juanji is indeed capable. He said he would summon soldiers, and he did. Peach Xiaojing discerned the jealousy and dissatisfaction in his eyes. With resignation, he remarked, Third brother, you know Li Juanji's relationship with the county magistrate. Since you wish to learn blacksmithing, you ought to apply yourself diligently. How can you flip back and forth with such inconsistency? What do you know? You are merely a digger. Tao Sheng retorted angrily. You have no idea how they treat me. I am subjected to their disdain at every turn. They are just a bunch of blacksmiths. What is there to be proud of? Peach Xiaojing was taken aback by his words. Realizing he had been spoiled as the youngest son, he understood well the character of Lin Tian. The fact that Lin Tian agreed to let him apprentice was already a favor extended due to their shared hometown. Yet, to hear him speak as if he were being begged to learn was disheartening. Fine, do as you please. Peach Xiaojing thought it futile to say more. Tending to his own crops was sufficient. In the blacksmith shop, Li Juanji conveyed the news of the soldiers' arrival to Lin Tian. Do not worry. The soldiers have already begun their search and suppression in the mountains, and they are personally led by Lord Murong. Upon hearing Murong Fu's name, Lin Tian set down his hammer. For such a trivial matter to disturb him, I feel quite embarrassed. Li Juanji smiled at him. There is nothing to feel embarrassed about. He seems quite pleased. Observing Murong Fu's enthusiasm, Li Juanji surmised that he must be aware of Lin Tian's true identity. No wonder. With such an extraordinary figure overseeing the yin, he would be more proactive. What if Lin Tian were to leave? It was evident that their lives were significantly eased by his presence. It was unfortunate that the villagers remained oblivious to Lin Tian's true identity and often sought trouble. He genuinely worried that one day, they might provoke Lin Tian's ire, and he would simply depart. They had benefited greatly from his presence. Thus, to preserve their current tranquility and prosperity, Li Juanji deemed it necessary to engage in some persuasion with the villagers. They should refrain from making light of Lin Tian at every turn. The persona he projected was merely an act. He was not truly a blacksmith. Oh, what a conundrum. Yet, revealing Lin Tian's true identity to them was not an option. Lin Tian observed the turmoil etched upon his face. Nevertheless, he seated himself and poured another glass of water. With the officials and soldiers present, there was no cause for concern. A mere handful of bandits could hardly contend with the forces of the law. Li Juanji lifted his teacup and took a delicate sip. You make a valid point. He conceded. Lin Tian smiled, reassuring him. Thus, there is no need for worry. We shall carry on with our affairs. And shortly we can visit to inquire about the situation from Elder Murong. Very well, I shall heed your counsel. At this juncture, Li Juanji felt compelled to comply with Lin Tian's directives. Yet, as thoughts of Tao Tao and his father's actions surfaced, he could not help but frown. That Tao Xing is utterly despicable. It was he and his father who implored you to teach him the art of blacksmithing. Did you see his expression earlier? He audaciously attempted to shift the blame onto you. Such a person deserves a lesson. Hearing Li Juanji speak out on his behalf, Lin Tian remained indifferent, shaking his head. There is no need to dwell on such individuals. Observing Lin Tian's demeanor, devoid of desire or grievance, Li Juanji found himself at a loss for words. Was this the distinction between an extraordinary person and an ordinary one? He questioned his own capacity for such magnanimity. With a gentle smile, Lin Tian elucidated. My agreement to teach Tao Sheng was rooted in gratitude. His father guided me and bestowed upon me a formal document when I first met Yin Ran. Since Tao Sheng is unwilling to learn now, I consider this debt of kindness repaid. From this point forward, we shall part ways amicably, each on our own path, free of obligations. Li Juanji finally comprehended the underlying sentiment behind Lin Tian's words. Chapter 230. We are mushroom gatherers. As the emaciated monkey and the scholar fled into the heart of the forest, they were soon discovered by the soldiers. Who is there? Step forward. Upon being discovered, the two emerged from the underbrush, looking dejected. The emaciated monkey, with a face full of terror, raised his hands in surrender. Your Excellency, we have done nothing wrong. Please do not arrest us. The scholar nodded vigorously. Indeed, we are merely here to gather mushrooms. Gathering mushrooms? The soldiers regarded them with skepticism. Orders have been issued from above. Any suspicious individuals encountered in the mountains must be apprehended, regardless of whether they are mushroom gatherers or woodcutters. With a grim expression, the soldier barked, enough with the nonsense. Take them both back. The emaciated monkey cast a mournful glance at the scholar, silently urging him to devise a plan. The scholar, however, felt helpless and resigned to being escorted down the mountain. Report to His Majesty. We have discovered two suspicious individuals in the mountains. They claim to be mushroom gatherers. Mushroom gatherers? Morong Fu frowned. Bring them to me. I wish to see them. Yes, Your Majesty. The soldiers respectfully withdrew and soon returned with the two. Observing their mismatched attire and unkempt appearance, Morong Fu scoffed. What are you two doing wandering aimlessly in the mountains? Have you seen any suspicious characters? And no, we haven't seen anyone, the scholar stammered, trembling. Had his ears deceived him? Did the soldiers just refer to this man as His Majesty? Good heavens. In his lifetime, he had encountered the Emperor of Dian. Overcome with excitement, he nearly shouted 3 cheers for the Emperor. Yet, confusion soon enveloped him. They were merely there to apprehend a blacksmith. Why had it escalated to involving the Emperor? The scholar could not fathom it. These two posed no threat whatsoever. Morong Fu waved his hand, instructing the soldiers to release them. Are there any other suspicious individuals in the vicinity? The soldiers shook their heads. None, Your Majesty. We have eradicated all major bandits nearby. Currently, within a radius of 500 miles, there are no bandits, and we have also hunted down any large wild beasts. It is quite safe now. Morong Fu nodded thoughtfully and said in a low voice, from now on, we must arrange for patrols near the small ravines. Should any suspicious individuals be found, apprehend them immediately. Yes, very well, that will suffice. Take them back now. After issuing his command, Morong Fu mounted his horse and rode away with a flourish. As the troops galloped past, the scholar and the emaciated monkey stood bewildered in the wind. Their scheme, which had yet to be executed, had not only been thwarted but had also drawn the attention of the Emperor. How strange and perplexing. Noticing the scholar's distant gaze, the emaciated monkey queried. What are you looking at? Just now, I was nearly scared to death. I thought we were going to be thrown into prison. Ignoring the monkey's words, the scholar murmured to himself, why would the Emperor come here? What could possibly bring him here? The slender monkey stared at him in confusion. What Emperor? Why are you here? What are you mumbling to yourself about? The scholar, disinterested in providing an explanation, cast a fleeting glance his way and simply uttered 2 words, let us go. What does that even mean? You're not being clear at all. How can I understand you if you don't clarify? The slender monkey grumbled while trailing behind him. Seeing the soldiers retreat, the villagers finally felt a weight lift from their hearts. The departure of the soldiers indicated that no bandits would invade. Indeed, I was terrified, genuinely believing the bandits were coming to the village. It's all thanks to County Magistrate Li. Yes. We must hurry to thank County Magistrate Li. Do you know where he is? I saw him at Old Lin's place. Thus, the villagers flocked to the blacksmith's door. Old Lin, are you home? Hearing the villagers' shouts, Lin Tian and Li Juanji, who were in the courtyard, emerged from the house. Upon seeing the villagers at his doorstep, Lin Tian couldn't help but furrow his brow. However, before he could speak, the villagers chimed in. We must thank County Magistrate Li. Had it not been for him bringing the soldiers, our village would have been plundered by bandits. Exactly. The villagers echoed in agreement. Li Juanji spoke up, fellow villagers. First and foremost, the notion of bandits is still uncertain. We cannot simply take Tao Wen's word for it and assume that bandits would come to rob us. Moreover, if he truly encountered bandits, would they have allowed him to return? Would they let him come back to warn us? He added, therefore, I hope everyone remains calm in times of trouble. After all, I am your magistrate. If the sky were to fall, I would be here to support you. Upon hearing this, the crowd raised their thumbs in approval, recognizing him as a responsible magistrate. Although he was merely an acting magistrate, he was indeed doing tangible work for the village, unlike Tao Wen. Speaking of Tao Wen ignited anger among the villagers. Yes, I just overheard them saying they should pack up and flee. What a disgrace. Perhaps the bandits were drawn here by them. Indeed. These villagers were like grass swaying in the wind. Lin Tian shook his head helplessly, feeling it unnecessary to waste time with them. He thought it better to focus on forging iron than to engage in fruitless discussions. Just as he was about to turn away, he heard the villagers calling after him. Old Lin, we apologize for earlier. We didn't discern the situation and blindly believed Taowan. Please don't take it to heart. Yes, Old Lin. We are all from the same village. When we heard the bandits were coming, fear gripped us. Panic is understandable in such moments. Please don't hold it against us. Lin Tian smiled slightly and remarked, it's good that the misunderstanding has been resolved. I have work to attend to, so I shall head inside now. With that, he turned and entered the house. Li Juanji stood at the door, reiterating, all right, let us put this matter to rest. In the future, let us not jump to conclusions based on rumors. Everyone disperse now. As the crowd gradually dispersed, he finally entered the room. Lin Tian was seated in the courtyard, sipping tea and awaiting his arrival. Upon seeing him, Lin Tian filled his cup to the brim. At that moment, Mu Rongfu also arrived, bringing a cheerful air to the gathering. How fortunate we are, Mu Rongfu exclaimed with delight. Lin Tian responded with a smile. Once again, I must trouble you, old sir. With a wave of his hand, Mu Rongfu replied, it is my honor to serve you. Lin Tian's lips twitched slightly. Old sir, I am aware of my unique status. However, I hope we can interact as we once did, more naturally. Mu Rongfu was taken aback by this revelation from the master, feeling a twinge of anxiety as he gazed at Lin Tian. How could they achieve a more natural rapport? The inherent disparity in their powers inevitably instilled a sense of reverence for Lin Tian within them, an unchangeable reality. Feeling Lin Tian's scrutinizing gaze, Mu Rongfu shuddered and quickly added, forgive my lapse in memory, I almost overlooked this. May I still address you as Xiao Tian? Lin Tian nodded with a smile. Actually, a more casual approach would allow everyone to feel more at ease. Very well, Mu Rongfu readily agreed, thinking to himself that it seemed the master preferred a more relaxed atmosphere, ideally treating him as an ordinary blacksmith. Yet, truth be told, this was the most challenging aspect to achieve. Completely disregarding his status was a feat that few could accomplish. Was this a strict mandate from the master? Mu Rongfu pondered, concluding that it must be so. Their profound respect had inadvertently made the master feel uncomfortable, contradicting his desire to live as a common man. This was an area that needed improvement. Mu Rongfu resolved to treat the master as an ordinary individual from that day forth. Chapter 231. Is the prince also learning the art of blacksmithing? What a joke. As the group conversed, they arrived once again at the forge, where Gu Wei was diligently at work. Lin Tian felt a deep sense of satisfaction. Mu Rongfu picked up a completed spearhead, momentarily taken aback. It was not an extraordinary artifact, merely a third-tier treasure. He could hardly believe it and rubbed his eyes again. Why was it not an unparalleled masterpiece? Observing his puzzled expression, Lin Tian inquired, is there something amiss? No. Mu Rongfu was perplexed as to why these weapons were not supreme artifacts. Yet he did not dare to ask further. He could only speculate on Lin Tian's intentions until he suddenly realized the truth. Indeed, the notion of crafting 100 supreme artifacts in a month seemed utterly implausible. If that were the case, it would be chaos. The master's intention in forging third-tier treasures was clear. It was a lesson in humility, emphasizing that the strength of a formidable team relies not on extraordinary weapons, but on the capabilities of its members. Upon grasping this insight, he gazed at Lin Tian with admiration, reflecting on the master's profound intentions. 100 third-tier treasures in a month was no small feat, and typically, ordinary iron tools were employed in battles. However, he still felt a pang of envy. After all, during his time in Luosang, the master had forged 1,000 supreme artifacts for the Qin kingdom. How could he not feel a mix of admiration and jealousy? Clang, clang, clang. He noticed Xuanzi, wielding a small hammer, diligently working beside the furnace. Mu Rongfu was momentarily stunned, his gaze fixated on the tiny hammer, which was exquisitely crafted, with a faint white glow hinting at its quality. How could an ordinary little boy wield such a hammer? He inquired in astonishment. Who is this boy? Oh, him? He is my apprentice, named Xuanzi. The revelation that the master had taken on a disciple left Mu Rongfu in shock, filled with disbelief. With his keen eye, he could not discern any extraordinary qualities in the boy. Was there remarkable talent hidden beneath his frail exterior? He scrutinized Xuanzi, yet despite his efforts, he could find no distinguishing traits. Even in terms of bone structure, his own brother, Mu Rongbo, surpassed this child. Lin Tian smiled as he observed Xuanzi. This child comes from a pitiful background, with only a blind grandmother to care for him. I allowed him to learn blacksmithing under my guidance, and he has shown great diligence. Is a pitiful background sufficient to take on an apprentice? Mu Rongfu was astounded, contemplating, Master, your compassion seems boundless. Must one merely possess a tragic story to become your disciple? Had he known this, he would have certainly dismissed his own brothers, Mu Rongbo and Mu Rongxian, from consideration. Unfortunately, it was too late for him to realize this now. Frustrated, he tentatively suggested, my two ungrateful sons also have an interest in blacksmithing. Perhaps you could consider reluctantly taking them on? This remark left Lin Tian utterly bewildered. What did it mean to reluctantly take them on? Are you suggesting that the two princes come to learn blacksmithing from him? Surely, you jest. You cannot be serious, Morongfu remarked earnestly. I would never dare to jest with you. It is merely that my two children spend their days in idleness, lacking any skills. I wish for them to gain some experience under your tutelage. Lin Tian, taken aback, pondered the notion of princes seeking to refine their skills. Surely, they need not learn the craft of blacksmithing for that purpose. Or perhaps Morongfu intended to send his children to monitor him. Noticing Lin Tian's puzzled expression, he hastily clarified, in our great yin, the number of blacksmiths is exceedingly scarce, yet we are perpetually engaged in warfare. Learning the craft from you would ultimately benefit our nation. Understanding dawned upon Lin Tian. Indeed, Great Yin faced a dire shortage of blacksmiths amidst ongoing conflicts, resulting in a constant demand for ironware. It was not surprising that Morongfu, as the emperor, harbored such aspirations. However, could his skills truly be so exceptional? Lin Tian considered the influence of his wife in this matter. The local blacksmiths were indeed few in number, and should the princes wish to learn, it was not entirely impossible. The question lingered, though, could they endure the hardships of this laborious trade? Upon hearing Lin Tian's contemplative thoughts, Morongfu's hope ignited. They will certainly persevere. If you agree to allow them to learn here, they will manage. His excitement was palpable, making it challenging for Lin Tian to decline. After all, if he could allow someone like Tao Sheng to experience a few days here, how could he refuse Morongfu, who had aided him so greatly? Thus, he nodded in agreement. Very well, let them come. However, if they find it too arduous, do not press them too hard. After all, they are princes, and one cannot compare their resilience to that of someone like myself, who is accustomed to hard labor. Excellent. I shall have them here by tomorrow, Morongfu exclaimed, trembling with exhilaration. The master had consented. His two sons were on the brink of becoming the master's apprentices. At that moment, he could hardly contain his dreams for the future. Seeing his joy, Lin Tian couldn't help but smile as well. After all, those he was acquainted with were either high-ranking officials or noblemen, while he remained an ordinary blacksmith. Perhaps to them, this place was merely a forge for instilling a work ethic in the wealthy offspring. I shall return to inform them, urging them to prepare for their arrival this afternoon. Lin Tian remarked, observing Morongfu's eagerness with a resigned smile. There was no alternative. He still relied on their patronage for his livelihood. If they wished to experience life here, so be it. The addition of one or two more at the dinner table mattered little. As he bid farewell to Morongfu, Li Jun cast a meaningful glance at Lin Tian, contemplating the significance of Lin Tian now having princes as his apprentices. By rank, he was now the mentor to a future emperor. To be the tutor of princes was a dream beyond the reach of many humble scholars. Li Jun's admiration for Lin Tian deepened. Such an extraordinary person was now his relative. He resolved to approach Lin Tian with humility. Aspiring to excel academically and serve his country, he gazed at Lin Tian with great anticipation and inquired, "What do you think of me, Tian D?" Taken aback by such a question, Lin Tian stammered, "What do you mean by that, brother-in-law? I don't quite understand." Observing Lin Tian's feigned confusion, Li Junji came to a realization. Sometimes, silence is the most eloquent response. With a wry smile, he replied, "It's nothing." Noticing the look of despondency on his face, Lin Tian stroked his chin thoughtfully and said, "I believe you are an exceptionally good person, destined for great accomplishments in the future." "Really?" Li Junji exclaimed, elated. Lin Tian nodded, grinning. "Brother-in-law, your integrity and uprightness, coupled with your incorruptible service, are precisely what the Yin requires in its officials." Lin Tian couldn't help but admire his own skill and flattery, pondering where he had acquired such talent, perhaps through frequent interactions with prominent figures, gradually absorbing their ways. Regrettably, he still mistakenly believed that Li Junji was unaware of Morongfu's true identity. If he were to realize that the emperor of the Yin had been right before him, would his eyes not widen in astonishment? As Lin Tian contemplated this, he noticed Li Junji's ambitious demeanor and wondered if he should lend a hand to his brother-in-law. After all, he was family, and should Li Junji ascend to a high office, he might extend a measure of favor in return. With this thought in mind, Lin Tian began to devise a plan. When Morongfu arrived, he would recommend Li Junji. If successful, he would gain a powerful ally. Such a connection would ensure his own security, for he feared no one would dare to bully him in Xiaohego. Lin Tian found this notion quite feasible, after all. He held no particular ambition for the political realm but desired a peaceful life. Without a patron, his aspirations seemed unattainable. He envisioned growing old alongside his beloved wife in this very place. Chapter 232. Protecting the lower realms. Not long after, Morongfu arrived with his two sons. After exchanging pleasantries and offering numerous admonitions, he urged them to heed Lin Tian's words. Lin Tian stood by, caught in a dilemma of whether to smile or frown. Once he was satisfied with his exhortations, he took his leave. Lin Tian gazed at the room full of novices, feeling a profound headache. He was the master of a forge, not a training ground for apprentices. At that moment, Tao Xiaoro, who had vanished for several days, made a grand return to the village. Her first order of business was to seek out Lin Tian, not for any other reason than to boast. "Are you Lin Tian?" she inquired, adorned in splendid attire, her hands casually twirling two golden walnuts. Lin Tian grunted in response, soon noticing the entirety of Tao Xiaoro's family. Her sudden reappearance now presented her as a figure of high society, her eyes gleaming with pride as she continued, This is my fiancée, Bai Fei. The heir of the largest tavern in the capital. Bai Fei scoffed. I've heard you possess quite the prowess. Since you're so formidable, how about we spar? Lin Tian assessed Bai Fei, noting their similar builds. In a genuine fight, he might not be at a disadvantage. Bai Fei, having been trained by a champion martial artist since childhood, believed he could easily subdue Lin Tian, whom he dismissed as merely a blacksmith. He sensed no internal energy emanating from Lin Tian, concluding that, at best, he was simply sturdy. Whether he could withstand a beating remained to be seen. A few punches and kicks would surely topple him. With his family's wealth and connections, even with a county magistrate uncle backing him, he felt invincible. As Lin Tian faced Bai Fei's provocation, he merely regarded him coolly, saying, "Why should I engage in a fight with you? To defend Tao Xiao? What kind of reasoning is that?" Bai Fei retorted mockingly, "Are you afraid? I have been practicing martial arts since childhood, trained by the current champion." Lin Tian replied, "It's not a matter of fear. I simply have no reason to fight you." Bai Fei, initially intent on belittling Lin Tian's dignity, was taken aback by his indifference. He sneered, "You truly are a coward. A peasant can never rise above his station. Trash is still trash. I would never deign to come to a place like this, but because of you, I'm now intrigued. I intend to crush you." Lin Tian was unaware of Tao Xiao's extraordinary fortune in associating with a wealthy heir. Nonetheless, her return with the intent to humiliate him incited considerable anger. Lu Yanran, who had been embroidering in another room, emerged upon hearing the commotion, her face etched with concern. He could not afford to lose face in front of his wife. A man must uphold his dignity. Thus, he sneered at Bai Fei, "Enough of your chatter. If you wish to fight, come at me. In my eyes, you are nothing but refuse." The Murong brothers and Gu Wei, who had been observing from the sidelines, nodded fervently, recognizing that their master was finally ready to take action. It was well known that even Murong Fu and Long Outyin were formidable opponents. However, in their eyes, he could not even compare to a single hair of the master. The power possessed by someone of the master's caliber is truly formidable. Had the master chosen to speak, they would have eagerly gone forth to teach this individual named Bai Fei a lesson. The largest tavern in the capital, you say? A cold glimmer flashed in Murong Bo's eyes. Upon hearing Lin Tian's words, Bai Fei's fury ignited instantly. With a sinister smile, he retorted, "You dare speak to me in such a manner? Very well, today I shall ensure your suffering is beyond imagination." Bai Fei flexed his wrist and slowly approached Lin Tian. Li Juinji, upon learning that the opponent was a wealthy individual from the capital, felt a surge of anxiety. Fearing that provoking such a person would lead to countless troubles in the future, he wished to voice his concerns, but seeing his wife shake her head beside him, he swallowed his words. Gradually, more and more onlookers gathered, their gazes fixed upon the two. Some even began to place secret bets, wagering that Lin Tian would not dare confront Bai Fei, while others remarked that Tao Wen had struck it rich by marrying a son-in-law even more remarkable than Lin Tian. Upon hearing this, Tao Wen felt his wounds suddenly cease to ache. Tao Sheng, feeling particularly proud, thought that the grievances he had endured for so long could finally be avenged. Bai Fei arrogantly strode up to Lin Tian, nostrils flared, declaring, "Country bumpkin, do not say I am bullying you. If you crawl under my legs now, I might consider sparing you later, leaving you with a whole corpse." Lin Tian had just begun to feel that his remarks about others being trash were perhaps overly harsh. Yet, hearing Bai Fei's words, he immediately deemed such criticism too lowly. This sort of person deserved to be affectionately referred to as a warrior among the refuse. Lin Tian let out a cold snort, rolled his neck, and observed as Bai Fei struck a professional martial arts pose. Initially believing they were evenly matched, uncertainty crept into Lin Tian's heart. How could one employ gentlemanly means against refuse? That would be an insult to oneself. Suddenly, Lin Tian flashed a grin, lunging towards Bai Fei. "Hey, you have something on your face." "What?" Bai Fei, caught off guard by such an unusual maneuver, was perplexed. There is nothing there. The crowd, drawn in by Lin Tian's words, began scrutinizing Bai Fei's face. Even the Murong brothers and Gu Wei could not resist glancing over. However, Bai Fei's delicate visage, aside from a mole on his nose, bore nothing at all. Just then, Lin Tian slightly raised his right foot and forcefully kicked towards Bai Fei's groin. Thud. The kick landed solidly, eliciting a shriek reminiscent of a slaughtered pig. Bai Fei's face turned ashen, his legs slowly drawing inward. After standing for a few seconds, he collapsed to the ground. What? The onlookers were momentarily stunned, the surroundings enveloped in silence. As realization dawned upon the villagers, they cast scornful glances at Lin Tian. To think that two grown men would engage in a battle and resort to attacking each other's most vulnerable spot, it was an act of utter baseness and shamelessness. The Murong brothers and Gu Wei were utterly astounded, staring at Lin Tian in a daze. Only Lu Yin gazed at him with admiration, marveling at her husband's remarkable ingenuity. To conceal his identity, he had devised such an unexpected strategy, ensuring the villagers would harbor no suspicions. Truly, her husband was exceptionally clever. Upon witnessing the fallen Bai Fei, Lin Tian retracted his leg, surprised by his own successful kick. Wasn't his master supposed to be a martial arts champion, having trained since childhood? It was amusing to realize that even in modern times, this individual could be deceived by a ruse that even a young girl would not fall for. One could only conclude that his intelligence had been overestimated, having trained from a young age. Did his master never instruct him on the importance of safeguarding one's lower regions in a confrontation? It seemed his mentor was not as formidable as claimed. Perhaps the title of martial arts champion was merely a fabrication of this young man's own making. Lin Tian looked at him with a sense of triumph. Bai Fei felt an excruciating pain coursing through every hair on his body. Tao Xiao rushed over to assess Bai Fei's injuries. Lin Tian, how could he strike there? The Tao family members were enraged, wishing to pounce on Lin Tian and rend him to pieces. Lin Tian, however, wore an indifferent expression, remarking that it was Bai Fei who approached him seeking a fight. Who established the rule that one could only use fists in a scuffle and not legs? Or was it a requirement to initiate with hands first? The onlookers, their faces flushed, murmured amongst themselves, astonished that Lin Tian would resort to such a devious tactic. Some villagers expressed concern over the severity of the kick, worrying about the future happiness of Tao Xiao. Chapter 233, The Invincible Thousand-Year Kill. Upon hearing the villagers' words, Bai Fei clenched his hands into fists, pressing against his groin. After a moment, he rose to his feet and shook himself, yet the sharp pain lingered, refusing to dissipate. Lin Tian's recent kick had struck him like a heavy iron block, leaving him both humiliated and furious. That wretched peasant, I shall end you today. Suddenly, Bai Fei produced a short knife from behind him. As one of the 4 young masters of the capital, he had never been so ridiculed. Lin Tian glanced at him with indifference, taking a subtle step forward. Bai Fei instinctively tightened his legs and raised his hands to protect himself. Did he think he could launch a surprise attack? After suffering once, did he still believe he would fall for the same trick? Bai Fei watched Lin Tian warily, the knife in his hand appearing rather comical against his tense posture. Noticing his agitation, Lin Tian turned to the side and addressed Tao Xiao. Oh, what are you doing with that hammer? Bai Fei's face flushed crimson as he turned back. However, a similarly dramatic scene unfolded. Lin Tian suddenly sidestepped and circled behind him. Bai Fei's hair stood on end as he realized Lin Tian was about to employ the same tactic again. You think I'll fall for it again? Humph. Bai Fei swiftly turned around, revealing a glimpse of his martial prowess. Believing Lin Tian lacked any real skill and would resort only to underhanded methods, Bai Fei felt confident that with serious effort, he could leave Lin Tian searching for his teeth. As Lin Tian approached, feigning movements to the left and right, he smirked. Who said I wanted your legs? This time, I shall use my hands. The invincible thousand-year kill. Suddenly, Lin Tian brought his hands together, extending his index and middle fingers. While Bai Fei was preoccupied with guarding his front, he was taken by surprise when an unidentified object struck a crucial area behind him. A wave of searing pain surged through him, echoing the previous agony. Ah, you are utterly shameless, Bai Fei exclaimed, leaping into the air as if to collide with the beams above. After a moment, he assumed a peculiar stance while covering himself, gritting his teeth and glaring at Lin Tian. What had they just witnessed? Did Lin Tian truly strike there? The onlookers stood frozen, their eyes fixated on Lin Tian, and the men instinctively covered their backsides. Lin Tian looked at Bai Fei with smug satisfaction. Well, I followed your request and used my hands. How does it feel? Quite refreshing, isn't it? With those words, the villagers' expressions became even more animated as they beheld Bai Fei, who had been outsmarted twice. Lin Tian reveled in his triumph, thinking, no matter how formidable you think you are, you lack common sense. Fighting requires intellect, not mere brute strength. Victory lies in the effective combination of wisdom and power. Moreover, he was not skilled in martial arts. Would he allow himself to be beaten in front of a multitude? He was not so foolish. As the saying goes, a good cat is one that catches mice, regardless of its color. The process is inconsequential. Will you continue to challenge me? I possess many such tricks, and I wouldn't mind letting you experience them one by one. Lin Tian deliberately spoke to intimidate him. Bai Fei, having learned from the previous encounters, was already fearful. Hearing that there were more tricks to come, he felt a mix of discomfort and embarrassment. His expressions shifted between shades of red and green, a sight to behold. The villagers watching were equally astounded by Lin Tian's audacity. They mused that Tao Xiao had clearly chosen a wealthy young master to flaunt, but now it seemed she had only succeeded in embarrassing herself. Simultaneously, they began to worry for Lin Tian. After all, the opponent claimed to be the young master of the largest tavern in the capital, while Lin Tian was merely a blacksmith, supported only by the local magistrate of Qinga County. Could he truly contend with such a person? Publicly humiliating the adversary, was that truly wise? Did he not fear attracting trouble for himself? Tao Xiao silently supported Bai Fei, seething with resentment. Lin Tian, how dare you mock my fiancé? You shall face the consequences. Her silence was one thing, but upon hearing her words, Lin Tian's anger flared. Was her mind sound? This was the first time he encountered such a woman. If she couldn't get what she wanted, she resorted to trickery, and if that failed, she brought others to confront him. What kind of woman would anyone dare to desire? He would rather avoid her entirely. Just as he was about to explode with fury, he suddenly spotted Tao Xiaojing standing among the crowd, his face etched with concern. Lin Tian furrowed his brow. He and T stood with the Tao family. Did he not know that these individuals had come looking for trouble? Apparently, someone from the Tao family still possessed a modicum of sense. Helplessness, anger, and disdain were all evident on Tao Xiaojiang's face. Xiaotian, could you, for my sake, refrain from further fighting? You know how Xiaoro has felt about you in the past. He had just been in the fields when villagers rushed to inform him of Tao Xiaoro's return. Accompanied by a fiancée. Initially skeptical, he was taken aback upon arriving at the scene. The individual beside Tao Xiaoro was unfamiliar to him, but judging by his attire, he was undoubtedly affluent. How could his gentle and considerate sister have transformed into this? Tao Xiaojiang was in disbelief. To make matters worse, his father and third brother were also present. Lin Tian regarded Tao Xiaojiang's naive expression without uttering a word, as the situation was instigated by the other party's deliberate actions. Thus, he calmly stated, "It is not I who sought to provoke them. Whether we fight or not is not for me to decide. They refuse to leave, so I shall continue until they do." Fight. Are you certain it is a fight? Not an ambush. At that moment, Bai Fei regained his composure and, upon seeing the Tao family, felt a surge of anger. It turned out he had been brought along merely to serve as a pawn for Tao Xiaoro. Moreover, the implication of his words suggested that Tao Xiaoro had previously been involved with the man who struck him. Observing the disquiet on Bai Fei's face, Tao Xiaoro realized her brother had spoken out of turn and could not help but cast a glare in his direction. How dare that scoundrel harbor designs on my woman? Bai Fei, unable to contain his indignation, felt that even if he no longer desired the woman he coveted, no one else should be allowed to lay claim to her. The mere thought that someone else had touched what was once his only fueled his anger further. Get away from me. He forcefully shoved Tao Xiaoro aside and directed a fierce punch towards Lin Tian. Tao Xiaoro was taken aback by Lin Tian's audacity. After hearing Bai Fei declare his identity, he still dared to mock him. She was utterly bewildered, sensing that events were spiraling beyond her control. Meanwhile, Lu Yinran was witnessing a side of Lin Tian that was adorably mischievous for the first time, devoid of any semblance of a lofty persona before the crowd. Yet, this authenticity delighted her. However, given Bai Fei's demeanor, she feared the situation might not be easily resolved. She was not particularly concerned about Lin Tian's well-being. Rather, she worried that in the effort to placate Bai Fei, more people might discover Lin Tian's true identity. After all, it was preferable for an ordinary person to remain unnoticed. The more who were aware, the more complicated matters would become. Furthermore, Bai Fei did not strike her as someone capable of discretion. If he were to uncover the truth, it might lead to even more tumultuous days ahead. Thus, she stepped forward with a smile, addressing Bai Fei. "I believe there may be a misunderstanding, young Master Bai. My husband has no entanglements with your lady." Bai Fei regarded Lu Yinran with cold disdain. He had heard of the lowly status of the women in Lin Tian's household prior to his arrival. Originally destined to be sold as a military prostitute, a twist of fate had led her to marry the blacksmith of their village. Yet, having entered the village, she had taken to bullying Tao Xiaoro, even spreading rumors that she had poisoned the villagers. Such a woman was unworthy of his attention. Chapter 234. Is your backing greater than mine? Step aside. I have nothing to say to you. Completely misled by Tao Xiaoro, Bai Fei refused to heed Lu Yinran's words. Upon learning that her uncle was the magistrate of Qinghe County, he held her in even greater contempt. What did it matter if she was the niece of a county magistrate? Anyone who had fallen to the status of a military prostitute had invariably been seized and exiled by the authorities. Meanwhile, his brother was still serving in the court as a third-rank assistant minister, certainly a position far superior to that of a mere county magistrate. Moreover, although Tao Xiaoro hailed from humble origins, her beauty was undeniable. Her exquisite embroidery had won the favor of the imperial concubine. When Bai Fei inadvertently spotted the scar on Lu Yinran's wrist, he became even more convinced of her alleged jealousy. Believing she had spread rumors to drive Tao Xiaoro away due to her own inadequacy in embroidery. Seeing Bai Fei treat Lu Yinran with such disdain, a chill enveloped the atmosphere. He glared at Bai Fei coldly, saying, "Wife, please take a seat over there. This little beast has come looking for a fight. If we do not strike him, he will be uncomfortable." Upon hearing this, Lu Yinran could not help but stifle a smile. Beside them, Li Xiaoqiang felt the weight of the other party's status, and, mindful of Lin Tian's hard-won career, urged, "Brother Tian, perhaps we should let it go." He understood Lin Tian's prowess, but even the most formidable individual could not rival those from the capital. Besides, the other party was the son of the largest tavern in the capital, and they were merely a group of country bumpkins too insignificant to provoke. Yet, Lin Tian appeared unfazed, which irritated Bai Fei. He could not fathom being bullied by a mere country dweller, a situation that would tarnish his reputation if it were to reach others' ears. Thus, he raised his fist once more, preparing to strike. Just then, an unexpected arrival occurred at the door. The fourth young master of the Bai family from the capital? Quite the spectacle. At this proclamation, everyone turned to the entrance, where none other than the imposing Peng Wei stood, still radiating authority after days of absence. Murong Bo's lips curled into a smile upon seeing Peng Wei, and Lin Tian also relaxed upon recognizing him. It turned out that Di Qing, sensing the situation was awry, had discreetly informed Peng Wei, who had hastened to their aid. Peng Wei was a figure of renown in the capital, and today he was determined to see who dared to cause a disturbance here. He cast a cold glance at Bai Fei, whose expression changed dramatically upon recognizing him. The esteemed god of war was not someone they could provoke. Even his brother would not dare. The disparity between a first-rank god of war and a third-rank assistant minister was not trivial. They would usually bow in respect upon seeing him. However, Bai Fei was bewildered as to why he had appeared in this place. I have met General Pang. May I inquire as to the reason for your visit? Bai Fei quickly bowed, realizing he could not afford to offend him, although he was unaware of the reason behind Pang Wei's arrival. The moment he heard Bai Fei address him as general and offer a bow, the villagers present promptly knelt in unison. Only Tao Xiao remained oblivious, standing frozen in place. Initially, she believed that associating with a wealthy heir would shield her from disbelief. How could Lin Tian possibly know the general? Despite her overwhelming reluctance, she hesitated to kneel. Observing her defiance, Di Qing could no longer restrain himself and delivered a kick that sent her sprawling to the ground. Tao Xiao knelt, flustered and disheveled. Pang Wei looked on with satisfaction, grateful to Di Qing for timely relaying this news. It was essential to assist this extraordinary master, as it significantly increased his chances of acquiring a legendary artifact. He also understood that concealing the Master's identity was paramount, a point that Murong Fu had reiterated multiple times. Moreover, with the presence of two princes, every action would be meticulously reported. Upon receiving the news, he initially thought he had misheard. He had long sought opportunities to approach the master, yet never anticipated such an abrupt chance. Could it be that the master recognized potential in him? Indeed, he realized that as long as he played along with the master's charade, enhancing his inner strength and acquiring a legendary artifact would not be insurmountable. The key lay in who could cooperate effectively, as rewards would favor the most adept. Observing those nearby wielding iron tools, he noted that each piece was undoubtedly crafted by the master's hand, a testament to their successful collaboration. Reflecting on this, he surmised that the master's prolonged residence here was likely for this very reason. He had witnessed the master's seemingly unorthodox maneuvers, which, upon closer inspection, revealed profound intricacies. The master had forsaken the burdens of his status to embrace the guise of an ordinary person. Furthermore, several individuals present were aware of his true identity. Yet he remained unfazed. The master's performance skills had reached unparalleled heights. How, then, could he best assist the master? How might he indulge the master's desire for ordinary existence? He needed to tread carefully. A misstep could provoke the master's ire. After pondering, Pang Wei grinned at Lin Tian, having made his decision. If the master offered no directives, he would quietly remain at the side. With a smile, he cautiously inquired, "Boss Lin, are you well?" Addressing him as Boss Lin required considerable courage, evident in his composed demeanor masking the tension in his clenched fists. He steeled himself. If one were to act, one must do so impeccably. The emperor had stated that the more the master was treated as an ordinary person, the more joy it would bring him. With the emperor's endorsement, there could be no error in obediently cooperating. Lin Tian, upon seeing Pang Wei, felt reassured and shook his head with a broad smile. He quickly understood that Di Qing had summoned Pang Wei. The man had intervened out of a sense of justice and now wished to dedicate his life to serving him. Such individuals were rare and worthy of brotherhood. Di Qing, noticing Lin Tian's beaming expression, couldn't help but scratch his head, having been fully briefed by Pang Wei regarding Lin Tian's circumstances. It was not a miraculous physician who saved him, but rather an extraordinary master. The master instructed him to serve diligently, as such individuals often preferred to masquerade as ordinary people. In retrospect, the general's words proved to be true. Observing the interaction between the two, Pang Wei could not help but whisper, "Boss Lin, should I intervene and teach this arrogant fellow a lesson?" After speaking, he awaited Lin Tian's response, understanding that if the master disapproved of his interference, he would remain compliant. Lin Tian pondered for a moment. Although Bai Fei had shown disrespect towards Lu Yanran, he felt partially responsible for Tao Xiao's escape. Ultimately, it was he who had caused the situation. He did not wish for Lu Yanran to be left friendless in the village. Shaking his head, he remarked, "It is not a significant matter, as long as Pang and his associates refrain from causing trouble here in the future." Pang Wei listened intently, nodding seriously. He thought to himself, indeed, the master preferred to keep his identity concealed. Those who could make others act would never resort to direct confrontation. Thus, he turned to Bai Fei and declared, "Did you hear that? Boss Lin is my friend. If I catch you causing a ruckus here again, do not expect me to be merciful." Bai Fei, feeling mocked and unable to retaliate, could only force a smile and respond, "Of course, we will leave at once. If we cannot return, then the notion of revenge is entirely out of the question." Witnessing this scene, Lin Tian felt a sense of relief. Indeed, having the support of a general made all the difference. There was no fear whatsoever. Pang Wei, seeing them turn to leave, could not suppress his displeasure, saying, "You come here to cause trouble and expect to depart without an apology?" Bai Fei, upon hearing this, wore a grim expression and replied, "The general is correct. We were in the wrong. I humbly ask for Boss Lin's magnanimity and hope you will not hold this against us." With that, he lowered his head, a glimmer of resentment evident in his eyes. Chapter 235. Pang Wei is the true master. Unfazed by deceit we depart. Tao Xiao, witnessing Bai Fei's humiliation, felt a pang of resentment. However, the unexpected arrival of Pang Wei left her with no choice but to silently follow suit. Yet, as she turned away, her eyes brimmed with bitterness and disdain. The members of the Tao family followed suit. Lin Tian, observing Pang Wei, remarked with a smile, "Thank you, General Pang, for your timely intervention. It takes someone of your caliber to handle such a spoiled heir." Upon hearing this, Pang Wei felt a twitch in his facial muscles. Pondering to himself, "In your presence, I am nothing. Must you feign such grandeur? It creates misconceptions." Once the crowd had dispersed, Lin Tian inquired about how Tao Xiao had become entangled with the young lords of the capital. Pang Wei, having sent someone to investigate upon his arrival, replied earnestly. It is said that she encountered Bai Fei while selling embroidered handkerchiefs a few days ago. Her striking appearance captivated him at first sight. First sight. Judging by Pang Wei's earlier reaction, there was indeed some truth to this. Perhaps he perceived himself as a rival, which explained the earlier provocation and intent to fight. However, it was irrelevant to him. Tao Xiao's interest in him did not necessitate his affection in return. What kind of logic was that? It was all too convoluted. And he chose to ignore it. Outside, a few individuals lingered, engaged in discussion. Lin Tian extended an invitation to Pang Wei to enter the house. As they stepped inside, Pang Wei's gaze fell upon the crossbow and arrows displayed on the shelves. His excitement was palpable. This crossbow must be exceptional for hunting. Lin Tian, amused, responded. General Pang enjoys hunting, I see. Pang Wei affirmed, indeed, what martial general does not relish the thrill of swordplay? Hunting ignites one's competitive spirit and desire for victory. Noting his enthusiasm, Lin Tian thought it a rare opportunity to take him on a tour of the nearby mountains. Shall we venture into the hills? Experience the thrill? Pang Wei, caught up in the moment, was momentarily lost for words, purely expressing his sentiments. Lin Tian chuckled. The afternoon tasks are rather simple. Since you enjoy hunting, I'll lead you into the mountains. The Morong brothers have come today, and as it's their first day, high-intensity work is unsuitable for newcomers. It's a privilege for them. Let us all go together. Moreover, the area has recently been cleared by the soldiers, so we can proceed with confidence. Very well. Pang Wei replied eagerly. Since you've come such a long way, shall I hunt some game to bring back for an evening drink? As soon as he finished speaking, Pang Wei enthusiastically agreed. Morong Bo did not object. The soldiers had just finished their sweep, and he was concerned that there might be little game to find. However, if the master wished to go, he would accompany him. After all, the soldiers were of their own household. To object might incite the master's displeasure, and they would be blamed for overstepping. Besides, being with the master was an opportunity to learn skills. He secretly hoped they would encounter a bountiful catch. What was there to fear? Before long, Lin Tian had gathered the necessary tools. Gu Wei expressed his desire to join the expedition. However, Lin Tian did not call out his name. Hesitant to follow, Hu Ba lingered at the entrance for quite some time until he spotted them emerging. He rushed forward, a smile blooming on his face, feigning ignorance to inquire about their destination. Morong Bo cast him a sidelong glance, fully aware of Hu Ba's obvious desire to accompany them. Did they think themselves blind to such a blatant intention? Morong Bo held a certain disdain for Hu Ba, as he was aligned with Long Ao Tian, which naturally bred a sense of caution towards him. They both understood this unspoken tension, yet before Lin Tian, none dared to overstep. Lin Tian acquiesced to Hu Ba's request to join them, and thus the six of them ventured towards the forest. Upon reaching the thicket, Lin Tian, bow and arrow in hand, contemplated the prospect of hunting a few rabbits for a delightful dry-fried rabbit dish to accompany their drinks. The group, sensing the mood, trailed silently behind Lin Tian, offering no words. Pang Wei, in particular, awaited Lin Tian's decisive action. Lin Tian advanced through the grass, hearing a rustle, and instructed Pang Wei and the others to remain in place while he moved closer to investigate. Hu Ba, feeling that such a task should not fall solely upon the master, prepared to volunteer himself for the hunt. However, Pang Wei restrained him, shaking his head in a silent gesture to dissuade him from intervening. Confused, Hu Ba complied. Lin Tian, gripping his bow, felt a surge of confidence in his luck. Reflecting on it, he considered the possible influence of some systematic fortuity, especially given his supposed hunting skills. After all, he possessed a crossbow, and, provided he steadied his aim, hitting his target should pose no challenge. Moreover, General Pang was surely eager to witness the prowess of his crafted weapon, intended for the battlefield. Perhaps Pang Wei's insistence on hunting was merely a guise to evaluate the weapon's effectiveness. Lin Tian believed he was not far from the truth. After all, as someone who traversed realms, he felt endowed with a protagonist's aura, surely capable of capturing a few rabbits. When he finally spotted a nest of rabbits in the underbrush, their crimson eyes fixated upon him, he marveled at their audacity. Typically, wild creatures would flee at the slightest sound, yet these rabbits remained, staring vacantly at him. Upon closer inspection, however, he discerned that one rabbit was injured, its leg bleeding profusely, rendering it incapable of escape. The source of its injury was none other than Pang Wei himself. Lin Tian rubbed his eyes, incredulous at his staggering fortune. As he approached and seized the rabbit by its ears, a triumphant smile gracing his face. Having captured one, he thought it insufficient for their group. Therefore, he continued further along the rabbit's burrow, recalling the saying that clever rabbits have multiple dens. Perhaps more rabbits awaited discovery in the vicinity. Soon enough, he stumbled upon another rabbit nestled within a burrow. This one was black, its head inward and rear facing outward, burrowing deeper into its lair. Suddenly, his legs stiffened and became motionless. Lin Tian grasped the hind legs and pulled it from the burrow. The rabbit appeared to be in a stupor, its nose twitching, yet its eyes remained closed. Could it be that there was a lack of oxygen within the burrow? Lin Tian felt extraordinarily fortunate. In this manner, he captured 5 or 6 rabbits along with several pheasants. With such a bountiful harvest, he remained blissfully unaware that it was Pang Wei who had covertly intervened. Unashamedly eyeing the rabbits in his hands, he boasted, "Brother, you truly flatter me today. Have you summoned all your siblings? Fear not. I shall relish you thoroughly and prepare a feast of exquisite flavors." The rabbit family would be stir-fried, while the pheasant family would be braised. As he spoke, he gazed at the obedient rabbits and pheasants, hearing the latter cluck twice, as if to say, "Boss, could you refrain from discussing how to consume us in their presence? That is rather impolite." After contemplating the ample catch, he decided it was sufficient. As he turned to head back, he noticed several individuals approaching from behind. Observing Lin Tian with 2 chickens in his left hand and 5 or 6 rabbits in his right, they wore expressions of amusement. "Let us go. Our luck has been exceptional this time. General Pang, we have our appetizers for today," one remarked. "Indeed, there is quite a bit. This is hardly enough to finish," another added, glancing at Lin Tian, who lied without the slightest blush, silently giving him a thumbs up. Hu Ba, standing nearby, shot him a disdainful look and discreetly raised his middle finger. "Well then, our luck has been splendid. We didn't even need to use the crossbow arrows. Next time, let us venture into the mountains together." Agreed, Pang Wei nodded, thinking that as long as he was pleased, that was all that mattered. Chapter 236, An Earthquake Strikes. Leaving everyone dumbfounded at this moment, Bai Fei, who had just been toyed with by Lin Tian, was seething with frustration. He lashed out at the 2 cows at the entrance with a whip. Tao Xing, concerned for his cattle, suggested, "Brother-in-law, why not let me take you for a stroll in the mountains? This season, our village's hills are abundant with wild game." Bai Fei hesitated, glancing at the dilapidated house. Before eventually nodding in agreement, he had no desire to enter that ramshackle abode. Tao Shang sighed in relief, grateful that his cows had escaped unscathed. Upon hearing this, Tao Xiaorou also decided to join, fearing Bai Fei's wrath. She thought that if they encountered any trouble in the mountains, she could play the damsel in distress to win his favor. With hopeful aspirations, Tao Shang led Tao Xiaorou and a total of 8 others, including Bai Fei's subordinates, into the mountains. Meanwhile, Tao Xiaogang, who remained in the courtyard, overheard their conversation and wished to interject, but was met with a fierce glare from Tao Shang, leaving him to chop wood in silence. Ironically, fate had other plans. Upon descending the mountain, Lin Tian and his companions crossed paths with Bai Fei's group. Upon seeing the items in Lin Tian's possession, Bai Fei's expression darkened, thinking to himself how fortunate Lin Tian was to have acquired such a bounty. Could it be that Pang Wei was lending him assistance? Bai Fei was at a loss for words, while Tao Sheng seethed with rage, mentally cursing Lin Tian's ancestors. It was well known in the village that Lin Tian had the prowess to hunt tigers. Thus, upon witnessing the contents he held, the Tao siblings were not surprised, though they had not anticipated encountering him again so soon. The 2 parties stared at each other in silence, the tension thickening the air. Pang Wei was about to urge them to leave when a commotion erupted from the forest. What was that noise? Suddenly, the ground began to tremble. Struggling to maintain his balance, Bai Fei clutched a nearby tree trunk, his face filled with terror. What on earth is happening? Lin Tian staggered as well, realizing it might be an earthquake. Just then, a thunderous roar echoed as he looked up to see a substantial portion of the mountain slope sliding down. Even more alarming, the earthquake had sent the forest animals into a frenzy, racing downhill in a chaotic stampede. "Look, there are tigers and wolves," Bai Fei exclaimed, spotting at least 20 or 30 ferocious creatures charging toward them. Initially intending to vent his frustrations in the woods, he nearly succumbed to panic. Hastily climbing the tree for safety, the Tao siblings, having never witnessed such a spectacle, stood frozen in shock. Lin Tian, sensing the imminent danger, prepared to shout for everyone to flee, but noticed that Pang Wei and Mu Rongbo remained composed, standing their ground. Instantly reassured, he realized that as martial arts masters, they surely had a plan to deal with the descending beasts. Thus, he mimicked their calm demeanor, observing the approaching animals with an air of collectedness. Bai Fei, on the other hand, was utterly bewildered. To his astonishment, he noticed Lin Tian was smiling, even amidst the looming threat of death. "Do not dawdle, for soon you shall either be torn to shreds or trampled into a pulp." At this moment, there remains an air of arrogance. Pang Wei cast a sidelong glance at Lin Tian, internally urging him to take action without delay. Lin Tian, upon noticing his gaze, offered a slight smile, contemplating why Pang Wei did not act himself. Thus, the 2 were ensnared in a misunderstanding. However, it was Mu Rongbo who could no longer contain himself. He swiftly drew forth a crossbow and unleashed 3 bolts in rapid succession. In an instant, 3 fierce tigers and 6 wolves collapsed, engulfed in the chaos of the beast horde. Witnessing Mu Rongbo's decisive action, Lin Tian felt a surge of eagerness. He retrieved his own crossbow, mimicking Mu Rongbo's technique, and gently pulled the trigger. Whoosh! The arrow sliced through the air. Before them, animals fell in a straight line, akin to beads on a string. This display left Pang Wei staring in awe at Lin Tian, while Bai Fei rubbed his eyes in disbelief. Was that the same lowly wretch who had previously resorted to despicable tactics against him? It was inconceivable. Pang Wei raised his arm, and the trio coordinated their efforts. The once dangerous beast horde began to scatter in a frantic escape. The tremors of the earth persisted for a minute. Once the beasts had retreated, Bai Fei cautiously descended from the tree. Having narrowly escaped disaster, he instinctively clutched his chest, only to find Pang Wei regarding him with disdain. A scion of the capital. Reduced to climbing trees in a panic, neglecting even his companions. What a coward. As for Tao Xiao, she had initially believed Bai Fei to be not only handsome and wealthy but also skilled in martial arts. Yet, he had abandoned her to seek refuge in the tree. Could such a person truly be entrusted with a lifetime commitment? Doubts began to creep into her mind regarding her choices. Lu Guifei, who felt a connection and took her as a goddaughter, implied that the emperor was effectively her godfather. It was likely that Bai Fei's interest in her stemmed from this connection. Lacking a background herself, she needed Bai Fei to ascend the social ladder. Thus, with a concerned expression, she inquired, "Ah Fei, are you all right?" Bai Fei, unable to maintain his composure, awkwardly replied, "I'm fine. And you?" Tao Xiao feigned a delicate shake of her head. Unable to suppress his embarrassment, Bai Fei turned to Pang Wei with a sycophantic smile, "General Pang, that was truly perilous. Had it not been for your presence, I feared I would have been overwhelmed by that beast horde." He then expressed his confusion. "But I cannot comprehend why the earth trembled so violently, nor how those ferocious beasts united in such numbers." His mind struggled to grasp the peculiarity of the situation. Was it the wrath of the mountain spirit? Pang Wei could not provide an answer either, for he was equally perplexed. He could only direct his gaze toward Lin Tian. Noticing the attention upon him, Lin Tian smiled and elucidated. What transpired was an earthquake. Animals instinctively band together and flee from areas that experience seismic activity. So that was it. Lin Tian truly was a reservoir of knowledge, possessing understanding of such phenomena. How impressive. Flattery knows no bounds. Bai Fei was taken aback. Was Pang Wei genuinely showing deference to Lin Tian? Had his head been struck by a tiger? Or was there something amiss with his ears? Could it be that Lin Tian possessed some arcane sorcery? Rumors spoke of a soul-capturing technique in the western regions, one that would render its victim completely subservient to the wielder. Bai Fei scrutinized Pang Wei, noting that his expression was not vacant, lacking any indication of having fallen prey to such sorcery. Turning his gaze to Lin Tian, he scoffed, "With such foolishness. He could not possibly wield the sorcery of the western regions. That would be an overestimation of his capabilities. Claims of earthquakes may merely be his fanciful fabrications. As for the events between him and Pang Wei, he would investigate upon his return." He could hardly believe that a mere country bumpkin could behave so brazenly. Upon witnessing the retreat of the beast herd, Lin Tian suddenly realized the gravity of the situation. While they had managed to evade danger, what about the villagers? In the village, Lu Yinran, having finally steadied herself, leaned against a pillar. The sisters in the embroidery room looked at her with faces filled with terror. "Yinran, just now. The house was shaking, wasn't it? What on earth is happening?" Observing the scattered belongings, Lu Yin composed herself and said, "Everyone, remain calm. Please tidy up here. I will step outside to investigate." The younger girl, Chunhua, called out to her anxiously, "Sister Yinran, you're not going to leave us, are you?" Lu Yinran chuckled at this. "This is my home. Where could I possibly go? Stay here and be at ease. I shall return shortly." With this reassurance, Chunhua finally felt at ease. "All right then, we will start tidying up the house." Lu Qianxuan took charge, organizing the others to clean up. She too was puzzled as to why the house had suddenly begun to shake. When Lu Yinran emerged, she noticed that the workers from the foundry were approaching. Li Xiaoqiang, with a worried expression, asked, "Sister-in-law, are you all right?" The house shook suddenly. "We were concerned for your safety." Lu Yinran smiled in response, "Fortunately, the house you build is sturdy. Otherwise, it might have collapsed just now." At her words, several of the men chuckled heartily. Chapter 237, General Pang. Begin your performance. Upon hastily returning, Lin Tian sighed in relief upon seeing that the house remained unscathed. However, Bai Fei was perplexed. Why had he followed them back? It must have been an illusion. Bai Fei refused to accept that he had actually followed Lin Tian and the others. Noticing the two siblings behind him, panting heavily, he felt a momentary sense of balance. There were others like him, which suggested that foolishness was not solely his domain. His anger had yet to dissipate, as he had intended to seize an opportunity to teach Lin Tian a lesson. Yet, Pang Wei persistently lingered, shadowing Lin Tian, rendering him unable to act. Nonetheless, he remained untroubled, for Pang Wei could not possibly remain there indefinitely. He was bound to return eventually. Once he departed, Bai Fei would relish the chance to retaliate. At that moment, he fortuitously caught sight of Tao Xiao gazing intently at Lin Tian, igniting a surge of fury within him. How dare she look at another man while he was still alive? Had it not been for Lu Guifei, he would have slapped her without hesitation. It was indeed curious how Lu Guifei treated a country girl with such kindness, even adopting her as a goddaughter. Could it be? Bai Fei's heart raced. If his suspicions were accurate, he would refrain from acting against Tao Xiao, for Lu Guifei's father was a grand scholar in the Hanlin Academy and the emperor's father-in-law. Contemplating this, he could only suppress his anger and quietly follow behind them. As Lin Tian stepped through the door, He spotted Lu Yanran and Li Chong engaged in conversation at the entrance. He hurried over, inquiring, "Are you all alright?" Lu Yanran nodded, "Yes." The house suddenly shook and then stopped shortly after. "I thought something terrible had happened," Lin Tian affirmed, explaining, "There was an earthquake. We were in the mountains and saw a herd of beasts running in this direction, fearing they might invade the village and attack people, so we rushed back." Earthquake? This was Lu Yanran's first encounter with such a term. An earthquake is when the earth trembles, right? She asked, attempting to comprehend. Lin Tian found the explanation slightly cumbersome and resolved to elaborate on it later. Before they could exchange more words, a cacophony of screams and the sound of clashing objects erupted from the street. They witnessed the very herd of beasts they had seen earlier, now entering the village. 2 wolves were feasting on pork scraps strewn across the ground, causing Butcher Zhang to retreat in terror. "Heavens! Wolves!" Li Chong exclaimed. Huzi and the others were equally astonished that wolves had dared to enter the village in broad daylight. Just as they were about to retreat indoors, they noticed several tigers and bears trailing behind the wolves. This situation was dire. They could not possibly confront such a threat and hastily attempted to close the door. As Li Chang crossed the threshold, he observed Lin Tian and the others standing motionless at the entrance, seemingly unfazed by the impending danger. It then struck him that Lin Tian possessed the capability to slay tigers. Yet, with so many present, could he truly handle it? He gazed at Lin Tian's profile. Filled with apprehension, Xuanzi stood dumbfounded. He had never witnessed such a scene before. Startled, he immediately felt his legs weaken, collapsing onto the threshold. In his hand, he clutched a crossbow. His mind buzzed as if 1,000 bees were swarming around his ears. After a considerable pause, he finally reacted. Had he not once pleaded with Lin Tian to teach him the art of hunting? Today, he was afforded the rare opportunity to witness firsthand how Lin Tian brought down a tiger. A chance not to be missed. However, a group of women who had emerged in response to the commotion were pale with fear, standing behind Lu Yanran with their mouths covered. Though they were anxious about their homes, the immediate threat of the tiger loomed large, and none dared to approach. Bai Fei, having learned from previous experiences, silently stepped aside. It was no time for bravado. Moreover, he had discovered that as long as one did not provoke these creatures, they would not attack humans. Yet, before he could steady himself, he was pushed forward from behind. Startled, he turned, ready to shout at whoever had dared to shove him. There stood Peng Wei, his gaze icy, conveying a clear warning. Was this a game that would lead to his demise? "Aren't you quite capable? Go on," Peng Wei taunted with a cold smirk. Bai Fei stood in the street, his presence immediately attracting the attention of the beasts. Despair washed over him. "General Peng, please, do not jest. My meager skills are no match for you." He quickly retreated back to the doorway, casting a wary glance at the approaching beasts. "General Peng, hurry. Where are your crossbow bolts? Shoot them down," he urged, his voice laced with urgency as he stared at the menacing creatures. Li Shaoqiang and the others exchanged glances between Lin Tian and Peng Wei, contemplating the enormous size of the beasts, each weighing over 1,000 pounds. Could they truly bring these creatures down? At that moment, Lin Tian raised the crossbow he held, and to their astonishment, the tiger before him appeared to retreat. Could it be that this tiger had witnessed the downfall of its companion? Perhaps it was wary of the crossbow that could threaten its life. The tiger, not being foolish, sensed the danger and hesitated to approach, fearing Lin Tian's potential strike. Bai Fei, witnessing the tiger's retreat, was left dumbfounded. "You foolish tiger, why not attack? Go and kill him." To validate his hypothesis, Lin Tian stepped forward, crossbow in hand. Indeed, as he drew nearer, the tiger backed away once more. Peng Wei stood nearby, a smirk forming on his lips. Master is toying with the tiger, perhaps intending to tame a fierce mount? An anxious villager, fearing the tiger might pounce, implored, "Old Lin, don't let the tiger come any closer." Hearing their concerns, Lin Tian reassured them, "Do not worry. These beasts fear the crossbow in my hand and will not approach for now. You should retreat indoors and secure the door." The villagers, upon hearing this, hurriedly pulled Lu Yanran inside, shutting the door behind them. Tao Xiaoro attempted to slip in as well, not wanting to be devoured by the tiger. But Lu Qinshuan resolutely pushed her back out, preventing her from entering. As she gazed at the tightly shut door, Tao Xiaoro's face darkened, and she couldn't help but mutter under her breath, "What is the big deal? If they don't enter, they don't enter." Beside her, Gu Wei's eyes sparkled with excitement. The unparalleled artifact in the Master's hands surely instilled fear in the tiger. He remarked, "Master, this time you're not putting on an act. Let everyone witness the might of the extraordinary crossbow." Concerned that the crossbow's power might affect them, he cautiously positioned a door panel in front of himself. Lin Tian observed his actions with a sense of bemusement, with a tiger facing them. Would a mere door panel truly be of any use? Thus, he teased, "Little Gu, a door panel is not as effective as a hammer. Why not just use the hammer?" Huh. Gu Wei was perplexed, yet instinctively grasped his hammer, looking at Lin Tian with an innocent expression. Could it be that the master intended to teach him how to hunt a tiger? But he was merely a blacksmith, albeit with some martial knowledge, yet not formidable enough to slay a tiger. He tiptoed closer, and once near Lin Tian, swallowed hard and said, "Master, please instruct me on what to do." Lin Tian cast a sidelong glance at the visibly anxious Gu Wei, recognizing that his willingness to step forward was commendable, especially since even Peng Wei had yet to act. Lin Tian called out, "General Peng, it's time to take action." Was this a request for him to hunt on their behalf? Was he the master meant to act himself? Pang Wei was momentarily taken aback, but complied with Lin Tian's command, releasing the mechanism. It must be said, the extraordinary artifact was indeed effective. One arrow flew forth, piercing a tiger and two bears in an instant. Undoubtedly, those skilled in martial arts wielded such power differently. Even when not in a straight line, they could still achieve a kill. Lin Tian felt immense admiration, recalling the earlier scene in the woods. It seemed he had slain the tiger ahead, blocking the beasts behind, causing them to collapse one by one. He realized how far he fell short compared to those with genuine martial prowess. Unbeknownst to him, his earlier display had ignited a sensation in Pang Wei, a feeling of heart racing and blood surging. He held Lin Tian's instructions in unwavering belief, viewing it as the master's way of providing him an opportunity to showcase his abilities. Contemplating this, Pang Wei exerted every ounce of his strength, fervently demonstrating his unique martial skills. At the entrance, Lin Tian watched his dazzling and potent performance, utterly amazed. How splendid! He couldn't help but applaud in admiration. Chapter 238. The Unexpected Fiancé. It must be said that Pang Wei's decisiveness is truly remarkable. With a crossbow in hand, he swiftly dispatched the beast roaming the streets. Of course, Morong Bo and Morong Xian, the unassuming duo, lent their assistance as well. Observing their exceptional martial prowess, Lin Tian couldn't help but feel a pang of envy. He glanced at the crossbow in his grasp and sighed, lamenting that while he could only hunt rabbits, it seemed that the weapon could truly shine in the hands of the skilled. Lin Tian had previously hunted tigers and black bears, but the memories of those encounters were rather embarrassing to recall. Just then, the crossbow emitted a faint white glow in his hand, seemingly displeased with Lin Tian's thoughts. Meanwhile, Gu Wei was astonished that the master had gifted such an extraordinary artifact to others. He felt a sense of unrest within him. He had been here for several days and had yet to receive anything from the master. Initially confused, he found renewed vigor upon seeing the treasures scattered throughout the room. As long as he could remain by the master's side and learn the craft of blacksmithing, he reasoned, he would eventually possess unparalleled artifacts. There would be ample opportunities in the future. For now, he resolved not to covet what others had. Once the three had finished their task, they approached Lin Tian, who then noticed that despite their encounter with the wild beasts, their clothing remained spotless. He was genuinely impressed. "Open the door. It's safe now," he called out. From within the house, Lu Yin hurriedly opened the door, a smile gracing her face, exuding an air of calm that seemed almost teasing, a sensation Lin Tian couldn't shake. At that moment, Pang Wei caught sight of Lu Yin and was struck by her enhanced beauty compared to their last meeting. Could it be that his prolonged absence from women had clouded his judgment? He hastily lowered his gaze, realizing the impropriety of his thoughts, fearing the master's reaction. "Did you all slay these beasts?" Just as they were about to enter, a woman clad in white, adorned with a conical hat and wielding a sword, appeared. Her voice was cool and clear, and as the breeze lifted her veil, it revealed an unparalleled beauty. Pang Wei, skilled in martial arts, immediately sensed the formidable presence of this woman. Her level of cultivation was unfathomable, and the sword she held appeared to surpass even his own extraordinary artifact and rank. Could it be an ancient relic? Startled, Pang Wei instinctively stepped back, gripping his crossbow tighter. The woman cast a casual glance in his direction, making him lower his head in trepidation. She approached Lin Tian without a hint of hesitation and calmly stated, "You are Lin Tian?" Lin Tian nodded, pondering how this warrior knew his name. The woman, her gaze steady and serene, continued, "I am your fiancée." "What?" The revelation struck like thunder, leaving Lin Tian and the others present in shock, their jaws nearly hitting the floor. "Fiancée? Surely, you must be mistaken." "I am already married," Lin Tian stammered. The woman, upon hearing this, lifted her gaze to lock eyes with him. She retrieved a piece of paper from her sleeve and affixed it directly to his chest. Without waiting for him to return, she strode into the house. Upon entering, she surveyed her surroundings, nodding in satisfaction. In the midst of Lu Yin and Lin Tian's astonished gazes, she made her way straight into their bedroom. The atmosphere was eerily silent, with not even a whisper of breath to be heard. Realizing something was amiss, Lin Tian quickly followed her. "Excuse me, my lady, but I believe you are mistaken. I'm already married, and my wife is outside." The sudden appearance of an unwed fiancé was utterly perplexing. "Can you not read? Can you not see for yourself?" Upon hearing this, Lin Tian scrutinized the note she had given him. It read, "In the 16th year of the sky, Yuan Yang and Lin Tian of the Lin family are to be united in matrimony. The wedding shall take place when they reach the age of 20. Signed, Yun family. Yun city, Lin family, Lin Feng." Lin Feng? Who is Lin Feng? Lin Tian glanced at the woman. Clearing his throat awkwardly, he said, "My lady, I think you have truly erred. I do not know anyone by the name of Lin Feng." Yun Yan's gaze pierced him, a glimmer of frost in her eyes. "Lin Feng is your grandfather. Did your father not inform you when he left the Lin family?" "Left the Lin family?" Lin Tian was genuinely oblivious to this information. Observing his ignorance, Yun Yan frowned. Both the Lin and Yun families are ancient clans. If you are indeed a descendant of the Lin family, you would bear a small hammer tattooed on your arm. Lin Tian rolled up his sleeve, revealing unblemished skin devoid of any markings. He chuckled. "See, my lady? I told you, you must be mistaken. There is nothing on my arm." Upon witnessing this, Yun Yan's expression darkened immediately. Without a second thought, she seized a handkerchief and began to scrub Lin Tian's arm fervently. Hey, my lady, one must not engage in such intimate contact between the sexes. You, a young woman, should not be so forward. If you continue this, I might have to call it inappropriate. This was utterly shocking. It was the first time in 3 years that Lin Tian had encountered such a woman. Look. After vigorously scrubbing, a small golden hammer materialized upon Lin Tian's arm. Seeing the golden hammer, Yun Yan breathed a sigh of relief. Thank heaven she found it. If she had returned home without locating Lin Tian, she would have been forced to marry an elderly man old enough to be her grandfather. In that case, she would rather wed Lin Tian. However, Lin Tian's father had left home 18 years ago. When she departed from her family, she held little hope. As she wandered, she gathered information. Hearing rumors of a divine artifact emerging in the Yin Kingdom, she thought of the Lin family, renowned for their metalworking, and decided to take a chance. To her astonishment, she had actually found him. The evidence was irrefutable. Lin Tian stood in stunned silence. An unwelcome fiancé had suddenly appeared, leaving him to ponder what would become of Lu Yanran. How was he to explain this predicament? His mind was in a whirl as he exited the room and found everyone gathered. Lin Tian swallowed hard, and Lu Yanran stepped forward, her brow furrowed with concern. My dear husband, is this young lady truly your fiancée? It appeared as though Lin Tian was at a loss on how to explain himself. For he perceived that the moment those words left his lips, Lu Yanran's expression transformed instantaneously. She stood there, seemingly dazed, while Lu Qianxuan's countenance darkened in an instant. Brother-in-law, have you clarified this matter? Is this lady truly your fiancée? Lin Tian, feeling awkward, gazed at her, pondering whom else he could inquire. How could a woman suddenly declare herself as his betrothed? The surrounding villagers began to murmur amongst themselves, equally incredulous. He too was skeptical and turned to re-enter the house. Determined to seek clarity, it was utterly absurd. However, upon entering, he beheld Sun Yunyan, who had removed her conical hat and was seated by the window. Her exquisite, ethereal beauty, combined with a flawless figure, rendered her akin to a goddess. It must be noted that while Lu Yan was undeniably beautiful, her presence eclipsed all other women, leaving them in her shadow. She was breathtaking, seemingly untouched by the mundane world, and Lin Tian found himself momentarily speechless. Contemplating the improbability of such a stunning woman jesting with him, he wore an expression of awkwardness, unsure of what to say. Yun Yan, observing the myriad of questions swirling in his mind, stated succinctly, I am weary and wish to rest. Please exit and close the door behind you. Lin Tian was taken aback. Was this not his home? How could she request him to leave? After a moment's reflection, he decided it wise to address the crowd outside first. Thus, he awkwardly emerged, declaring, we have guests today. It would be best for everyone to return home. The villagers, initially anticipating a sensational revelation, were reluctant to depart. In exasperation, Li Juanji stepped forward, saying, all right, the beasts have been dealt with. Everyone should hasten home to ensure their households remain unscathed. Let us not linger here. With this, the crowd gradually dispersed. Chapter 239, Love discovered after the departure of the guests, Lu Yanran and Lin Tian stood in the courtyard. Lu Yanran gazed at Lin Tian with a look of confusion, awaiting an explanation. Lin Tian felt as if his head might explode. He was at a loss for words, as the script he had received was not meant to unfold this way. Scratching his head, he handed her the marriage contract, saying, Wife, I truly do not know how to explain this to you. Please, take a look for yourself. Lu Yanran, still bewildered, took the document and soon comprehended everything. After all, this was a betrothal established 2 decades prior, and Lin Tian had no means of refusing it. She glanced around the house and smiled at Lin Tian, realizing that since she was also the fiancée of her husband, she could be regarded as his elder sister. From now on, I shall call you sister, she decided. Lin Tian stared at the beaming Lu Yanran, somewhat incredulous. Typically, wouldn't such a revelation incite chaos? How could she accept it with such tranquility? I will go tidy up the side room. After speaking, she turned to Lin Tian with a smile and asked, so where will my husband sleep tonight? Sleep where? Lin Tian hurriedly approached her side and whispered, of course, I will sleep with you. Upon hearing this, Lu Yanran's smile grew even brighter. Then let us tidy up together. Lin Tian nodded vigorously. It was no jest. He found Lu Yanran's smile almost surreal, sending shivers down his spine. After they finished arranging the room and surveyed the wild game on the floor, Lin Tian lost interest in continuing. His mood, which had initially been quite joyous, had taken a roller coaster ride. First, a white-haired stranger appeared, followed by a fiancée. His emotions fluctuated so greatly that he felt his heart might not endure the strain. Dinner was a simple affair, consisting of some noodles. Lin Tian knocked on the door. Yun Yan opened it with a blank expression. What is it? Feeling awkward. Lin Tian replied, I made some noodles. Would you like to have some? Yun Yan did not respond verbally but stepped out of the room. She approached the 3 bowls of noodles set in the courtyard, sitting down without a word. Lu Yanran glanced at her, and their eyes met. Lin Tian, standing nearby, felt a cold sweat break out, fearing a confrontation between the 2 women. You are the woman he has married? Lu Yanran nodded and smiled. Yes, sister. Sister? Yun Yan raised an eyebrow upon hearing this, scrutinizing her. The intensity of her gaze tightened Lin Tian's heart. For some reason, the sight of Yin made him anxious, akin to being caught in an act of infidelity, with an overwhelming sense of impending doom. Yin stared at Lu Yanran for a long while before finally uttering, "Let us eat." At her words, Lu Yanran's hand, previously hidden in her sleeve, finally relaxed. It must be said, this woman exuded an air of dominance that was palpable. Merely locking eyes with her felt as though one was laid bare. The meal unfolded in a stifling atmosphere. After dining, Yin lapsed into silence and returned to her room. Once Lin Tian finished washing the dishes, he accompanied Lu Yanran back to the side room, where he found her sitting on the edge of the bed. He nervously explained, "Wife, I truly did not know about this matter, and I am still uncertain how to resolve it. Please give me some time." Lu Yanran was not angry. Instead, she offered comfort, saying, "My dear husband, since ancient times, marriage has always been a matter of parental consent and the matchmaking of others. This engagement was established by my grandfather while he was still alive. I have come to fulfill that promise, and I am indeed a woman of my word. If you refuse to marry me, it would condemn me to a lifetime of solitude." Upon hearing her words, Lin Tian felt a stir within his heart. Just moments ago, he had contemplated breaking off the engagement. Yet, would that not ruin a woman's life? Moreover, her arrival must have been motivated by a significant reason. Thus, it seemed he had no choice but to allow her to stay temporarily. Lu Yanran reassured him, "My dear husband, you need not worry about me feeling jealous. It is quite commonplace for men to have multiple wives and concubines. As long as you do not disdain me, I shall be content." Lin Tian gazed at the petite and delicate woman, her words evoking a sense of endearment. He could not help but embrace her. "Rest assured, Yanran, I shall treat you well." Lu Yanran nodded in his embrace. She had never envisioned possessing Lin Tian exclusively. After all, he was such a formidable man. How could someone like him belong to only one woman? Her gaze dimmed slightly. In the forge, the sudden appearance of Yin had left the others restless. Murongbo pondered aloud. What is the true background of that fiancé who claims to be a master? Murong Xian, feeling somewhat invisible, shook his head, indicating he was unaware. Xuanzi frowned, asking, "Does that mean she will also be my master's wife in the future?" Gu Wei shot him a disapproving glance, replying, "Is that even a question?" Old Wang, puffing on his pipe, mused, "Come to think of it, old Lin's family is indeed not from around here. They moved here 18 years ago." The others immediately perked up, eager for the story. In the Guanjia courtyard, Guanjua and her father had long been privy to the villagers' gossip. Guanjua, once filled with hope, now found herself utterly despondent. Guanhai also began to sense something amiss, yet he still wished to give Lin Tian another chance. What if it succeeded? Guanjua shot him an exasperated look, saying, "Father, how can I explain? The master truly does not harbor those feelings for me. Impossible. If he had no such intentions, why would he help you time and again and gift you these treasures?" Guanjua found herself at a loss for words, her anxiety causing her to pace back and forth in the room. The next day, Lin Tian awoke groggily, his dark circles evident. Upon waking, he discovered that Lu Yanran was nowhere to be found. Alarmed, he quickly got up to search for her, fearing she might do something foolish. However, when he reached the kitchen and saw Lu Yanran preparing breakfast, he was taken aback. He wondered if this woman truly did not care, or if the mindset of women in ancient times was simply different, accepting the notion of men having multiple wives as normal. For some reason, he felt an unexpected sense of relief mixed with an inexplicable guilt. How fortunate he was to have married such a considerate woman. Noticing someone at the door, Lu Yanran looked up and, upon seeing Lin Tian, smiled at him. "My dear, you are awake." Lin Tian nodded. Lu Yanran wiped her hands and skillfully opened the steamer, revealing perfectly steamed white buns inside. The morning sunlight bathed her face, rendering her indescribably beautiful. Lin Tian noticed a bit of powder on her cheek and instinctively reached out to wipe it away. Lu Yanran froze for a moment, then shyly averted her gaze, her bashful demeanor causing Lin Tian's breath to quicken. Just as he was about to take the next step, a shadow appeared before him, sending a chill down his spine. He quickly withdrew his hand. "Yun Yin." He turned abruptly, only to find Yun Yin glaring at them with a frosty expression. She remained silent, her piercing gaze fixed upon him, rendering Lin Tian too frightened to breathe. Finally, Yun Yin coldly stated, "I need to wash up." Embarrassed, Lin Tian pointed towards the adjacent restroom and explained, "In there, you'll find a blue towel that hasn't been used. If you need water, simply remove the wooden stopper from the bamboo tube." After his explanation, Yun Yin left without a word. Just as Lin Tian was about to breathe a sigh of relief, Yun Yin unexpectedly added, "In the future, it would be best if I do not witness such occurrences." At her words, Lin Tian's hair stood on end. He thought to himself, this is his home. Must he seek her approval for everything? Moreover, Lu Yin is his wife. He glanced at Lu Yanran, who wore a similarly bewildered expression. Lin Tian, feeling somewhat disgruntled, inquired, "My dear, is there anything else you need assistance with?" Lu Yanran smiled gently and replied, "Nothing else. Let us have our meal." Chapter 240. Do not hesitate. Participate in the blacksmithing competition. Lin Tian compelled himself not to overthink. Where their essay will, their essay way. When the boat reaches the bridge, it will naturally straighten out. At present, he was uncertain of Yun Yan's intentions in seeking him out. Was it affection? Unlikely. as they had yet to lay eyes on one another. Perhaps her visit was prompted by a particular reason. A reluctant choice made to avoid certain things she disliked. If that were the case, it could be negotiated. After all, if she held no affection for him, then the engagement was merely a piece of paper. Should she wish to depart, he would not hinder her. Although he admired beautiful women, it was only those who reciprocated his feelings that captured his heart. He instinctively felt that he could not win over such an aloof goddess. Thus, he resolved to maintain his distance from Yin during her stay. He could hardly believe she would marry a mere blacksmith. During their meal, Lin Tian occasionally glanced at Yin and tentatively inquired, "Miss Yun, I doubt you sought me out solely regarding the engagement, did you? Perhaps there are other matters at hand? If you require my assistance in any regard, please feel free to inform me." Lin Tian believed it best to clarify such matters early on. However, to his surprise, Yin set down her chopsticks, frowning as she retorted, "What? Do you not wish to take responsibility? Are you considering calling off the engagement?" Lin Tian could not help but feel a flush of embarrassment. Yin scoffed, "What? Having married a lovely wife, do you intend to deny your betrothed?" Lin Tian found himself at a loss for words, especially since she possessed evidence to corroborate her claims. At that moment, Lu Yinren hurriedly interjected, "Sister, my husband is not like that." Upon hearing this, Yin lifted her gaze to scrutinize her, demanding, "Then tell me, what kind of person is he?" Oh no. Lin Tian had not anticipated that the icy goddess would ignite so easily. He quickly suggested, "Let us finish our meal first, and then we can discuss this further." Yin raised an eyebrow, elegantly lifting her spoon to sip her porridge. What a trial this woman seemed to be. As if sent by fate to challenge him. After their meal, Yin retreated to her room to meditate and practice her skills. In the courtyard, tranquility returned, reminiscent of the peace that reigned before her arrival. Just then, Huzi approached Lin Tian with an excited demeanor, exclaiming that a blacksmithing competition was being held in the city, with a prize of 100 taels of silver for the victor, and inquired if Lin Tian wished to participate. Participate? Such an opportunity must not be missed. Back in Luosang, he had felt a significant improvement in his blacksmithing abilities. This competition would serve as an excellent gauge of his skill level. Moreover, the foremost blacksmith of Luosang had praised him, calling him a master. Perhaps he truly was a skilled artisan. With this thought in mind, Lin Tian asked Huzi when the competition began. Huzi replied that the registration deadline was today and that there was still time to join. Lin Tian instructed them to continue their work at home while he went to see for himself. Considering that Gu Wei was also a blacksmith, he thought he would enjoy such an event and decided to bring him along. Upon arriving in the city, they indeed discovered the competition was taking place. The two quickly registered. Gu Wei looked at Lin Tian awkwardly, thinking to himself, does the master truly enjoy participating in such competitions? Could it be that the master is experiencing life? With his prowess, he would undoubtedly secure first place effortlessly. During his absence, Yin was astonished to discover that after having a breakfast, her internal injuries had remarkably healed. Curiously stepping outside, she beheld the medicinal herbs in the greenhouse. To her surprise, he possessed knowledge of medicine as well. A subtle smile graced Yunyan's lips as she realized that Lin Tian was not entirely ineffectual. While his blacksmithing might be lacking, his medical skills were commendable. Venturing into the greenhouse, she admired the flourishing ginseng, unable to resist crouching down to appreciate it. As she caressed the plump leaves, a wave of joy surged within her. She mused that residing here was not so bad. It could aid in her recovery. After all, that group of people was undoubtedly searching for her everywhere. Venturing out posed risks, it was wiser to remain here. However, just after Lin Tian successfully registered for the competition, the system's voice suddenly resonated. Registration for the blacksmithing contest successful. Win the competition, and your blacksmithing skill will be upgraded by 1 level. An elevation in level. This was excellent news. If he could advance, once he became a master craftsman, his earnings would increase significantly. Eventually, the entire Yinjing would recognize his blacksmithing prowess, and financial worries would be a thing of the past. With wealth and fame, his father-in-law would undoubtedly regard him with newfound respect, allowing him to hold his head high before Yinran. The competition was scheduled for the following day. Thus, after registering, Lin Tian accompanied Gu Wei to procure some everyday seasonings before returning home. Upon his arrival, he found the atmosphere between the two women surprisingly tranquil. To avert any potential conflict, Lin Tian finished his meal and retreated to his forge, and after washing up at night, he promptly went to bed. Meanwhile, in the vicinity of Diyan, a man and a woman were riding on horseback, traversing the terrain. At each location they passed, they produced a portrait of a woman, inquiring if anyone had seen her. The woman in the portrait was none other than Yunyan. "Ah, I believe I have seen her," remarked the tea stall owner, recognizing the likeness. The woman, filled with excitement, pressed, "When did you see her? Do you know which direction she was headed?" The tea stall owner pointed toward Yinjing, stating, "It seems she went that way." The pair's expressions turned cold as they fixed their gaze on the direction he indicated. They tossed a piece of broken silver onto the table and departed swiftly. "Xiang, do you truly believe Yunyan has come here?" inquired the young man, his face handsome and his figure slender, gazing tenderly at the beauty clad in red. The woman appeared disinterested, replying coldly, "Zhou Mu, no matter where Yunyan flees, I shall bring her back." Those who dare to betray the Yun family meet but one fate: death. Besides, does she think she can escape? The descendants of the Yun family have been marked with a unique fragrance since birth. As long as we possess this butterfly lure, we will find her. A flicker of malice glinted in her beautiful eyes. They had emerged from the ancient lands and had pursued her for an entire month. Observing their surroundings, Xiang could not help but frown. In the Northwest's most desolate regions, did she truly believe they could locate that man? The two continued their journey toward Yinjing. She was eager to see what surprises Yunyan could unveil. Upon their arrival in the city, they noticed a throng of people gathered at the entrance of the vegetable market. Oh, it seems something is happening over there. Should we go take a look? Yunxiang contemplated declining the suggestion, but Zhoumu, filled with curiosity, exclaimed, "It's a blacksmith competition. Let us go see." For Zhoumu, it was indeed intriguing to witness the nature of the forging contests outside. The ancient world was a reclusive existence, seldom revealing itself to the outside realm, and rarely meddling in the affairs of the continent. However, now that they had ventured forth, it was only natural to indulge in some amusement, perhaps even to toy with these ordinary blacksmiths. Among the crowd, Lin Tian stood nervously in the contestant area. It was his first time forging in front of such a large audience, and to claim he was not anxious would be a falsehood. Observing the towering stature of the other competitors amplified his sense of pressure, especially with Huzi and others cheering him on. With still a stick of incense's worth of time before the competition commenced, he recognized that winning could not only elevate his standing, but also earn him 100 taels. Lin Tian felt compelled to give it his all, yet the sight of the more robust blacksmiths around him dampened his confidence. At that moment, he spotted a vendor selling herbal tea among the spectators. He hurried over, requesting a bowl to bolster his courage. The vendor was a young girl, around 15 or 16, who cheerfully offered, "Would you like a bowl, young sir?" Lin Tian, feeling the weight of his nerves, inquired, "How much for a bowl?" The girl replied enthusiastically, "Just one per bowl. I'll take 2 bowls, please." He responded eagerly. "All right," she said, swiftly preparing 2 bowls for him. With the herbal tea in hand, Lin Tian gulped it down, feeling a wave of calm wash over him. "Don't be timid," he encouraged himself, straightening his back and placing 2 on the counter before returning to the contestant area. Chapter 241. Zhoumu's jealousy in the competition area. Gu Wei stood there with remarkable composure. What was there to compare? With a master present, who could possibly triumph? He was merely accompanying the master for amusement. A mere participant. During the competition, he too would strive diligently. Although he could not match the master's prowess, he must not fall behind anyone else. Otherwise, the master might mistakenly perceive him as lacking in intelligence, and that would be disastrous. He would not naively assume that Lin Tian was in need of money. Upon seeing Lin Tian arrive, Gu Wei's shoulders quivered with excitement. His confident demeanor suggested that, even before the competition had commenced, he had already secured victory. "Xiao Gu, you must give it your all in the blacksmith competition. A prize of 100 taels awaits the victor." Gu Wei nodded. He did not lack for 100 taels. But the master's encouragement to exert himself was undoubtedly to gauge his true capabilities. Meanwhile, Bai Fei had just returned to the city and was watching the competition from a tavern. Spotting a familiar face in the crowd, he stood up in astonishment. "Is that the blacksmith from Xiaoyigo? Could it truly be that muddy-legged fellow?" he inquired. Tao Xiao furrowed her brow. "He is here to compete. Likely for that 100 taels." Bai Fei scoffed, "Huh? In Xiaoyigo, he has Pang Wei backing him. But here in the city, this is my domain. He thinks he can claim the silver? A mere dream." He summoned someone to inform the overseer of his intentions. The overseer nodded. Bai Fei's gaze narrowed as he fixated on Lin Tian below. Tao Xiao speculated. Bai Fei must be planning something against Lin Tian. "What did you say to him just now?" "Nothing of consequence, merely encouraging Lin Tian to enjoy himself," Bai Fei replied with a sinister smirk. "Since he wishes to claim silver, I shall let him understand just how elusive the currency of the capital can be. The show is about to begin. Xiao Rou, sit back and enjoy the spectacle." Bai Fei's excitement was palpable as he contemplated avenging the series of humiliations he had suffered in Xiaoyigo. After today, he would ensure Lin Tian comprehended that life in the capital was not so simple. He ought to remain in Xiaoyigo, where he belonged. And who would know of the underhanded tactics he employed? Even if they did, what could they prove? Without substantial evidence, even the highest authority could do nothing against him. At that moment, Lin Tian stared blankly at the furnace. This was his first time participating in such a competition. Winning would yield 100 taels. He wished that such events occurred more frequently, ideally once a month. Then, he would never have to worry about finances. Suddenly, he realized he had let his thoughts drift. Lin Tian awkwardly cleared his throat. At that moment, the fragrant wood in the furnace was nearly burned out. The number of spectators had swelled to its maximum capacity. A sea of humanity stretching beyond sight. This was, after all, the inaugural blacksmith competition hosted by the Great Yin. Naturally, the excitement drew a large crowd. In the center of the arena, multiple forges were set up, with the entire stage positioned at the entrance of the vegetable market. It was square, resembling a block of tofu, featuring 10 forges, totaling 100 in all. Between each stove, there lies a meter of space, creating a rather spectacular scene. They stand on either side of the arena, and before anyone steps up, they must place a thumbprint beneath their name in the registration book, signifying their participation in the competition. Most of the contestants are aged between 18 and 35, with several hundred participants present. Upon seeing those older and more robust than himself, Lin Tian involuntarily swallowed hard. These individuals exuded an aura of seasoned strength. Could he truly contend against them? Yet, glancing at those younger competitors with slender limbs, he felt a flicker of confidence. However, they lacked fame and garnered little attention. Nevertheless, with handsome features, they successfully captivated the affections of the maidens and matrons of the capital. One man stood out as the most striking among the competitors. It was Yunxiang who spoke. Having been pulled over by Zhou Mu to witness the spectacle, initially reluctant, she succumbed to his persistent coaxing. As the daughter of the esteemed Yun family, her status was unparalleled. Even Zhou Mu could only aspire to her standing. The sword she held was an artifact of unimaginable worth, far surpassing ancient relics, its true value imperceptible to the untrained eye. Her martial skills were taught personally by the venerable elder Yun, and even he could not discern their true level. At this moment, he perceived Yunxiang merely as a delicate maiden, lacking in internal strength and easily vanquished. Yet, inexplicably, he believed that this handsome man could triumph in the contest. Yunxiang raised an eyebrow, suggesting a wager. Zhou Mu, taken aback, inquired what they would bet on. She proposed a wager on the victor of the match. Intrigued, Zhou Mu eagerly asked whom she favored. Yunxiang pointed to Lin Tian, clad in a blue garment, asserting, "I believe that man will win." As someone who concealed his own allure, Yunxiang sensed that Lin Tian was not an ordinary contestant, especially due to the small hammer secured at his waist, which seemed to defy classification. Did this not imply that it bore a similarity to her own weapon? Zhou Mu, a blacksmith from the Zhou family, felt compelled to challenge Lin Tian, especially after witnessing Yunxiang's interest. Since you are so certain he will win, I shall go and meet him. But first, should you lose, you must agree to my request, Zhou Mu declared with a grin. Yunxiang replied coolly, agreed. But should you lose, you must consent to my demand. It's settled. Zhou Mu responded enthusiastically, refusing to admit that his jealousy stemmed from Lin Tian's superior looks. He then inquired among those nearby about the current situation. It was confirmed that the official competition was underway, and registration had closed the previous day, rendering late entries impossible. Not allowed to participate? Zhou Mu's eagerness surged, his impatience palpable. Rules are rigid, but people are flexible. I refuse to believe they will deny my entry. With that determination, he strode toward the judge's area. As the saying goes, money can move mountains. Was this merely a local blacksmith contest? With sufficient funds, what difficulty could there be in registering on site? For him, spending money was as commonplace as dining. Yunxiang cast a sudden glance at him, pondering the audacity of his actions. A member of an ancient noble family, why was he so eager to join the fray? At that moment, Bai Fei was arranging for the steward to inform the judge to allocate the most ineffective stove to Lin Tian, preferably one that could barely ignite. He intended for Lin Tian to suffer public humiliation before the entire capital. A hint of malice crept across his features as he fixated on Lin Tian. Suddenly, his gaze caught sight of a striking figure in the crowd, adorned in vibrant red. How enchanting! Which young lady could she be, blossoming into such an exquisite beauty? The truth was, he had never encountered her before. Unable to contain his curiosity, he inquired of his attendant, "Who is that maiden? I have never seen her in the capital." The attendant followed his and was equally captivated. He replied honestly, "Such a stunning woman has yet to grace our city." "Young master, shall I inquire further?" "Hasten," Bai Fei urged impatiently. Meanwhile, Tao Xiaoro, observing the scene, could not help but furrow her brow. She had initially thought Bai Fei's infatuation with her stemmed from her own beauty, only to realize he was enamored with every striking woman he encountered. Particularly, this one seemed even more alluring than herself. A surge of insecurity washed over her. Having lost Lin Tian to Lu Yanran, now she was at risk of losing Bai Fei to an unknown beauty. How could she bear such a thought? Yet, upon noticing the shabby attire of the newcomer, she reasoned that her background could not be vastly superior. After all, she had the favor of the noble consort Lu as her godmother. Her status had dramatically elevated, granting her the right to stand against anyone. Chapter 242, Can Water Ignite Coal? Zhou Mu arrived at the judging area and boldly tossed out 100 taels of gold, declaring his intent to compete. The judges, taken aback by the gleaming gold, widened their eyes in astonishment. It was evident that they had encountered an unexpectedly wealthy patron today. The prize for the competition was merely 100 taels of silver, yet this individual had thrown down 100 taels of gold. Could he possibly be a frivolous young master seeking amusement with his wealth? Naturally, they were inclined to accommodate such a generous offer. However, a few judges, steadfast in their integrity, promptly refused, stating that this was a formal competition and they were not the sort to accept bribes. They urged him to take back his money. Zhou Mu was astonished that in a poverty-stricken nation, a mere blacksmith competition could be conducted with such formality. Raising an eyebrow, he remarked, "Oh, if I cannot register, then so be it." Just as he was about to reclaim his silver, he was intercepted by an elderly man seated before him. With a warm smile, the elder said, "Since the competition has yet to commence, it is no issue to add one more participant. Please proceed to register over there, and you may compete immediately." As the elder finished speaking, A disdainful middle-aged man looked at Zhou Mu with clear contempt. Nevertheless, he was not the chief judge, and his words held no weight. Observing this, Zhou Mu's face broke into a triumphant smile. Thank you, he replied. Once the others had left, the elder turned to the earlier critic and said, Lao Si, why must you be so stubborn? The attire of that young gentleman clearly indicates he is not someone we should provoke. If he wishes to compete, why should we oppose him? Besides, there is gold at stake. The 4 judges around them gazed greedily at the gold in Zhou Mu's possession. Old master, surely a share of that gold is in order? One of them ventured. The elder, albeit reluctantly, divided a piece among them. Thus, Zhou Mu was able to participate in the competition. Standing in the contestant area, he waved at Yunxiang. At that moment, Tao Xiao from the tavern caught sight of the scene and thought to herself, does this woman have an admirer? If she does, she should refrain from attracting attention and engaging in flirtations. Why not simply stay home? She held such women in deep disdain. Even more infuriating to her was the fact that Bai Fei was staring intently at Yunxiang. Despite her annoyance, she did not dare confront him directly. Instead, she resolved to wait until she could meet Lu Guifei and request an imperial decree to marry Bai Fei. This way, she would be the legitimate mistress of the Bai household, and he would need her consent to wed anyone. The position of the matriarch would be unassailable. She could handle not just one woman, but 10. After a while, a subordinate returned, and Bai Fei eagerly inquired about Yunxiang's whereabouts. Unfortunately, the subordinate shook his head, indicating that the young lady was not from the capital. Not from the capital? Bai Fei's interest was piqued even further. At that moment, a gong sounded, signaling the official start of the competition. Lin Tian and the others drew lots, searching for their designated positions. Number 100? Lin Tian thought to himself, finding it quite amusing. Does this foreshadow that he will score a perfect 100 in this competition? A smile involuntarily graced his lips. Zhou Mu drew number 1 and stood at the far left of the arena, while Lin Tian happened to occupy the last position in that row. The stark contrast between them filled Zhou Mu with pride as he proudly produced his small golden hammer. The moment the hammer emerged, it instantly became the focal point of the entire gathering. Those who came to participate in the forging event were undoubtedly there for the prize. Those capable of wielding a golden hammer surely did not lack for wealth. Bai Fei, seated in the tavern, kept a keen eye on him. A figure so eye-catching could not possibly go unrecognized. The only explanation was that this man was not a local of the capital. Why would a non-local come to participate in this competition? Moreover, with a golden hammer in hand, he certainly was not short of funds. Yunxiang stood amidst the crowd, observing Zhou Mu's ostentatious display with a furrowed brow, pondering the necessity of such flamboyance. After all, he had already brought forth the Zhou family's treasured heirloom, the golden hammer. She mused that the person she had wagered on would undoubtedly need to showcase genuine skill to secure a victory, for Zhou Mu was, after all, a direct descendant of the Zhou family. The Zhou clan was renowned in the ancient world for their mastery in forging, second only to the Lin family. However, she was oblivious to the fact that Lin Tian's iron tool was no ordinary implement. It was of equal caliber to his petite hammer. At that moment, all participants found their designated positions, and the atmosphere in the arena grew lively. With the resounding strike of the gong, the chief judge announced the ironwork to be forged, a sword measuring approximately 60 centimeters in length and 5 centimeters in width, to be completed within the span of 1 hour. The quality of the finished pieces would determine the ultimate victor of this competition. Humph. I wonder how you will forge when the furnace cannot even ignite. Bai Fei gritted his teeth, harboring resentment. You have offended me. Do you think it can be so easily overlooked? This time, you have fallen into my hands. I will not rest until you are utterly defeated. Zhou Mu felt no pressure regarding the competition. He glanced back at Lin Tian, who was tucked away in a corner, shaking his head with a knowing smirk. Winning would be a breeze. Another strike of the gong echoed, signaling the commencement of the contest. Instantly, everyone began to stoke their fires, creating a cacophony of sounds. Zhou Mu retrieved a fire starter, skillfully igniting the flames, while his hands worked the bellows, causing the flames to rise dramatically. The speed at which he kindled the fire left the onlookers astonished. Who is that handsome young man? He is remarkably skilled. It seems victory is all but assured for him. Just look at the golden hammer he wields. He certainly does not appear to be in need of funds. He must be here merely for amusement. Indeed, but are there truly so many affluent blacksmiths in the capital? True, if one were that wealthy, who would still choose to forge? Blacksmithing is among the most humble professions. As some marveled at the rapid ignition of fire, Lin Tian could not help but stretch his neck to observe, yet he saw nothing but a graceful silhouette. Gu Wei stood before him, unable to suppress her disdain. She mused, is igniting a fire truly such a marvel? The true masters, after all, remain quietly engrossed in their craft. Gu Wei, with a slight smile, remarked soon, you shall witness what a genuine miracle entails. Among the crowd, Yunxiang observed Lin Tian's composed manner of kindling the flames. His tranquil and leisurely technique reminiscent of something she had seen before. Upon scrutinizing his face more closely, she felt an eerie familiarity. Suddenly, it dawned on her that she had heard whispers of a celestial artifact having emerged in Dian not long ago, and the butterfly had indicated that Yun Yin was in this direction. Could it be that she had come in search of that boy from the Lin family? Impossible. Shaking her head vigorously, Yunxiang dismissed the thought. The Lin family member had been missing for 18 years. How could he possibly be here? Such coincidences were implausible. Yet, if he were truly of the Lin lineage, what was there to compete in this match? The Lin family's forging prowess was unparalleled by the Zhou clan. Wherever the Lin family was present, the Zhou family could not hold a candle. Perhaps she was overthinking it. How could such coincidences exist in the world? Surely, her recent preoccupations with chasing after Yin had muddled her thoughts. Shaking her head, Yinxiang focused intently on Lin Tian, repeatedly reassuring herself that she was merely imagining things. What are the odds of such coincidences in this world? On the arena, Lin Tian remained blissfully unaware of the gazes directed at him from the crowd. He simply retrieved a fire starter and tossed wood shavings into the stove, leisurely coaxing the flames to life. As he added coal, he mused about who had been so kind as to douse the coal with water. This would allow it to burn longer without concern of depletion. When the flames in Lin Tian's stove leaped vigorously, Bai Fei was left astonished, standing on his chair and exclaiming, "How is this possible? Wasn't water added to the coal meant for him? How can he still ignite it?" Chapter 243. The little golden hammer cannot save your fateful defeat. It must be that the referee took a bribe and failed to manage the situation properly. Bai Fei sat down in a huff and gazed at Lin Tian, who appeared remarkably composed, which only infuriated him further. He thought to himself, "You deserve a lifetime of forging. May your descendants toil in the forge as well." At that moment, Lin Tian grasped the hammer at his waist. Contemplating the challenge ahead, crafting a blade within a single hour was indeed a tall order. However, if he accelerated his pace, it might just be achievable. With this thought, he vigorously pumped the bellows, urging the flames of the furnace to blaze even brighter. Clang, clang. The sound of metal striking metal compelled Lin Tian to lift his gaze. To his astonishment, the individual at the front of their row was wielding a golden hammer. He couldn't help but curse inwardly. What the hell? With a golden hammer in hand, do you really need money? Is it so unbearable to see the less fortunate enjoy a bowl of soup? He glared at Zhou Mu's back, incredulous that such a person would show up for a competition. Is he merely here to show off? Unable to contain his frustration, Lin Tian muttered to himself, if he's so wealthy, why compete? He could spend his money on fine wine and feasting instead. Gu Wei, hearing this, turned back in confusion. Lin Tian pointed at Zhou Mu and remarked, "Look at that one with the little golden hammer. I wonder what compels him to participate in this contest with such wealth." Gu Wei's lips quivered at the thought. "Master, you are hardly in need of money either, yet here you are joining the fray." Nevertheless, upon closer inspection of the little golden hammer, Gu Wei found it visually appealing and delicate, though its head was indiscernible. The essence of blacksmithing lies in skill. These ornate tools could hinder progress in technique. Lin Tian pondered aloud, that hammer does appear rather exquisite. Is gold not too soft to be used for forging? Master, if you ask me, who shall I ask? Gu Wei replied, his face a canvas of confusion, concluding that it was merely a gimmick. Lin Tian concurred, indeed. Gold is too malleable, suitable for adornments, perhaps, but not for forging. The saying iron must be strong is not without reason. Yet, he was the first to stoke the fire. And judging by his stance, he doesn't seem like a novice. Perhaps he possesses some genuine skill. Upon hearing Lin Tian's words, Gu Wei found the situation hilariously amusing. He mused, Master, what does it matter if he possesses skill in your presence? Even if he had 10 times the skill, it would avail him nothing against you. His misfortune is solely his own. A golden hammer is of no use in altering his fate of defeat. Seeing Gu Wei shake his head, Lin Tian mistakenly thought he was disagreeing with his assessment and asked with curiosity, do you not find him impressive? Gu Wei shook his head, not in the slightest. As time slipped away, Lin Tian, noting the urgency of the moment, set aside his conversation with Gu Wei and quickened his pace. He swung the hammer with renewed vigor, the sound of the wind rushing past him echoing in the forge. Lin Tian's movements were graceful, and with what appeared to be a casual strike, he effortlessly reshaped the iron plate. The sound of his hammering resonated with a crispness and rhythm unlike any other on the field. Gu Wei couldn't help but exclaim in admiration, who else can do this? Realizing Lin Tian was giving it his all, he swiftly turned back to his work. Among the crowd, Yin Xiang's gaze was firmly fixed on Lin Tian, unyielding in her focus. She recognized the familiar power that emanated from him as he forged, reminiscent of what she had witnessed in the Lin family. No, it was even more formidable. This man, seemingly just over 20, possessed such astonishing talent in metallurgy. If the old man of the Lin family were to learn of this, he would surely be unable to remain still. However, it still required further confirmation whether he was truly one of them. She had previously heard rumors that a member of the Lin family had gone missing due to persecution by their kin. Was his arrival here laden with ulterior motives? If that were the case, she could not act recklessly and must ascertain the truth. If he were indeed of the Lin lineage, it would simplify matters, allowing her to confront him before Yun Yin did. Mu Rongfu, upon hearing that Lin Tian was participating in the competition, hurried over as soon as he disembarked from his carriage. Peng Wei led him to the judge's area. The head judge did not recognize Mu Rongfu, but he was familiar with Peng Wei. Upon seeing him, he promptly stood up, exclaiming, "Greetings, General Peng." Peng Wei waved his hand, gesturing for Mu Rongfu to take a seat. "Your Majesty, please sit here." "Your Majesty?" The judges exchanged terrified glances. bewildered by the presence of an emperor at a blacksmithing competition. At that moment, Lin Tian also noticed the commotion in the judging area. Seeing Murong Fu and Peng Wei, he was momentarily stunned, wondering how they had come to be there, seated in the judges' area. Would greeting them not imply that he had received preferential treatment? He deemed it unworthy to compromise his integrity for a mere 100 taels of silver, resolving instead to win the competition through his own merit. In doing so, he believed that the elder Murong would regard him with newfound respect, no longer viewing him as a mere freeloader. With this analysis in mind, he redoubled his efforts at the forge. Meanwhile, upstairs, Bai Fei felt deflated upon seeing Peng Wei's arrival. How could he exact his revenge now? Peng Wei was certainly wary of his potential underhanded tactics, hence his presence at the competition. Bai Fei was perplexed about the relationship between Peng Wei and this young man. Unable to contain his frustration, he muttered curses under his breath. Across from him, Tao Xiaoro sat biting her nails, nearly digging into her flesh. Why would a master participate in such a competition? She questioned Peng Wei. The judges nearby, overhearing that a master was in attendance, presumed it to be Shoumu wielding a golden hammer. The elder silently exhaled in relief, thinking to himself that it was fortunate he had agreed earlier, otherwise it would have caused a significant uproar. Peng Wei shook his head, indicating his confusion. The thoughts of a master are beyond our comprehension. Perhaps he wishes to seize this opportunity to evaluate the blacksmiths of Dian. Murong Fu's eyes gleamed with intrigue as he replied, "What you say is not without merit. Could it be that the master seeks to identify potential talents from this competition?" Peng Wei analyzed that it was not entirely improbable. Otherwise, how could one explain the master's personal attendance at the competition? If it were not for the purpose of directly observing the participants' abilities, such a visit would be unnecessary. Surely, it could not be merely for amusement, could it? The mere thought of amusement prompted Murong Xian to stroke his beard thoughtfully. He pondered that it was indeed plausible. The master's penchant for masquerading as an ordinary person could indeed stem from a desire for entertainment. Or perhaps the master had undisclosed intentions for participating in the competition. The two exchanged glances, both unable to decipher the master's thoughts. Regardless, neither of them would ever believe that Lin Tian entered the contest merely for the modest prize of 100 taels. At that moment, Peng Wei spotted Bai Fei at the tavern and suddenly comprehended the situation. Could it be that the master's purpose for this visit was to teach Bai Fei a lesson? It was evident that upon seeing him, Bai Fei had retreated in fear into his room. Could it be that there was some foul play afoot in this competition? Frowning, Peng Wei approached the chief judge and inquired, "What instructions has Bai Fei given you?" The elder, upon hearing this, was so frightened that he fell to his knees, kowtowing, and promptly revealed that Bai Fei had offered 500 taels of silver to ensure that water was added to Lin Tian's coal. Murong Fu frowned upon hearing this and could not help but indulge in bold speculation. The master must have anticipated that Bai Fei would not easily relent. To prevent him from causing trouble in the village and affecting the lady, he had likely used the excuse of participating in the competition to teach that young man a lesson. With this thought, he looked at Bai Fei with a sympathetic expression, contemplating the misfortune that would befall the Bai family due to this unfilial descendant. Although the Bai family wielded some influence in the capital, there was little he could do to assist in this matter. Peng Wei remarked, "I recall that Bai Fei has an elder brother named Bai Liang, who also holds a position in the court. And what of it? One can only blame this young man for provoking the master," Murong Fu replied calmly. Upon hearing this, Peng Wei understood that Murong Fu had no intention of intervening in the affair and thus turned his focus to Lin Tian as he forged iron. Chapter 244. Shocking the entire audience, the competition was in full swing, and Zhou brimmed with confidence. Without a shadow of a doubt, he knew he would emerge victorious. "Wow, look, that person's flames are actually purple." Astonished, Zhou glanced at the flames in his own furnace, which appeared to be nothing more than ordinary fire. Where was the purple? The cheers of the crowd echoed around him, prompting him to turn and look behind. The moment he turned, he was left utterly dumbfounded. Clang, clang. The flames in Lin Tian's furnace resembled a blooming purple orchid, radiant and captivating, drawing the attention of everyone present. Was it cheating? How could his flames be purple? Was the coal different? It seemed overly extravagant, merely a ploy to attract attention. Zhou smirked, feeling certain of his impending victory, dismissing Lin Tian's display as nothing more than a superficial spectacle that only highlighted his own excellence. He completely overlooked the small golden hammer he held in his hand. If anyone were to boast, it should be him. Lin Tian's blacksmithing lacked ostentation. Each strike of his hammer was purposeful, reshaping the iron beneath it with precision. An hour passed swiftly in the heat of the competition. With the resounding clang of the gong, the chief judge called for a halt. "Time is up. Competitors, please cease your work and stand beside your furnaces. Our judges will now come down to inspect your finished pieces." Taking a deep breath, Lin Tian felt relieved to have completed his work within the allotted time, though he was dissatisfied with the appearance and brightness of his creation. Yet, given the time constraints, this was the best he could manage. It seemed that the reward of 100 taels of silver would not come easily, and advancement was equally challenging. As the judges descended from the stage, they immediately disqualified those whose pieces were incomplete or of inferior quality. Soon, only 3 competitors remained: Lin Tian, Gu Wei, and Zhou Mu. Zhou Mu glanced back at the two standing behind him, raising an eyebrow. He thought to himself that even if they were superior to others, their journey ended here. Amidst the crowd, Yin Xiang stared blankly at Lin Tian, suddenly recalling the unassuming hammer he wielded, which possessed such immense power. It was said that ancient artifacts had no rank, yet Lin Tian's hammer could forge a mere piece of iron into an epic weapon within an hour. The Lin family. This man was truly extraordinary. Surely, even the current Lin Feng could not match his caliber. To transform an ordinary iron sheet into an epic weapon was terrifying. This young man was formidable. If Lin Feng were to learn of his existence, there would surely be upheaval. One might wonder if he would still consider Lin Xiao as his heir. Contemplating this, Yin Xiang pondered whether to relay the news back. After all, the ancient world at present is exceedingly tranquil. One might believe themselves invincible. If the events surrounding Lin Tian were to be conveyed back, what a spectacle that would be. The ease with which he crafts epic weaponry, wielding nothing but ordinary iron scraps, is truly extraordinary. Even the simplest furnace flames transform into something remarkable in his hands. Her curiosity about this man intensifies, pondering the myriad secrets he harbors. Seated in the judging area, Morong Fu's eyes widened in astonishment. Just moments ago, the master forged iron before the audience, utilizing materials identical to those of the others, did he not? Peng Wei nodded. Yet he knew that each type of weapon requires distinct materials, and the methods of forging vary as well. Yet, behold the master, who has seemingly conjured an epic weapon from mere, ordinary iron. How utterly unbelievable. Upon hearing this, Morong Fu inhaled sharply. The two could not help but gaze at the hammer in Lin Tian's grasp. Could it be that the hammer holds the key? No wonder they struggled to lift it. Surely, its capabilities are what enable such feats. This must be the case. Otherwise, everything would remain inexplicable. No matter how formidable the master may be, he could not alter the properties of the materials. Each weapon undergoes a rigorous process from raw iron to finished product, a transformation that cannot deviate from reality. The only plausible explanation is that this hammer possesses the ability to modify the properties of its materials. As they continued their analysis, oblivious to their surroundings, Morong Fu remained transfixed by the hammer held by Lin Tian. At this moment, Peng Wei chuckled and remarked, "I must congratulate your majesty. The master's presence in Dian may very well be attributed to you." Me? Morong Fu pondered, feeling a surge of excitement as he stammered. How else to explain why the master chose Dian over numerous other nations, aiding it in its ascent to a formidable power in the northwest, commanding respect and fear from all? Even the likes of Luoseng, Shuyun, and the kingdom of Tianlong dare not provoke them. Prior to encountering the master, they were merely one of the smallest nations in the northwest, ravaged by incessant warfare, with their people living in despair. Yet now, in a mere 2 months, they have undergone a terrifying transformation. However, he also understood the master's desires. A life of simplicity is what the master yearns for. As long as they remain mindful of this, they shall not fall into ruin. Meanwhile, Zhou Mu observed the iron sword crafted by Lin Tian. His expression a tapestry of emotions, both astonished and incredulous. After all, he had only managed to forge a 6th-tier treasured weapon in the span of an hour. How could Lin Tian produce an epic weapon? It is worth noting that completing a single product within an hour is already commendable. Zhou Mu considered himself exceptionally gifted. Having intentionally eased his efforts during the forging process, believing no one here could craft anything beyond a 3rd-tier treasured weapon. Yet, he had achieved 6th tier. It can be unequivocally stated that his prowess utterly overwhelms. This individual must be cheating, having surreptitiously substituted materials. How could it be possible? A mere village blacksmith completing an epic weapon within an hour? I wouldn't believe it even if it were to kill him. Perhaps he brought something into the competition venue beforehand. With this thought, Zhou Mu's expression darkened. Cheating, let alone so brazenly, only indicates how irregular this competition truly is. How utterly uninteresting. Such a person must be taught a lesson. Although I too have resorted to dishonest means as a blacksmith, I have never compromised my integrity in forging. I shall expose you. At this point, Zhou Mu remains unwilling to accept the truth, as he perceives not a trace of internal energy fluctuations emanating from Lin Tian. One must understand that anyone capable of crafting an epic weapon possesses profound internal strength. Yet, looking at Lin Tian, Zhou Mu shakes his head, daring to cheat in such a manner. As for Bai Fei, upon seeing Lin Tian still standing on the stage, accompanied by 2 others, one wielding a small golden hammer, clearly more formidable than Lin Tian, he muses that those who wield a hammer cannot be compared with others. As long as Lin Tian does not win, it matters not to him. Bai Fei finds himself indifferent. Instead, the enchanting figure amidst the crowd captures his gaze, rendering him unable to look away. Enough of this. He decides to take matters into his own hands. With that thought, he swiftly descends the stairs. However, upon exiting the private room, he is confronted by a group of officials blocking his path. "Young Master Bai, our general has instructed you to remain inside until the competition concludes." Upon hearing this, Bai Fei's heart races with alarm, realizing that his underhanded actions have been discovered. Chapter 245. Zhou Mu's astonishment. Who are you truly? The more Zhou Mu gazed upon that visage, the more irksome it became. How could one possess such striking beauty, even surpassing his own? Bai Fei was renowned as the fourth most handsome man in the capital. Yet, upon encountering Lin Tian, he realized that this young man not only had a more formidable background, but, infuriatingly, was untouchable. The memory of being shamelessly toyed with by Lin Tian rekindled his anger. Well, this is a competition, a test of skill. Did he truly believe that his unscrupulous tricks would prevail? Dream on if he thinks he can win. Bai Fei fixed his gaze on Zhou Mu and whispered, "Little golden hammer, do not let me down." By the furnace, Zhou Mu awaited the judge's verdict. As soon as the judge proclaimed Lin Tian the victor, he would report him for cheating. Who could forge an epic weapon within just an hour? Only a fool would believe he had not cheated. Even his grandfather could not accomplish such a feat, however, observing Lin Tian's calm demeanor. Zhou Mu felt a wave of shame wash over him. Cheating with such audacity was truly unacceptable. After the judges examined the finished products, they nodded in agreement. They were not fools. The emperor had just mentioned that masters had come to compete. How could they dare offend them? Among the three, they unanimously regarded Zhou Mu as the master, especially with his small golden hammer. Anyone knowledgeable about blacksmithing understood that gold could not be forged into a hammer. The only logical conclusion was that he must indeed be a master. Only a master could stand apart from the rest. Yet, as the crowd approached Zhou Mu, bowing and nodding, Gu Wei interjected, "Hey, what are you all looking at?" Being interrupted by a country bumpkin, the judges appeared displeased. Gu Wei mocked, "Can't you discern who forged the iron sword with superior craftsmanship?" Lin Tian was taken aback. Was there a hierarchy among iron swords? He had always forged freely, believing that as long as the mold was accurate, the blade sharp, and sturdy enough, it was satisfactory. But how was this hierarchy determined? Lin Tian pondered, scrutinizing his own sword. He truly could not discern any differences. How was this hierarchy established? Are you the judge, or are we? Spare us your prattle. The onlookers, eager for drama, sat back to witness the unfolding spectacle. Hey, something's happening. Someone is dissatisfied with the judge's decision. Wow, daring to confront the judges? What a bold individual. Isn't he afraid of retaliation? Observing his fine attire, others speculated that he must be a young master from a wealthy family, thus unafraid of the consequences. The unfortunate handsome lad at the back seemed merely a supporting character. Gu Wei's expression darkened instantaneously. How dare these judges slight a master? Had they consumed the hearts of bears and the gall of leopards? The surrounding onlookers exchanged bewildered comments, likely having it all backwards. In the judge's area, Morong Fu quietly observed the entire scene. Until Lin Tian spoke, he needed only to remain seated in silence. Once the master signaled, he would act immediately. The master seemed to be watching how the judges, bought off by Bai Fei, would respond. After Pang Wei spoke, Morong Fu nodded, astonished that they, members of our Great Yin Blacksmith Guild, would act in such a manner. Upon hearing this, Morong Fu's expression darkened. He was eager to witness how they would proceed in his presence. Bai Fei observed the judges approaching Zhou Mu and thought it was certain he would emerge victorious. However, upon seeing Gu Wei engaged in a dispute with them below, he surmised that the situation was not so easily resolved. It was quite possible that the quality of the items forged by the commoner did not differ significantly from the iron sword crafted by the little golden hammer. How could one expect to triumph? With that, he gripped the railing tightly, his eyes nearly bulging with intensity. Tao Xiao glanced at Lin Tian, admiring his calm and handsome visage, then looked at the person beside her. Indeed, without comparison, there is no harm. The more she observed Lin Tian, the more discontent brewed within her. Had it not been for Lu Yinran, she would have long since been flying high alongside Lin Tian. Yet now, there was no turning back. Aware that a relationship with Lin Tian was unattainable, she could only strive to ascend to heights beyond their reach, where they would be left in her dust. The judges remained unmoved by Gu Wei's words and unanimously declared Zhou Mu the victor of the competition. Lin Tian, resigned, shrugged his shoulders, thinking that participation was what truly mattered. Although he did not win, he felt a pang of regret. You speak nonsense. Clearly, the master's sword is of a higher caliber. Gu Wei retorted, indignant. A master? Zhou Mu scoffed at the thought. How could a man who relied on deceit dare to call himself a master? Observing the iron sword forged by Gu Wei, he found it hardly worthy of mention, letting out a derisive laugh. Are you certain he completed this sword within an hour? Zhou Mu's voice was low. The judges, convinced of his mastery, instinctively sided with him. Neglecting to even glance at Lin Tian's weapon, whispers began to circulate in the audience, with spectators speculating on the unfolding events. They were outsiders in the world of blacksmithing, unable to discern the nuances. Epic weapon? Are you suggesting he forged this in just 1 hour? Do you take us for 3-year-olds? The judges exchanged incredulous glances with Gu Wei, convinced that this treasure must have been concealed on Lin Tian prior to the competition. Yet they overlooked the impracticality of hiding such a long sword on one's person. What epic weapon? After years of blacksmithing, this was the first time he had heard such a term. Gu Wei, infuriated, exclaimed, why not? A master can. A master. Lin Tian's lips twitched, reflecting on how Gu Wei was truly flattering him in such an environment. Indeed, he was his devoted fan. Noticing Lin Tian's silence, Gu Wei feared he had overstepped and quickly retreated. The judges mistook his retreat for fear and, filled with arrogance, declared, what master? The true master is this one. Just look at him. Does he not resemble a master? Their tone was exceedingly haughty. Mo Rongfu could hardly bear to watch, yet without receiving a signal from Lin Tian, he dared not intervene. Upon witnessing the scene, Zhou Mu's smile became even more pronounced, convinced that his suspicions were indeed correct. Lin Tian was cheating. In response, Lin Tian merely replied coolly, "I did not cheat." "Did not cheat?" Zhou Mu scoffed, fixing his gaze upon him. "Are you implying that this sword was truly forged by you?" Lin Tian nodded affirmatively. "I refuse to believe it, unless you forge another one right before my eyes." Zhou Mu was certain that Lin Tian would not dare to comply. To his surprise, Lin Tian readily agreed. "Does that mean if I forge another sword in your presence, I will be declared the victor?" Zhou Mu raised an eyebrow and replied, "Certainly, as long as you can forge another in front of me. I shall concede this match to you." Lin Tian smiled, recognizing that by investing another hour into forging, he could earn 100 taels and level up. Only a fool would decline such an opportunity. Very well. With that, Lin Tian resumed work, pulling the bellows and grasping the unrefined iron piece left by the previous competitor. He began his task anew. Clang. As the first strike fell, Zhou Mu felt a powerful gust of wind sweep across his face. He stood momentarily dazed. For Lin Tian's blow was imbued with an overwhelming and forceful inner strength. Upon closer inspection, the iron piece appeared markedly transformed after just one strike. Clang, clang, clang. As Lin Tian's speed continued to accelerate, the material of the iron piece underwent a remarkable change. At this rate, it would not take an hour for Lin Tian to forge another epic-grade sword identical to the first. Zhou Mu was left utterly speechless, staring fixedly at Lin Tian. Muttering to himself, how is this possible? How can it be? The evidence lay plainly before him, leaving no room for doubt. He gazed at Lin Tian in terror and inquired, "Who exactly are you?" Chapter 246, The Bad Woman I Like. Upon hearing the words, Lin Tian turned slightly and smiled faintly. In the small creek, at the Lin family blacksmith shop, Lin Tian. The Lin family blacksmith shop. Zhou Mu's eyes widened in disbelief. Could it be that Lin family? Observing Lin Tian's adept blacksmithing skills, he swallowed hard. The youth appeared even younger than himself yet possessed such remarkable talent for forging. It seemed undeniable. He must be a member of the Lin family. Zhou Mu took a deep breath, attempting to steady his emotions. A member of the Lin family? Hearing this, Lin Tian became curious about his own lineage. Could it be that he was the son of that prominent figure? Or perhaps the blacksmithing skills granted by the system, which were at max level, were indeed extraordinary. But he was simply unable to recognize their value? Goodness, if that were the case, had he squandered these years? He suddenly felt an overwhelming sense of loss. However, with the situation having reached this point, there was nothing more to be said. He could only return home and delve deeper into his studies. In less than an hour, Lin Tian forged another exquisite sword, leaving everyone present utterly astonished. Indeed, he had crafted an epic weapon. The judges stood frozen in shock. Had they misconstrued the true master? Was it actually this young man? Above, Bai Fei, witnessing the scene, kicked the railing in frustration. He was deeply dissatisfied with the outcome. Even the small golden hammer could not rival Lin Tian. Anticipating his impending confrontation with Pang Wei, Bai Fei contemplated a hasty retreat. Yet, the corridor outside was teeming with Pang Wei's subordinates, making escape a daunting task. Pondering his predicament, he felt utterly defeated. Meanwhile, the crowd below was captivated, their attention fixed on the stage. Who would the judges declare the winner? The curiosity was palpable. Would it be the wealthy young man wielding the small golden hammer? Or the humble blacksmith clad in simple garments, devoid of power and influence? Yet, Lin Tian had indeed forged another iron sword on stage. The result was unmistakable. If the judges declared the small golden hammer the victor now, the spectators would find the competition utterly meaningless. Who do you think the judges will declare the winner? Surely it must be the small golden hammer. After all, he is wealthy. Not necessarily. Isn't General Pang over there? Would they dare to be so brazen? What if General Pang is in cahoots with them, protecting their interests? The crowd erupted into fervent discussions. Competitions ought to be fair. If it were not, what was the point of competing? Indeed, it seems they are bullying the common folk simply because they are without power. There is no justice. Yes, go little blacksmith. I support you. A group of women and children had unexpectedly surged to the front of the stage. The judges exchanged bewildered glances. The elder turned to look at Mo Rongfu. Was His Majesty observing silently, assessing how they would handle this? At this moment, Lin Tian noticed the judges glancing at Mo Rongfu, and his confidence swelled. He had won fair and square, and with Mo Rongfu present, he had no fear of failing to secure the 100 taels of silver. Moreover, this individual appeared to be cognizant of his own identity. He was reluctant to foster enmity due to the competition. He wished to inquire about personal matters once the contest had concluded. Additionally, as they both shared the profession of blacksmith, Lin Tian felt an inexplicable affinity towards him. You are aware of my circumstances, are you not? Lin Tian pondered for a moment before posing the question. Upon hearing this, the judges collectively exhaled in relief, realizing that the two shared a connection. That simplifies matters. Zhou Mu fixed his gaze intently on Lin Tian, thinking to himself that not only did he know of Lin Tian, but he was also familiar with his entire lineage. The thought of Yun Xiang being present in the audience compelled him to begrudgingly nod in acknowledgement. Seeing him acquiesce, Lin Tian's heart soared with excitement. Indeed, he mused. Protagonists in tales of adventure rarely emerge as ordinary beings. Surely, the moment was ripe. As time had progressed, what was destined to occur had finally come to fruition. Observing Zhou Mu's exuberant expression, he could not suppress a roll of his eyes. Surely, that girl Yunxiang had discerned his identity long before, hence the wager. You are indeed from the Lin family. What a farce. Why didn't you reveal it sooner? Had I known, I would have refrained from competing. At this proclamation, an air of silence enveloped the crowd. What? It appeared that Little Golden Hammer was unaware of the formidable nature of his opponent. The wealthy young master possessed a commendable sense of self-awareness. After all, Little Golden Hammer could never surpass Little Iron Hammer. Laughter rippled through the assembly, causing Zhou Mu's ears to flush with embarrassment. Ignoring the jests of the onlookers, he turned to Lin Tian earnestly and inquired, "Will you return to the Lin family?" Ahem. Return to the Lin family? Which Lin family? Lin Tian's bewildered expression prompted Zhou Mu to pout. Even now you feign ignorance? Do not pretend as though you are unaware. Lin Tian offered a resigned smile. He truly was oblivious. The courtesy shown by Zhou Mu while wielding the Little Golden Hammer indicated that the Lin family he mentioned must indeed be of great significance. Had he known sooner, he would have eagerly embraced his heritage. Upon hearing that his opponent was acquainted with the master and was aware of the master's familial affairs, Gu Wei could not help but temper his antagonism towards Zhou Mu. He swiftly grasped why Zhou Mu had previously asserted that the master was cheating. Without first-hand experience of the master's prowess, disbelief had been inevitable. Witnessing the reality now, he readily surrendered, acknowledging the vast chasm in strength between himself and the master. Consequently, the judges hastily declared Lin Tian the victor and presented him with 100 taels of silver along with an additional 500 taels of gold. Lin Tian exclaimed in astonishment. Wasn't he the prize a mere 100 taels? Why is there an additional 500 taels of gold? Zhou Mu's expression turned peculiar as he swiftly whistled, signaling that he had seen nothing. The elder promptly responded with respect, the 100 taels is indeed the prize. However, your remarkable sword has surpassed the competition's standards. Thus, we judges have unanimously decided to award you an additional 500 taels of gold as a bonus. Upon hearing this, Lin Tian beamed with delight. Such fortuitous events were indeed rare. He then turned his gaze towards Murongfu, surmising that the 500 taels of gold were his intention. Murongfu has indeed become increasingly astute. His actions are devoid of any flaws. Alas, Zhou Mu remains oblivious. As this favor has been seized by another, how could this be permissible? That is pure gold. The surrounding populace gazes at Lin Tian with envy. However, Bai Fei upstairs is seething with rage, her hair nearly igniting with indignation. Not only has he acquired 100 taels, but he has also secured an additional 500 taels of gold. What kind of justice is this? It is utterly implausible. There must be some foul play orchestrated by Peng Wei. Meanwhile, Yunxiang is formulating her own plans. She has resolved to cease her pursuit of Yunyan. Should Yunyan truly wed Lin Tian, his exceptional forging skills would instill trepidation throughout the ancient world. With him as their support, the Yun family would no longer fear the Shangwan family. However, where has that girl run off to? Was she not headed in this direction? It makes no sense that having found Lin Tian, she would vanish. Yunxiang furrows her brow, pondering how this troublesome girl can be so unreliable. Such a splendid opportunity must not be squandered. She must employ every means at her disposal to secure Lin Tian. This chance is too precious to let slip away. Yet, as she gazes at Zhou Mu, she cannot help but reflect. She is well aware of Zhou Mu's affections for her. But the Zhou family remains far too insignificant in comparison to the Yun family. Sensing Yunxiang's gaze, Zhou Mu instinctively looks over, only to find her lost in thought. Her expression sweetened like honey. However, he soon recollects his recent defeat, causing a flush of embarrassment to wash over him as he dares not meet her eyes. Can he be blamed for this? It must be said that Yunxiang is quite mischievous. She was fully aware, and yet still chose to wager with him, merely to amuse herself. Such a wicked woman, yet he finds her endearing. Zhou Mu cannot help but break into a foolish grin. Upon noticing his reaction, Yunxiang frowns and chooses to disregard him. Observing her demeanor, Zhou Mu continues to smile foolishly. Chapter 247. The Union welcomes Lin Tian as the competition concluded. The other participants merely played a minor role. Just as the organizers were about to present the gold rewards to Lin Tian, a rough hand obstructed their path. The chief judge of this competition, an elderly man, looked on in astonishment at the sudden appearance of a man he recognized, Master Sun, the esteemed craftsman from the capital. Known as Sun Tianqing, he was a figure well acquainted in the capital. The elder, with a look of surprise, inquired, Master Sun, what brings you here? The competition has already concluded. Sun Tianqing coldly surveyed the elder, and with a piercing gaze, the elder trembled slightly. But Master Sun, look over there. The competition has indeed ended. Your arrival at this moment is quite untimely. Noticing Peng Wei, Sun Tianqing narrowed his eyes and remarked, Old Wu. The competition is not yet over. I have not participated. Old Wu, whose full name was Wu Yong, was a third-tier member of the casting guild. Sun Tianqing was the vice president of the guild and had initially refused to attend. It was perplexing that he had come now. Wu Yong smiled awkwardly and suggested, why not go speak with General Pang? Do I need you to tell me that? Sun Tiancheng replied, strutting towards Pang Wei and the others like an arrogant rooster. Who is this person? Mu Rongfu inquired, puzzled. Pang Wei answered, he is Sun Tiancheng, the vice president of the casting guild in Yanjing, a talent capable of forging 9th-tier weapons. Most of the weapons under my command were crafted by him. Upon hearing the term talent, Mu Rongfu grew more attentive. Uncertain of Master Sun's intentions for participating in the competition, he recognized the significance of any potential developments. The casting guild? I have heard of it, though the quality of the Great Yan's casting guild pales in comparison to those of other nations. Mu Rongfu spoke the truth. Prior to encountering Lin Tian, the Great Yan had suffered repeated defeats, partly due to this deficiency. After all, in battle, weapons are synonymous with life. When Sun Tiancheng approached, he first bowed respectfully to Pang Wei. I am honored to meet you, General Pang. Pang Wei nodded and introduced, this is His Majesty. On hearing this, Sun Tiancheng was momentarily taken aback, but quickly knelt on one knee, solemnly declaring, I am honored to meet your Majesty. Long live the Emperor. Mu Rongfu nodded with a smile, rise. Are you not aware that the competition has concluded? What brings you to the stage? Sun Tiancheng, with a serious expression, replied, Your Majesty, you may not know, but there is a scarcity of talent in the casting guild these days. I noticed that young man possesses some skill and I wish to recruit him. Recruit him? Mu Rongfu's lips twitched at the thought. Do you even realize who that is? To speak so boldly? Sun Tiancheng, unaware of Lin Tian's identity, furrowed his brow and continued, Your Majesty. You may not be aware that our casting guild has maintained exchanges with various neighboring countries, particularly the state of Zhou. This time, we require a batch of micaceous iron from Zhou. Mica iron is exclusively found in the state of Zhou, yet they assert that purchasing it is possible. Provided one competes with their guild, victory in the contest would grant us the privilege to buy such matters. Mu Rongfu was unaware that the Foundry Guild operated in such clandestine ways. Previously preoccupied with state affairs, he had little understanding of these underground organizations among the populace. Had it not been for Lin Tian's intention to participate in the competition, he would have remained oblivious. A frown creased his brow. Indeed, if such a situation exists, the state of Zhou is a considerable distance away. What manner of iron, or is this mica iron? Surely, our great Yin must possess none at all. Sun Tiancheng replied with a bitter smile, stating that, as of now, we have not discovered any such or within the borders of Great Yin. Mica iron is exceedingly precious, existing solely in the depths of the ocean. The treasures forged from it remain a mystery to all. Hence, upon seeing that young man, I became quite agitated. Sun Tiancheng repeatedly referred to Lin Tian as that young man. The way he spoke made Mu Rongfu want to strike him. How could one refer to someone capable of crafting epic weapons in such a dismissive manner? Mu Rongfu gazed at him in silence, then remarked, Since you wish for him to join the guild, why impede his opportunity for reward? Would such actions entice him to join your guild? Internally, he couldn't help but roll his eyes at him. This man appeared rather astute, yet his actions seemed devoid of thought. In response to Murong's inquiry, Sun Tiancheng had his reasons. Your Majesty, you may not be aware that the internal dynamics of the guild are quite complex. Even if I were to extol the young man's prowess, they would be skeptical. It is far more prudent to seize this opportunity to showcase his strength. If he triumphs before the crowd, none in the guild shall dare to show him disrespect henceforth. Sun Tiancheng spoke with fervor, convinced of his own open-mindedness. Presently, the guild had been corroded by a host of parasites. Without swift reform and the infusion of fresh talent, dissolution was inevitable. He was reluctant to witness the disbandment of a guild he had labored to establish, especially after witnessing Lin Tian's remarkable blacksmithing skills. Eager for talent, he resorted to this desperate measure. Upon hearing his words, Mu Rongfu began to comprehend the depths of his intentions. However, would the master even consider joining the guild? This left Mu Rongfu uncertain. Pang Wei quietly suggested, perhaps we should simply observe. It seems the master is not particularly upset. After speaking, Mu Rongfu glanced at Lin Tian, who stood there, exhibiting no signs of anger. Since the master had not expressed fury, it implied that the time for his appearance had not yet arrived. Thus, he nodded and said, in that case, proceed, but remember to show him the utmost respect. That esteemed individual? Sun Tiancheng looked towards Lin Tian on the stage, filled with admiration. At such a young age, to achieve so much, his future is boundless. Should he join the guild, it would undoubtedly flourish. With this thought in mind, Sun Tiancheng strode confidently onto the platform, approaching Lin Tian directly. Lin Tian regarded the man who had abruptly interrupted his livelihood with a wary eye. Greetings. I am Sun Tiancheng, the vice president of the Foundry Guild. It is a pleasure to make your acquaintance. I harbor no ulterior motives. I merely wish for you to join our union. Observing the man who had suddenly become courteous, Lin Tian expressed his confusion. So, it turns out he is from the Foundry Union. I am not particularly inclined to join you. I only wish to claim this reward. Sun Tiancheng was taken aback by his response and proceeded to scrutinize Lin Tian's attire. He did not appear to be the offspring of a wealthy family. He then assured Lin Tian, rest assured, my offer to have you join the union comes with conditions. If you can defeat me here, you shall be welcomed into our union, and the position of vice president will equally belong to you. What? Lin Tian was bewildered. What does it mean that defeating him grants one the title of vice president of the Blacksmith Union? He scrutinized the smiling countenance of Sun Tianqing, suspecting ill intent. Surely, he was envious of the 500 taels of gold Lin Tian had acquired, and thus sought an excuse. How could he possibly compare to the vice presidency of the Blacksmith Union? It was evident he would lose. The notion of winning the vice presidency was absurd. Did he truly think him a fool? Lin Tian shook his head repeatedly, declaring, "Forget it. I have no interest in the vice presidency. You may as well seek someone else." Just as Lin Tian intended to take his silver and depart, he was intercepted by Sun Tianqing, who implored, "Young man, do not be hasty. Allow me to finish. The benefits of this vice presidency far outweigh your 500 taels of gold. First, you will receive a monthly stipend of 100 taels of silver, and you will have the privilege of selecting your preferred ores from the Union's repository for research purposes. Additionally, you will be able to acquire items from the various iron mines in the city at half price, courtesy of your status as vice president. Are you truly unwilling?" Chapter 248. The Forge Guild's bullying half price? Furthermore, the opportunity to acquire free research on iron ore? Indeed, Lin Tian felt a stir of excitement at these words. Yet, he was acutely aware that his own capabilities could hardly rival those of a vice president-level individual. Perhaps this was merely a trap set by his opponent. Noticing Lin Tian's hesitation to agree, Sun Tianqing, puzzled, remarked, "Young man, based on the artifact you just forged, you could easily surpass me. What are you still pondering?" "What?" Lin Tian exclaimed, gazing at the iron sword on the forge. Was it truly possible to defeat him in such a manner? It seemed absurd. The more Sun Tianqing spoke honestly, the more Lin Tian found it difficult to believe. Observing the situation, Wu Yong could only nod in agreement, stating, "Master, President Sun is correct. Your prowess is indeed remarkable. Even our president might not fare better." This was a sentiment Wu Yong dared not voice openly, lest he jeopardize his standing within the guild. Faced with the back and forth between the two, Lin Tian remained unconvinced. As the stalemate persisted, Sun Tianqing, gritting his teeth, escalated his challenge. "Young man, do you see those two individuals over there?" Following his gaze towards the judging area, Lin Tian recognized them not only as acquaintances but as familiar figures. "What is the matter?" he inquired, blinking in confusion. Sun Tianqing, noticing his reaction, cleared his throat and revealed, "Let me be frank. One of them is General Pang, and the other is His Majesty of Dian. General Pang's military weapons are sourced from us, and I recently informed them of your situation. They are quite impressed with your talent and hope you will join the guild to contribute to the nation." Mu Rongfu and Pang Wei desire for him to join the guild? What was happening? Could it be that the 500 taels of gold truly came from them? Lin Tian realized that Mu Rongfu, recognizing his arduous efforts in earning a living, intended for him to take on the vice presidency. This arrangement would afford him a monthly stipend of 100 taels without requiring labor, along with the privilege of purchasing ore from major mines at half price. Goodness, this would save him a substantial amount of silver, he thought. Convinced that it was Mu Rongfu's intention, he felt no cause for concern. Thus, he smiled and declared, "All right, I shall join your guild." Upon hearing Lin Tian's agreement, Sun Tianqing expressed satisfaction. "Excellent. To ensure that no one in the guild dares to disregard your authority, I propose we engage in a contest here. This way, the guild members below will have no objections." Lin Tian glanced at the crowd below. Noting a group of young men clad in black, their gazes fixed on him. Some exhibited disdain and mockery. Initially, Lin Tian deemed such a contest unnecessary. Yet he recognized the wisdom in Sun Tianqing's words. This was indeed a means of assisting him. Thus, he acquiesced, "Very well, how shall we compete?" Sun Tianqing grinned. "Let us compete to see who can quench a piece of raw iron in the shortest time. Quenching iron is the ultimate test of a blacksmith's skill. Failure to do so properly would prevent the creation of a fine artifact. I chose this challenge specifically to demonstrate to the arrogant youths below that not just anyone can become a blacksmith. The seemingly humble profession of a blacksmith is one that requires innate talent. Mere brute strength is insufficient. One might naively believe that anything forged haphazardly could deceive others. But such notions are profoundly misguided. Today, he has resolutely chosen to risk his reputation to make them acknowledge this truth. They should not behave like a group of frogs confined to a well, oblivious to the multitude of individuals far more formidable than themselves beyond their limited horizon." With that, he turned to the two individuals beside him, offering a smile. "Might you be interested in joining our guild?" Of course, Gu Wei could not accept this invitation, as he was a member of the Zhou Kingdom's Blacksmith Guild. Faced with Sun Tianqing, Gu Wei felt a twinge of guilt, his gaze flickering with uncertainty. Zhou was still contemplating, remaining silent as he weighed the idea of joining the guild alongside Lin Tian. Although he possessed the skill to dismiss the proposition, his curiosity about Lin Tian was piqued. Noticing their lack of response, Sun Tianqing swiftly redirected the conversation. "Take your time to consider. But we shall proceed with our competition in the meantime. Our guild's doors will always remain open to you." He thought to himself that once Lin Tian became the vice president, he could persuade the two to join. Surely, they would not resist such an enticing offer. It must be said that Sun Tianqing's optimism was rather naive. However, his presence only added to Gu Wei's distress. Lin Tian's ascension to the vice presidency of the Dian Blacksmith Guild implied future competition for resources against the Zhou Kingdom. As a member of the Zhou Kingdom's guild, their paths would inevitably cross. If the master were to discover that he had concealed his identity in order to approach him, the repercussions were too dire to fathom. Gu Wei felt a cold sweat beat on his forehead, droplets cascading down his cheeks and onto his garments. Observing his distress, Lin Tian teasingly remarked, "Little Gu, your expression seems off. Could it be a sign of weakness? Lately, you've been breaking into cold sweats, which is quite concerning for someone your age." Gu Wei, feeling embarrassed, replied, "Master, what are you suggesting? I'm not weak. I'm simply anxious." Oh, the trouble he had unwittingly brought upon himself. He had boldly assured the Zhou King that he would return having mastered his craft. Yet now he found himself powerless to prevent the master from joining the Dian Blacksmith Guild. What was to be done? At that moment, Zhou Mu furrowed his brow and remarked, "Lin Tian, a mere child of a guild, yet you are a descendant of the Lin family. You ought to return to your roots." Return to the Lin family? Lin Tian had no such intentions at present. Besides, he had resided here for 3 years. And the original owner had lived here for over a decade. There must have been a reason for not returning even after his father's demise. Until he unraveled this mystery, he believed it prudent not to return to the so-called Lin family. Sun Qiansheng was taken aback, pondering whether this seemingly inconspicuous young man might actually be a scion of a prominent family raised away from home. If that were the case, failing to secure his agreement would be a significant loss. He quickly added, "Young man, your name is Lin Tian, correct? Our guild may be small, but it is well equipped. If you were to join us at the vice president level, you would enjoy preferential treatment in other nations." Preferential treatment? Lin Tian inquired, "What preferential treatment?" Sun Qiansheng coughed lightly and replied, "Our great yin is no longer what it once was. It now stands as a premier nation in the northwest. In the future, should you travel to places like Luosang or Chuyan, and upon your arrival, should you declare yourself the vice president of the local casting guild, how impressive would that be?" Lin Tian envisioned the scene and indeed found it quite grand. At that juncture, his father-in-law would surely regard him with newfound respect. With this thought in mind, Lin Tian smiled and declared, "In that case, what are we waiting for? Let us commence." "Excellent." Sun Tiansheng was eager to begin immediately. They moved directly to the furnace beside Gu Wei. "Old Wu, please make an announcement to everyone and prepare to start the timer." Wu Yong nodded repeatedly, stepping to the front, a smile gracing his face as he addressed the crowd, "As you all have likely noticed, the esteemed individual who just ascended the stage is our guild's vice president, Master Sun Tiansheng. Master Sun has a keen eye for talent and holds our young brother Lin Tian in high regard, hoping he will join our guild. Moreover, should he triumph over Master Sun today, he shall be awarded the position of vice president of the casting guild." No sooner had Wu Yong finished speaking than a tumult erupted among the crowd. "What? Did I hear that correctly? The vice president of the casting guild has personally come down? Master Sun is indeed confident. He must know that this young fellow cannot compete. Indeed, it is clearly a case of bullying a newcomer." The women and children, unconvinced of Sun Tiansheng's benevolence at over 50 years of age, began to jeer. The casting guild is bullying people. No silver awarded for victories. Chapter 249. So you all knew he was a master. The crowd was in an uproar. Wu Yong quickly clarified, "Everyone is misunderstanding. It is not our guild that is bullying anyone. This matter has already been agreed upon by Lin Tian, brother Lin." Smack. Before Wu Yong could finish, a cabbage had struck his face. A woman among the crowd retorted mercilessly, "You speak so eloquently, yet it is clearly a threat." It's no wonder he wouldn't agree. Indeed, the members of the Forging Guild have always been arrogant and overbearing, another voice chimed in. These words caused Wu Yong's expression to shift dramatically. The members of the Forging Guild in the crowd were equally defiant, declaring, "What nonsense are you spouting? If that kid has the ability, let him compete with our vice president. Our vice president has already said that if he wins, he will step aside." Right. As if he could forge an epic-level weapon. What a boast. They had only just arrived and had not witnessed Lin Tian's forging process, so they were naturally skeptical. Furthermore, epic-level weapons could only be crafted by their guild leader, and Lin Tian was of a similar age to them, which fueled their disbelief. The crowd quickly divided into two factions. Those supporting Lin Tian and denouncing the guild were primarily women and children, while the supporters of the Forging Guild formed another group. A verbal battle ensued, leaving Wu Yong with a headache. He could only rush over to ask Sun Tiansheng what to do. Sun Tiansheng advised him to disregard it and simply announced the start of the timing. Lin Tian stretched his wrists and neck. After standing for 2 hours, his legs felt somewhat sore. It was merely the quenching of iron. Lin Tian found it unchallenging, having become accustomed to it. He picked up a piece of pig iron, weighed it in his hand, and then brought it to his nose to smell. Seeing this, Sun Qiansheng kindly reminded him, "This is a piece of pig iron containing sulfur. We are competing to see who can eliminate the impurities from this iron block most thoroughly." Lin Tian nodded, "All right." He then took out his iron hammer. His hammer was neither too large nor too small, measuring approximately 1 foot and 7 inches in length. It was of a suitable size and weight. In contrast, Sun Tiansheng wielded a massive hammer, one that was nearly as large as Lin Tian's face. The disparity between the two sizes prompted Sun Tiansheng to remark, "Young man, Quenching iron is a physically demanding task. Using that small hammer will take you much longer. Lin Tian smiled at him, showing no sign of annoyance. Indeed. The nature of quenching iron was similar to forging. The heavier the hammer, the greater the force applied to the iron, allowing impurities to be removed more swiftly. Conversely, a lighter hammer would exert less force, prolonging the time needed to eliminate the impurities. In this time-sensitive competition, one would certainly opt for a heavier hammer. To Sun Tianqing. Lin Tian's small hammer appeared to be merely for shaping in the later stages. Lin Tian chuckled, "Don't worry, I can quench the iron just fine with this." Sun Tianqing could only smile helplessly. Since Lin Tian chose not to heed his well-meaning advice, he decided to wait and see what kind of iron could be produced with that small hammer. Ding ding ding. The sound of striking resonated once more in the arena. Perched atop the roof, Bai Fei peered down, nearly losing his balance in his excitement. "Ah, the vice president of the Forging Guild has arrived. Let's see how arrogant you can be now." With a cold snort, Bai Fei resumed his preparations to escape. In his view, Lin Tian's excessive arrogance had undoubtedly drawn the ire of the Forging Guild. After all, this competition was organized by them, and being the inaugural event, they would surely regard it with utmost seriousness. Lin Tian's interference would not be tolerated by the Guild's members. At that moment, he cast a glance at Peng Wei, contemplating that even he would hesitate to offend someone from the Forging Guild, as they fell directly under the jurisdiction of the Emperor of Dian. A sinister smile crept across Bai Fei's face. He felt as though fortune was favoring him. Did he think that approaching Peng Wei would grant him unfettered freedom? Humph. Let us see how proud you remain now. However, no sooner had he finished his thought than he nearly toppled off the roof. His slight movement caught Peng Wei's attention, who, upon noticing the figure above, could not help but smirk with disdain. He beckoned to a nearby lackey and commanded, "Bring Bai Fei to me." "Yes, sir." Murong Fu, upon hearing this, looked up towards Bai Fei's direction and remarked, "Is that fellow here to entertain us? He thinks he can escape by climbing the roof? He may run from the monk, but he cannot flee from the temple. Does he not understand this principle? TSK, so foolish." Peng Wei chuckled, "Your Majesty, I have heard that concubine Lu recently has taken a goddaughter. Are you aware of this?" "Goddaughter?" Murong Fu paused, having not visited the harem in quite some time. He responded with irritation, "Why are you prying into my harem affairs? Is it possible that concubine Lu has a secret liaison with you?" Peng Wei quickly shook his head in denial. "Your Majesty, my association with concubine Lu is entirely above board. It is merely that I have heard she has taken a goddaughter, who happens to hail from a small river valley." "Oh, is that so?" Murong Fu inquired with curiosity. "Have you discovered the identity of this girl?" Peng Wei nodded. "I have. It is said that her name is Tao Xiao." "Tao Xiao," Murong Fu mused. Recalling that he had not visited concubine Lu often, and they had no offspring, he could not fathom why she would randomly adopt a village girl as her goddaughter. The only plausible explanation was that he had been cuckolded, and unbeknownst to him, no less. The thought of having been deceived for so long made his eyelids twitch involuntarily. Peng Wei tactfully refrained from elaborating further on this matter, knowing it was prudent to leave it at that. Murong Fu would naturally dispatch someone to investigate. Should the truth emerge, well, it would be a royal secret. He could only feign ignorance. With a darkened expression, Murong Fu immediately commanded a nearby guard, "Go. Investigate concubine Lu for me." "Yes, Your Majesty." Thus, what began as a simple competition unexpectedly unraveled into a series of events. Meanwhile, Lin Tian was diligently laboring at the forge, blissfully unaware of the unfolding drama. He remained oblivious to the fact that Tao Xiao would pay the ultimate price for this. Ding. Lin Tian accelerated the rhythm of his hammering, for he had reached the final stage. Sun Tianqing, upon hearing the sound, could not help but glance over. There, beneath Lin Tian's hammer, lay a piece of obsidian-like iron, shimmering with brilliance, captivating to behold. He was momentarily taken aback. This, the purple glow, it is a divine weapon of the heavenly path. My heavens. Sun Tianqing immediately raised his gaze towards the nearby hourglass. Only a little time remained. In such a brief span, Lin Tian had astonishingly forged a piece of iron worthy of a divine weapon. Had he not witnessed it with his own eyes, he would never have believed it. However, once Lin Tian submerged the glowing piece into the water and retrieved it, the radiance vanished. When it reappeared on the furnace, the glow had dissipated entirely. Yet, this did not diminish its status in the slightest. Bang! Time's up! Wu Yong exclaimed loudly. Sun Tianqing silently set down the heavy hammer in his hand. He had lost. Yet, despite this defeat, he felt exhilarated. He had discovered a prodigious talent even greater than that of the president. The young man was named Lin Tian. Finally, it was over. Lin Tian looked up at Sun Tianqing, who suddenly, in a fit of excitement, grasped his hand. "Genius. You are truly a genius. No, you are not merely a genius. You are a master, a true master." Sun Tianqing spoke in a flurry of excitement. Lin Tian was somewhat dizzy from the fervor. Upon seeing this, Peng Wei hurriedly stepped forward to pull him away. Murong Fu frowned and admonished, "In the presence of a master, do not act so unruly." Sun Tianqing was taken aback. "What? So you all knew he was a master all along?" Chapter 250. Lu Yanran's jealousy. The outcome was unmistakable. Sun Tianqing, humbled, was filled with admiration. Lin Tian smoothly joined the casting guild, his arms laden with silver, contentment radiating from him. Mo Rongfu approached to offer his congratulations, and Lin Tian beamed with joy, thinking to himself how increasingly endearing the old gentleman appeared. Was he truly concerned about feeling awkward accepting the money? As they departed, Sun Tianqing inquired about the procedures for Lin Tian's guild membership. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Tian agreed to meet him the following day. Sun Tianqing nodded eagerly, watching Lin Tian leave while still drenched in cold sweat, feeling quite awkward in the presence of Mo Rongfu and the others. Reflecting on how close he had come to being outmatched by the two. Once off the arena, Lin Tian was halted by Zhou. "Hey, where are you headed?" Lin Tian, taken aback, replied, "Of course, I'm going home." Zhou stepped closer, astonished. "Returning to the Lin family? What Lin family?" "It's my home in the small brook." Lin Tian chuckled. Zhou frowned in disapproval. "What is so great about that remote place? Why don't we take you back instead?" "No, I'm not quite ready to return just yet," Lin Tian responded, striding directly towards the two individuals. He regarded Yunxiang, who had remained stationary, feeling an inexplicable familiarity with her face, as if he had seen her before. After just a few steps, he was intercepted by Yunxiang. "You truly don't intend to go back?" Lin Tian looked at her quizzically. Did his decision to return require their consent, or were they perhaps searching for him? "For now, yes," he replied, then continued with purposeful strides towards a familiar figure in the crowd. "Well done, old Lin. I didn't realize you were this formidable." Huzi nudged Lin Tian with an elbow. Li Xiaoqiang, brimming with admiration, exclaimed, "Brother Tian, you have no idea. Several villagers who were at the market saw you in the competition and earned this gold." Their eyes nearly bulged out. "Master, you are incredible," Xuanzi added excitedly. Lin Tian, noticing their exuberance surpassing his own, smiled. "I didn't expect it either. Never mind that. We won the competition today. Let us buy something delicious to celebrate on our way back." "All right," Xuanzi cheered, trailing behind Lin Tian. Yunxiang and Zhou watched his receding figure. "Xiang, do you think he has lost his mind for not returning to the Lin family?" Yunxiang's expression remained calm as she chose not to respond, but silently followed. Observing this, Zhou had no choice but to accompany her. Their actions caught Mo Rong's attention. He observed, "These two are unfamiliar to me, yet from their earlier conversation, it seems they possess knowledge of the Master's true identity. Knowing the Master's true identity, they must not be ordinary. Shall we send someone to follow them?" proposed Pang Wei. Mo Rongfu shook his head, deeming it unwise. "If they genuinely recognize the Master, our reckless pursuit would only provoke their disdain. Until we ascertain the situation, it is prudent to remain cautious. The Master will surely provide us with a signal when he requires our assistance." Pang Wei contemplated this and nodded in agreement. At this moment, his subordinates dragged Bai Fei down from the rooftop. Kneeling on the ground, Bai Fei looked up at Pang Wei with a sycophantic expression and implored, "General Pang, what is the meaning of this? It seems I have not offended you, have I?" Pang Wei cast a cold glance at his face, his voice icy as he replied, "You know very well what you have done. There is no need for me to enumerate it." Bai Fei attempted to argue, but was rendered speechless by a command from Mo Rongfu. "Take him away," and summoned by Liang to the Pang residence. "Who is this person?" Mo Rongfu slowly rose, exuding regal authority, and disdainfully remarked, "The Bai family truly has a remarkable son." With that, he waved his sleeve and departed. As Bai Fei was escorted to the carriage, he remained in a daze, troubled by the fact that they had summoned his brother to the Pang residence. Could it be? Trembling with fear, he realized it was too late for apprehension. Upon arriving at the Pang residence and witnessing Bai Yu rushing over with their father in a flurry, he knew his fate was sealed. Bai Liang, upon seeing Mo Rongfu, was so frightened that he collapsed to his knees with a loud thud, the sound echoing painfully. "Your servant pays homage to his majesty. Long live the emperor." Mo Rongfu snorted coldly, "Long live? I fear I might be driven to despair by him." Hearing this, Bai Liang timidly lifted his head to gaze at Mo Rongfu. "Your servant's brother has acted recklessly and has offended your majesty. I beseech you to forgive him. How dare you plead for his forgiveness? Have you inquired what he has done to provoke my wrath?" "Bai Liang, oh Bai Liang, it is a pity that despite your extensive studies, you lack discernment in right and wrong. Let it be known, by my decree, that Bai Liang is dismissed from his position effective immediately for personal gain. Bai Fei has indeed bribed officials. He shall receive 50 lashes and be imprisoned from this day forth, awaiting further judgment." "Your Majesty." Bai Liang was struck dumb. His single utterance had led to his dismissal. Bai Yu, witnessing the scene, hastily interjected, "Your Majesty, I implore you." Before he could finish, Mo Rongfu shot him a piercing glare. "How dare you openly defy me? Take him away and give him 20 lashes. Anyone who dares to plead further will face severe punishment." Bai Yu's face turned ashen, uncertain of how they had incited the emperor's fury. The lamentations of the father and son reverberated throughout the hall. Bai Liang, now rendered speechless, knelt helplessly, his frail frame unable to withstand the punishment, as he could only watch in despair. Meanwhile, a group of individuals, having procured fine wine and delicacies, comfortably returned to their village in a bullock cart. Lu Yinran, who had long known of his victory, awaited at the entrance. She had initially intended to go, but with the embroidery workshop newly established and many still untrained, she felt uneasy. What if they were all absent from home? It was not that she was overly anxious. After the devastation of the vegetable garden, she was reluctant to endure such an ordeal again. As for the individual inside the house, for a moment, she was unsure how to interact with him. Earlier, when she had prepared lunch and called him to eat, she glanced at the meal, said nothing, and simply turned to re-enter the house. It is surely a disdain for her culinary skills that has left him unsatisfied. Reflecting on her past as the daughter of Prime Minister Luo Sang, she now finds herself in a rather diminished state. At that time, she felt no such pangs of regret. Much like when she orchestrated the marriage to Guan Zhuer, there was no bitterness then. Why does she feel so aggrieved now? Her eyes involuntarily moistened. Upon seeing Lin Tian enter, she rushed toward him. My dear husband, you have finally returned. In the presence of so many, she dared not shed tears, forcing a semblance of a smile. Lin Tian, oblivious to her distress, replied with a grin, yes, we emerged victorious in today's competition. This is the reward. Lu Yanran gazed at the heap of gold, astonished. So much. Indeed, 500 taels of gold. Her eyes widened in disbelief as she listened to Xuanzi excitedly recount Lin Tian's prowess during the event. Vice President? Lu Yan looked at Lin Tian, puzzled. She thought he aspired to a life of simplicity. How could he have accepted the role of Vice President of the Foundry Guild? Noticing her bewilderment, Lin Tian unloaded the purchases from the ox cart, smiling as he explained. I heard that the Vice President receives a stipend of 100 taels of silver each month and can purchase or from the city at half price. That piqued my interest. Is it really so? Lu Yanran was skeptical, carrying their belongings. The couple invited everyone to take a seat in the courtyard while they prepared a meal in the kitchen. Upon noticing the tightly shut door, Lin Tian inquired, has the woman inside not come out? Sensing his concern for Yun Yin, Lu Yin inexplicably felt a tightening in her chest, her words tinged with a hint of acidity. Are you worried she might be hungry at home? Chapter 251. May I add some chopped green onions? Upon hearing those words, Lin Tian immediately sensed something amiss. He quickly clarified, my dear wife, please don't overthink it. I merely asked out of curiosity. The sound of chopping vegetables resonated sharply as Lu Yin's expression clearly reflected her displeasure. She was baffled by her own emotions. The sight of Lin Tian showing concern for Yun Yin ignited her anger. My dear, I have yet to fully understand her situation. Until I do, can we treat her as a guest and not dwell on it? Lin Tian found himself in a predicament. The mere thought of Yun Yin sent shivers down his spine. A single glance from her was enough to unsettle him. Lu Yin and Yun to express her frustration. Yet Lin Tian's words made her feel that further displays of emotion would be petty. She could only grit her teeth and nod in response. Lin Tian seized the spatula and, with a hint of servility, suggested, wife, the kitchen is quite smoky. Why don't you step outside and chat with everyone? Leave this to me. Without a word, Lu Yanran untied her apron and obediently exited. Once she was gone, Lin Tian let out a sigh of relief, pondering how just 2 women in the household could overwhelm him. What would happen if there were more? He quickly shook his head, recalling his previous fantasies of having multiple wives. Now, such thoughts seemed utterly unthinkable. After preparing the meal, Lin Tian knocked on the bedroom door. As it opened, Yun Yan's breathtaking visage appeared before him. He swallowed hard, feeling nervous. The food is ready. Would you like to come out and eat? Yun Yan glanced at the people in the yard and replied coolly, please prepare a separate portion for me and bring it to my room. With that, she slammed the door shut. Is this how one serves royalty? Lin Tian rubbed his nose, feeling as though he were catering to an ancestor. He wanted to ask Yun Yan why she was clinging to him. He was merely a humble blacksmith, devoid of power and wealth, and lacking even money. Sight to extort him was a misguided endeavor. He could scarcely produce a few coins, so what was the point? That marriage contract was just a piece of paper. Now that his father was no longer around, it could easily be disregarded. Yet, despite these thoughts, Lin Tian dutifully prepared another meal for her and brought it to the door. Miss Yun, your food is ready. Please open the door. Inside, Yun Yan heard him and furrowed her delicate brows. When she opened the door, her initially cheerful expression shifted upon seeing the meal in Lin Tian's hands. The enticing chopped green onions instantly captured her heart, causing even her furrowed brow to relax. It's just simple fare. You might as well make do with it. Yun Yan rarely nodded in agreement as she accepted the plate from his hands and retreated into her room. Lin Tian stood at the doorway, watching her sit down at the table to eat, gently closing the door behind him. Though she was like royalty, the situation remained unclear, and he could only serve her with utmost caution. In the yard, everyone awaited their meal. Lin Tian warmly encouraged everyone to indulge in the sumptuous spread before them. After a satisfying feast, the guests leaned back, content and ready to depart or rest as the evening drew near. Gu Wei, upon seeing Lin Tian, always felt an urge to confess everything. Yet, each time the words lingered on the tip of his tongue, he found himself paralyzed by fear. Meanwhile, Lin Tian, after tidying up his belongings, returned to his room. Upon entering, he discovered Lu Yanran discreetly wiping away tears. Alarmed, he inquired, my dear, why are you crying? Lu Yanran, upon noticing his presence, hastily dried her tears and shook her head, insisting, it's nothing. But how could she claim it was nothing when he had already seen the truth? Lin Tian's expression darkened, causing fresh tears to spill from Lu Yinran's eyes. Why are you crying again? As a man of unwavering resolve, he found himself utterly unequipped to handle a woman's tears, merely embracing her and offering continuous reassurances. Do not weep. Whatever it is, share it with me. Is someone bullying you in my absence? Yet, who could it be if not himself? Such words were too fearsome for Lu Yinran to utter. Instead, she looked up at him with a gaze full of sorrowful innocence and asked, my love, do you ever wish to cast me aside? You are my wife. How could I ever abandon you? At the sound of her words, Lin Tian instantly comprehended the source of her distress. It was the presence of the other woman in their home, Yun Yan. Alas, this predicament was not entirely his fault. The written agreements and the family seal weighed heavily upon him. How could he dare to evict anyone? Thus, he shared with Lu Yinran the tale of the little golden hammer on his arm. Upon hearing this, Lu Yinran felt an even deeper sense of inadequacy in comparison to Lin Tian. She could hardly fathom the immense power wielded by Yun Yan's family in contrast to her own humble lineage as the daughter of a prime minister. With such thoughts swirling in her mind, she clutched Lin Tian's neck tightly, her eyes filled with trepidation. My love, let us have a child. In light of the current circumstances, it was imperative to ensure the birth of a legitimate heir before Yun Yan could bear Lin Tian's offspring. This would elevate her status, and Lin Tian's affections for her would strengthen. Even if Yun Yan were to become the matriarch later, Lu Yinran would still secure her place within the Lin family. Lin Tian, caught in a dizzying embrace, was taken aback by Lu Yinran's newfound assertiveness. It was a stark contrast to her usual bashfulness during their intimate moments. Perhaps the emergence of a rival was not entirely unfavorable. He found himself relishing the sensation of being pursued. That night, Lu Yinran deliberately raised her voice. Knowing full well that the master bedroom and the side room were separated by only a thin wall, she was aware that Yun Yan, being a martial artist, possessed extraordinary hearing. Sure enough, as she expected, Yun Yan, resting in the master bedroom, furrowed her brow at the sounds. Irritated, she pulled the covers over her ears. But the incessant noise continued unabated. In a fit of fury, she threw off the blankets, her face etched with icy resolve. Very well. This was a battle she had not chosen, yet now that it had been provoked, she would not hold back. Lin Tian, in the throes of his exertions, remained blissfully unaware that the events of the day had ignited Yun Yan's competitive spirit. Little did he know, Yun Yan was equally tenacious and fiercely possessive. Anything that belonged to her was not to be touched by another. Now, Lu Yinran's blatant provocation had crossed a line. The indignation within her was something she could not swallow, no matter what. The following morning, as dawn broke, Lin Tian rose to find Yun Yan practicing her swordplay in the courtyard. In a swift motion, before he could fully comprehend the situation, he felt a chill at his neck. The sharp tip of her sword was perilously close, causing him to swallow hard. Fair maiden, he cautioned, swords are blind. One must be wary of causing unintentional harm. Upon gazing at his delicate features and striking eyes, Yun Yan could not help but express, I am hungry. Hungry, you say? Please wait a moment. I shall prepare a meal at once, Lin Tian replied, cautiously maneuvering away from her blade. However, Yun Yan showed no intention of sheathing her sword and coldly remarked, I desire a dish garnished with scallions. Ah, that is easily arranged. How about I prepare scallion pancakes for you? Lin Tian suggested, all the while attempting to distance himself from the long sword. Noticing the apprehension in his eyes, Yun Yan finally retracted her sword and followed him into the kitchen. Once inside, she observed his culinary skills, particularly his knife techniques, which were nothing short of extraordinary, earning her admiration. Yet, the realization that he lacked martial prowess caused her to frown involuntarily. As Lin Tian busied himself with cooking, he discreetly monitored her reactions. When he noticed her sudden furrowed brow, he mistakenly assumed she disapproved of the scallion pancakes he was making. Would you prefer if I made a steamed egg custard instead? He offered. Shall I add scallions? Yun Yan inquired with curiosity. More scallions? The thought of Guanjuer's apparent fondness for scallions crossed his mind, causing his lips to twitch. Yes, add as many as you desire. Upon hearing that she could add as much as she wished, Yun Yan was taken aback. Really? I can add as much as I want. Lin Tian swiftly grabbed a generous handful, chopped it with finesse, and placed it in a bowl, presenting it to her with flourish. Here, feel free to add as much as you like. Gazing at the overflowing bowl of scallions, Yun Yan's eyes widened in astonishment. Chapter 252. Yun Yan takes action. Yet, as a lady of distinction, she endeavored to restrain her emotions, even in the presence of exquisite medicinal herbs. Her curiosity about Lin Tian grew increasingly profound. The treasures scattered throughout the room were one thing. However, the exceptional herbs in the courtyard posed another mystery. She had never heard of the Lin family cultivating medicinal plants, nor did their ancestors possess any medical expertise. Could it be that he acquired this knowledge elsewhere? The herbs in the courtyard were not yet mature, but once they reached fruition, even a single specimen taken away could potentially stir a significant uproar. In the ancient world, medicinal herbs were in high demand, and physicians were held in great esteem. If word spread that Lin Tian not only possessed extraordinary talent in forging but also exhibited remarkable skills in medicine, he would undoubtedly become a coveted target for various prominent families. Indeed, in just 2 days, her internal injuries had improved significantly, all thanks to Lin Tian. His unique medicinal cuisine gently restored her health. In this brief span, she not only regained her vitality but also felt a subtle enhancement in her inner strength. A man of such caliber was one she desired. A playful smile graced Yunyan's lips as she caught sight of a furtive figure lurking outside the door. Unable to contain her mischievous spirit, she seized the moment while Lin Tian was preoccupied and stealthily planted a kiss on his cheek. The gentle, slightly cool touch sent a shiver through Lin Tian, as though he had been jolted by electricity, nearly causing him to drop the plate he was holding. Seeing his reaction, Yunyan raised an eyebrow triumphantly. What are you hiding from? You are my fiancé. What is wrong with a kiss? Lin Tian was taken aback by her directness. He had never anticipated such boldness from her. Meanwhile, at the doorway, Lu Yanran's face turned pale at the sight, and upon catching Yunyan's provocative gaze, she hurriedly fled. In that moment, Yunyan could not help but break into a radiant smile, a smile that could captivate the world. Lin Tian was rendered speechless by the sudden display of her charm. Observing his astonished expression, Yunyan nonchalantly took the plate from his hands and delicately sampled a morsel. The fragrant taste instantly captivated her palate. Marrying him seemed quite appealing. At least she would be able to indulge in such extraordinary delicacies every day. Thank you, Yunyan remarked lightly, carrying the plate with satisfaction as she exited, leaving Lin Tian in the kitchen, still processing the unexpected turn of events. He gently raised his hand to touch his left cheek, as if the sensation lingered. Stumbling out, he beheld Yunyan seated gracefully in the courtyard, savoring her pastry, and found himself at a loss for how to respond. Lu Yanran, observing this, bit her lip as she gazed at him. The expression on Lin Tian's face was one she had never witnessed before. Consumed by jealousy, she could not help but rush out. Initially intending to seek out Lu Qianxuan, she encountered Guanzhou on her way, who noticed her reddened eyes. Unable to suppress her concern, Guanzhou asked, "Sister, what is the matter?" "It's nothing, really." Although she protested verbally, tears continued to stream down her face uncontrollably. It seems that Guanzhou has anticipated the situation. Grasping her hand, she gently urged her to her home, soothingly saying, "Sister, let us sit at my place for a while. Please, share your concerns with me." Lu Yan nodded in agreement. Upon arriving at Guanzhou's residence, they proceeded directly to her boudoir. "Sister, do tell me what has transpired." Guanzhou urged her to sit before the bed. Holding her hand tightly, Lu Yanran, in tears, poured out all her troubles to Guanzhou. Their companionship had flourished over the past days. Otherwise, she would not have taken the initiative to arrange for Lin Tian to marry her. After listening to Lu Yanran's account, Guanzhou furrowed her brow. "Sister, if this is the case, you may find it difficult to maintain your position as the main wife." Lu Yanran nodded in agreement, acknowledging, "You are correct. This woman named Yunyan has been betrothed to my husband since childhood. By rights, she is his true wife, while I am merely a concubine." The term concubine pierced her heart deeply. She had once believed she could accept Lin Tian marrying multiple women. But the sudden arrival of a more formidable legitimate wife made her realize that she, too, was a woman, unable to be that magnanimous. "I fully understand your current feelings. But sister, you must have faith in the master. He is not one to easily change his affections. Since he chose to marry you, he would not abandon you. As for me, the master did not wish to marry me, which clearly indicates that he harbors no such intentions. He likely views me merely as a friend." Guanzhou had come to this realization clearly. Hearing this, Lu Yanran felt a pang of distress in her heart, noticing her struggle to overcome this hurdle. Guanzhou continued to console her. "Sister, consider how well the master has treated you during this time." Lu Yanran nodded in acknowledgement. "Isn't that enough? It is quite normal for men to have multiple wives, and especially for a man like the master. Furthermore, how many women in the world could refuse a man of his caliber? You should cherish this relationship with the master and refrain from actions that would only bring you unnecessary troubles and losses." Guanzhou's words struck a chord within her. Truly, one often finds clarity when observing from the outside. She wiped her tears and, with a resolute gaze, declared, "You are right. I cannot let such trivial matters cause discord between us, as that would only invite my husband's disdain. He always appreciated my gentle, considerate nature and my lack of jealousy? If I cannot uphold these qualities, will he still care for me? No, I cannot take that risk." Looking at Guanzhou with gratitude, she said, "Sister, I sincerely thank you. Had it not been for your enlightening words, I might have done something foolish." "It is nothing. You treat me like a sister, and I wish for your happiness with the master," Guanzhou replied earnestly. After reassuring Lu Yanran, she personally escorted her back to the blacksmith shop. To be honest, Guanzhou was quite curious about what Yunyan looked like. Unbeknownst to them, not far behind, Yunxiang and Shoumu were observing. "Is that the little concubine Lin Tian has married? It appears rather unimpressive, far inferior to Yunyan." Yunxiang remarked softly. "I have heard she is the daughter of Prime Minister Luosang. For her sake, Lin Tian even ventured to Luosang and single-handedly annihilated 40,000 troops of Chuyun in a single night." What? Zhou could hardly believe it. Lin Tian was indeed formidable enough to obliterate an army of 40,000 overnight? Even their Zhou family could not accomplish such a feat. Yunxiang gazed up at him. "Do you still think that woman is insignificant? There must be a reason for Lin Tian's infatuation with her." Fixating on Lu Yinran's silhouette, Yunxiang could not suppress a frown. Yunyan had missed the opportune moment. With this woman present, would Lin Tian still hold any affection for her? Zhou opened his mouth, intending to speak, yet ultimately refrained. Both of them stared at Lu Yinran, their minds filled with questions. Yunxiang even entertained thoughts of violence but hesitated, fearing Lin Tian's wrath. The consequences would be dire. Thus, she could only hope that Yunyan would act wisely and seize the moment to win Lin Tian's favor. As they observed her entering the establishment, Zhou could not restrain himself. Xiang, I have discovered a tavern renowned for its delectable delicacies. Would you care to try? Yunxiang looked up at him, her gaze calm. No, thank you. It reminded her of the peculiar fragrance she had encountered outside the blacksmith shop yesterday. Just by the scent alone, she could discern how delightful the cuisine must be. Had she not feared alarming the prey, she would have ventured in long ago. Yet, she had restrained herself, for she was certain that Yunyan was inside. Knowing her whereabouts alleviated her fears of her escape. Yunxiang tightened her grip on the sword in her hand, silently asserting, Yunyan, the future of the Yun family rests upon you. Xiang, Zhou, noticing her lost in thought, could not help but wave his hand in front of her. He was met with a fierce glare from Yunxiang, prompting him to hastily retract his hand. Chapter 253. Farewell on the road. Guanzhou contemplated earnestly. Since the master regarded her merely as a friend, there was no need for her to linger any longer. The master's demeanor towards her over the past days had already made everything clear. Remaining here might even invite his disdain. Thus, she resolved to take this opportunity to bid farewell to Lin Tian. She believed that cultivating a good relationship with Lu Yinran would leave a favorable impression on Lin Tian. In the event of any significant matters arising in the future, Lin Tian might lend her a helping hand. It was certainly better than staying here aimlessly. Observing Lu Yinran still troubled by her predicament, Guanzhou couldn't help but feel envious, thinking that if she could be by Lin Tian's side, she would willingly accept any position, even that of a concubine. In the courtyard, upon seeing her, Lin Tian greeted her with a smile. Guanzhou respectfully bowed and addressed him as Brother Lin, her face reflecting a demeanor of utmost reverence. Lin Tian perceived a subtle difference in her usual comportment. Guanzhou, noticing his expression, playfully remarked, No, I can no longer call you Brother Lin. From now on, it shall be Master Lin. After coming to this realization, her tone and overall demeanor conveyed an unprecedented sense of ease and joy. After all, having spent considerable time here, she had discerned that Lin Tian preferred being treated as an ordinary person, devoid of any pretense. Just look at Huzi and Xuanzi, who frolic and jest with Lin Tian daily. He seemed to relish it. Thus, at this juncture, she felt liberated, though her respect for Lin Tian remained genuine. With a bright smile, she said, Master Lin, I have come today to bid you farewell. Tomorrow, I shall return to Bailing with my father. Lin Tian was initially taken aback, but then realized that as a young woman, Guanzhou might not be safe alone, and her father was likely intent on bringing her back. Returning is for the best. Your father must be worried about you being here alone. Since you are leaving tomorrow, how about we share a meal together at noon? I haven't had the pleasure of properly hosting you during your stay, he suggested. Lin Tian harbored no ill feelings towards Guanzhou. In fact, he was pleased that she had become friends with Lu Yinran. Whether she would return to Bailing after this visit remained uncertain, so he felt it was essential to treat her well before her departure. Guanzhou smiled and nodded, having long understood that Lin Tian did not harbor romantic intentions towards her, and she had already come to terms with that. After agreeing to the meal, Guanzhou went to fetch her father, while Lin Tian prepared to purchase fine wine and delicacies to host them. Meanwhile, in the palace, Murong Fu gazed at the aging yet still captivating Lu Guifei, his expression a mix of insincerity and mockery as he remarked, My beloved, it has been some time since we last met, and you have grown even more enchanting. Have you encountered some fortunate event of late? Lu Guifei, thrilled by his visit to her chambers, eagerly poured him wine, exclaiming, Your Majesty's presence brings me such joy. However, noticing her feigned ignorance, the coldness in Murong Fu's eyes deepened. He had already uncovered the truth. Peach Xiaoro is the illegitimate child born before Lu Guifei entered the palace, conceived with her cousin. Remarkably, he remained oblivious to this truth. Had it not been for Pang Wei's reminder, he would have worn this metaphorical green hat for a lifetime. Upon witnessing Murong Fu's suddenly grave demeanor, Lu Guifei instinctively sensed something amiss. However, she misjudged the situation, believing Murong Fu was merely troubled by matters of state. All she needed to do was serve him with utmost care. Little did she anticipate that his next words would plunge her into despair. He spoke gravely, My dear consort. From this day forth, you shall reside in the cold palace. It is tranquil there, most suitable for one of your stature. As soon as these words left his lips, the wine bottle in Lu Guifei's hand crashed onto the table. Her face turned ashen, her lips trembled, utterly bewildered as to why she had been cast into the cold palace. Once banished there, she would never escape its confines. Realizing this, she hastily knelt and pleaded, Your Majesty, I am unaware of any transgressions that warrant such punishment. What a pretense. At that moment, Murong Fu was exceedingly agitated. With a flick of his sleeve, he disregarded her, striding to the door and coldly remarking, Reflect on your actions in the cold palace. Even as she was being dragged away, Lu Guifei remained perplexed. However, upon spotting an embroidered handkerchief on the ground as she was taken down the corridor, the truth dawned on her. Meanwhile, Lin Tian purchased a plethora of ingredients, including ribs and fish, and even some peanuts. He thought the red wine would be beneficial for the elder's health. As for the stronger spirits, he decided to save them for another occasion with Huzi and the others. He could indulge in a barrel of wine without concern, unafraid of exceeding his limits. In contrast, Guan Hai, witnessing Lin Tian's ease, found it difficult to match such informality, his tone and demeanor remaining notably reserved and polite. When Lin Tian poured him wine, he frequently rose from his seat, which made Lin Tian feel somewhat uncomfortable. Conversely, Guanju after enjoying a glass of wine, soon relaxed completely, sharing laughter with Lu Yanran, their sisterly bond evident. The meal was a joyous affair for them. It was Guan Hai's inaugural experience with red wine. After merely tasting a sip, he recognized its exceptional quality. To maintain decorum, he consistently took only small sips, which greatly enhanced Lin Tian's admiration for him. It is noteworthy that when Lin Tian first invited others to enjoy his wine, including Lu Yanran, they had all indulged freely. Yet, Guan Hai, aware of his limitations, refrained from overindulgence, demonstrating a level of refinement not commonly found. Ultimately, as Guan Hai assisted the inebriated Guanju in preparing to leave, a hint of reluctance flickered in his eyes. He mused that even if his daughter merely dined occasionally with the master, the experience was invaluable. He could not fathom why she insisted on returning home. Contemplating the impending departure of the Guan father and daughter, Lin Tian felt he had little to offer them. Noticing that Guan Hai seemed to genuinely appreciate the wine he had crafted, he called out to him and presented a barrel as a parting gift. Master Guan, as you prepare to depart tomorrow, I find myself at a loss for a suitable gift. I noticed your fondness for this wine, so I thought it fitting to present you with a barrel to savor at your leisure. To Guan Hai's astonishment, he received a parting gift from Lin Tian, a barrel of exquisite grape wine. He was momentarily taken aback. Beside him, Lu Yanran, slightly inebriated, remarked, "My dear husband, a mere barrel of wine. How exceedingly stingy. You ought to include a basket of radishes." Lin Tian paused at her words, bewildered. Radishes? Surely, he mused. Lu Yanran's intoxication had clouded her judgment. A gift of radishes paled in comparison to wine. Following Lu Yanran's gesture, Guan Hai's gaze fell upon a bountiful basket of Hisho Wu nestled in the corner. His breath caught in his throat. Could it be that she referred to those radishes? Observing the look of confusion on Guan Hai's face, Lin Tian swiftly covered Lu Yanran's mouth, exclaiming, "My dear wife, how could you suggest sending radishes? Would that not be a source of mockery?" He hurriedly clarified, "Rest assured, my wife is merely inebriated. There is no question of presenting you with radishes." Upon hearing Lin Tian dismiss the idea of radishes, Guan Hai's heart sank with disappointment. Yet, something stirred within him. There must be a reason the master refrained from gifting him radishes. Could it be that this wine held deeper significance? The master had instructed him to enjoy it at his own pace. Was it possible that by consuming this wine, he might experience a breakthrough in his martial prowess? Noticing Guan Hai still in a state of bewilderment, Lin Tian sought to alleviate the awkwardness. He retrieved a basket from within the house, suggesting that it would be more convenient for him to carry. Afterward, he assisted Guanju to the door, offering a gentle smile. This wine, when used in cooking, possesses remarkable flavor as well. In that moment, Guan Hai comprehended the true nature of the master's gift. The wine was indeed extraordinary, implying that consuming it directly might be too potent. However, if incorporated into his daily meals, its benefits would be more readily absorbed. The master truly held their well-being in high regard. As for Jur, she remained puzzled as to why they must return. Had she truly misunderstood the situation? Guan Hai, observing Lin Tian's smiling countenance, found himself equally perplexed. Chapter 254. It turns out I am quite impressive. Early the next morning, Guanju awoke with a throbbing headache. Guan Hai packed their belongings, cradling the wine like a cherished treasure. The father and daughter boarded the carriage and made their way to the blacksmith shop to bid farewell. After exchanging a few brief pleasantries, Lu Yan embraced Guanju, unable to hold back her tears. "Sister, remember to come back and visit when you have the time." "Yes, I know. Don't worry, sister." After their heartfelt parting, Lu Yanran sought solace in Lin Tian's arms, weeping bitterly. After much effort, Lin Tian managed to comfort her, suggesting that the women from the embroidery house would arrive shortly, which finally brought her tears to a halt. Meanwhile, in the small courtyard that Bai Fei had purchased, Tao Xiaoro grew increasingly restless as she waited for news from the palace. Anxiety gnawed at her, for Bai Fei had been imprisoned for 2 days. Just then, a man unexpectedly appeared at her door. "Who are you?" Tao Xiaoro questioned, her face etched with fear. The man gestured for silence, indicating that she should not raise an alarm. Surprised, Tao Xiaoro relaxed her guard only after confirming that he bore no ill intent. Curiously, she asked, "Who are you? And how do you know I live here? Did Bai Fei tell you?" The man did not respond immediately and instead walked straight inside. Seeing this, Tao Xiaoro had no choice but to close the door behind him. "I have come to inform you that concubine Lu is in trouble," the man stated in a grave tone. Upon hearing this, Tao Xiaoro was taken aback. "How could that be?" she exclaimed. "She is concubine Lu. Who could possibly harm her? Could it be Pang Wei? But he is merely a general. How could he contend with a concubine? She dismissed the notion as a fabrication. I understand you might find this hard to believe, but I must tell you that concubine Lu's predicament is inextricably linked to you. Had she not encountered you, perhaps she would be well and unharmed, not relegated to the cold palace by the emperor. Tao Xiaoro was further bewildered. What do you mean by well and unharmed? What does being sent to the cold palace entail? I cannot accept that concubine Lu being sent to the cold palace has anything to do with me. Stop speaking nonsense. Who are you? And who sent you to find me? Unless you clarify, I will not believe a word you say. To Tao Xiaoro, the concubine was a celestial being, second only to the empress. Her status was untouchable. How could her presence lead to such a consequence? It was simply unfathomable. Could it be related to Bai Fei? Bai Fei was imprisoned, and now the concubine was implicated. Yet to her, this bore no relevance whatsoever. As she remained blissfully unaware of the true nature of her connection to concubine Lu, the man remained silent, his gaze fixed upon her, seemingly unwilling to divulge more. After a moment of stillness, he simply stated, "Here are 5,000 taels in silver notes. Take the money and leave this place at once. Otherwise, I can assure you that you will not escape the fate of being killed." Upon hearing those words, Tao Xiaoro was rendered speechless with fear. What transgression had she committed to warrant such persecution? Could it be related to Lin Tian? She recalled that Pang Wei had a good rapport with Lin Tian, which could potentially explain the predicament. Gritting her teeth, she was taken aback by Lin Tian's unexpected prowess. However, she quickly dismissed this notion, pondering how Pang Wei's connection with Lin Tian could possibly be linked to Lu Guifei. Confusion enveloped her. She could not fathom whom she had offended to the extent that even Lu Guifei would not spare her. She needed to hastily depart with the money, seeking a place where she was unrecognizable to start anew. The man spoke again, his voice laced with resignation. He was, after all, Tao Xiaoro's biological father. Yet at this juncture, there was little he could do. Unbeknownst to her, she had no alternative but to accept her fate. Gritting her teeth, she took the silver note from the man's hand, clutched it tightly, and swiftly gathered her belongings before leaving without a backward glance. The small riverbank was no longer an option for her. Standing at the city gate, she found herself at a loss regarding her next destination, gazing around in bewilderment, surrounded by an unfamiliar environment. In that moment, she reminisced about her carefree days at the riverbank. Though life had been frugal, it had been comforting. When had she transformed into this? A sense of disorientation washed over her. The man stood behind her and spoke in a low voice, urging her to leave. Startled by his words, Tao Xiaoro felt a shiver run through her. "Can you tell me who you are?" she inquired. She was not naive. She could surmise that the man would not bestow such a generous sum upon her without reason. The man remained silent, awaiting an answer that did not come. Tao Xiaoro bit her lip and turned to face him, sensing a complex emotion in his gaze that eluded her understanding. Perhaps she was overthinking it. Tightening her grip on the burden on her shoulder, she declared, "I'm leaving now. Thank you for the money." As she departed, the man's expression darkened. He then turned and vanished into the crowd. Meanwhile, Lin Tian, having bid farewell to Guanzhou, prepared to venture into the streets. Today marked the day he had promised to visit the guild. Upon arriving in the city, he inquired about the guild's location. It was only upon reaching the imposing 5-story edifice that he realized the grandeur of the Forging Guild. The majestic iron pillars at the entrance and the imposing 4 characters spelling Forging Guild exuded an aura of authority, leaving Lin Tian in awe of its formidable presence. Clearly, the position of vice president of the guild was an impressive one. However, he pondered if he could truly ascend to such a role without obstacles. He was acutely aware of the intricacies of workplace dynamics. As he surveyed the surroundings, Sun Tiancheng emerged from within. Upon spotting Lin Tian, he hurriedly approached with respect, exclaiming, "Master, you have finally arrived. Please, come inside." "Master?" Lin Tian chuckled. "Sun Master, you are my senior. Simply call me Xiao Tian." Sun Tiancheng quickly shook his head, insisting, "That is not appropriate. Please, step inside. Our president will return shortly." "The president?" Sun Tiancheng elaborated. "The president had stepped out, but is rushing back upon hearing of your arrival." "Ah, it truly need not be so ceremonious. If he cannot return in time, it is no matter." "That cannot be," Sun Tiancheng solemnly remarked. "It is our guild's honor for you to join us." Lin Tian felt a wave of embarrassment, pondering that the old gentleman's commendation was excessive. Should the guild members discover that he had gained entry through backdoor means, it would be quite shameful. Yet, a moment's reflection revealed that he had indeed triumphed in the previous competition through sheer merit. However, he could not discern what distinguished the ironworks he crafted. The only notable differences he perceived were the meticulous craftsmanship and the unique designs. Could it be that a hidden skill bestowed by the system was at play? Perhaps. While he himself could not perceive the level of his creations, others could. Furthermore, his creations were indeed impressive. This thought struck him like a revelation. No wonder they referred to him as master upon their first meeting. It must have been due to the quality of his work. If this were the case, he would no longer be seen as merely a man living off others. He recalled that in Luosang, everyone had addressed him as master, and their demeanor had been marked by respect. If their deference stemmed from fear of Lu Yanran's status, then Li Qian, as a prince, had no need to regard her with such caution. Neither was it necessary to tread carefully around Murong Fu and his ilk. Indeed, the caution exhibited by Murong Fu upon their first encounter was telling. Enlightened by this realization, Lin Tian straightened his posture, feeling the air around him become remarkably invigorating. Haha. Master son, do you find me impressive? Lin Tian inquired with a beaming smile. Impressive? Master, you are not merely impressive. You are extraordinarily formidable, indeed terrifyingly so, came the enthusiastic reply, accompanied by fervent nods. Observing this reaction, Lin Tian felt increasingly certain of his own prowess, unaware that he was, indeed, quite exceptional. Chapter 255. My forging is rather casual. Sun Tianqing led Lin Tian inside, and as they crossed the threshold, they immediately attracted the attention of the assembled crowd. A considerable number of spectators had gathered to witness the competition. In such a brief span, Lin Tian astonishingly transformed a mere piece of raw iron into a material capable of crafting divine weapons. This was nothing short of divine artistry. Curiosity abounded regarding his methods, yet no one dared to approach him. Lin Tian sensed the gazes directed at him were imbued with reverence and admiration. Indeed, it seemed he alone was oblivious to the caliber of what he had forged, while others recognized its significance. Sun Tianqing escorted Lin Tian to the president's chamber, which was presently unoccupied. He warmly poured tea, stating, Master, our president is particularly eager to meet you, so it is imperative you return. Please wait a moment. You should arrive shortly. With that, Sun Tianqing leaned out the window to look below. Lin Tian surveyed the room filled with ironworks and mused that the president was indeed a master craftsman, possessing an impressive array of creations. Armor, swords, axes, and halberds were all present. Additionally, several unrefined ores lay meticulously arranged on shelves, clearly of great value. Not long after they seated themselves, the door swung open to reveal a large, imposing elder. Sun Tianqing was already quite robust, yet this newcomer was twice his size. Upon seeing Lin Tian, the elder paused momentarily before striding in with a friendly demeanor. You must be the young friend Lin Tian, he exclaimed. What a pleasure. I am Yang Li, the president of this guild. Greetings, President Yang. Yang Li nodded and took a seat opposite Lin Tian, pouring himself a cup of red tea. I never anticipated that someone so young would possess such remarkable forging talent. It truly commands our admiration. I warmly welcome you to join our guild. From now on, we shall be like family. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to ask, and we shall do our utmost to assist you. Yang Li understood that a prodigy like Lin Tian would not typically deign to join a guild unless he had a pressing need. Indeed, this was the case. When Sun Tianqing outlined the conditions, Lin Tian felt a stir of interest. Then allow me to express my gratitude in advance, President Yang. You are exceedingly gracious. Please feel free to visit our guild and share your insights with everyone. Having learned from Sun Tianqing that Lin Tian shared significant ties with Murong Fu and Peng Wei, Yang Li did not wish to be remiss. However, as he had yet to witness Lin Tian's forging prowess firsthand, he harbored doubts, suspecting Sun Tianqing might have exaggerated. After all, in Dian, he was regarded as a master craftsman, and the finest weapons he could forge barely approached the realm of the epic. Was it truly possible for someone to transmute raw iron into materials of divine caliber in such a short time? It seemed like a fanciful tale to him. Thus, Yang Li resolved to test Lin Tian, harboring suspicions that he might have employed some form of clever deception to mislead everyone. His skepticism was not unfounded. Lin Tian's appearance in youth did not align with the image of one capable of crafting divine weaponry. Lin Tian was naturally unaware of his thoughts. Under his guidance, Lin Tian explored the blacksmithing area of the guild. It turned out that one's prowess determined their standing in this craft. Novice blacksmiths were relegated to forging in the public hall without a personal forge, while only those capable of crafting items of 3rd tier or above were granted their own studios. Blacksmiths of 6th tier or higher had the privilege of taking apprentices and received a monthly allocation of 100 pounds of iron or from the guild. Such fortunate circumstances were unprecedented for Lin Tian. Currently, within the guild, there were only 2 6th tier blacksmiths, myself and Old Sun, and now you of course. Yang Li remarked with a smile, suggesting that Lin Tian should frequent the guild and offer guidance to others, and if he encountered a suitable candidate, he could take them on as an apprentice. Lin Tian chuckled, indicating that he had no intentions of taking on students just yet. At that moment, they approached a young man who was actively engaged in blacksmithing. He swung his hammer high and struck the iron sheet with great force, yet due to improper technique, his strength barely reached 20 to 30% of its potential. An opportunity presented itself. Yang Li said with a grin, "This is Zhang Zhou, a 3rd tier blacksmith. He is currently crafting a hexagonal dart. What do you think of it?" Lin Tian could not discern the quality of the dart, but he recognized Yang Li's intent to test him. Unfazed, Lin Tian smiled gently and politely suggested, if this brother could adjust the angle of his arm when swinging the hammer to maintain a 60-degree alignment with his shoulder, it would significantly conserve energy. Zhang Zhou was momentarily taken aback, but decided to give it a try, adopting Lin Tian's advice. Clang. As he struck the iron again, the power was remarkable, astonishing even himself. Is my strength truly this great? Yang Li was equally stunned. Lin Tian had not directly critiqued the weapon, but had accurately identified Zhang Zhou's flawed technique. This seemingly casual remark yielded immediate results. You are indeed impressive, but how did you discern his incorrect method? Yang Li humbly inquired, as he had failed to notice it despite his extensive experience. Lin Tian explained with a smile, blacksmithing is a physically demanding task, and the energy expended during the process is considerable. Therefore, I devised some energy-saving techniques for myself, such as adjusting my forging posture. I see. Upon hearing that these methods were Lin Tian's own invention, Yang Li felt even more admiration, starting to believe Sun Tianqing's words. With a glimmer of inspiration, he cheerfully suggested, since you've come all this way, why not demonstrate the blacksmithing technique you mentioned, so we can all learn from it? What a clever old man. The stereotype that those with larger physiques possess simple minds while being physically adept was clearly unfounded in this case. Initially intending to take advantage of the situation, Lin Tian found himself caught in the old man's clever trap. Lin Tian chuckled lightly, very well. After speaking, he asked Zheng Zhou to let him use the forge for a while. Lin Tian grasped the hammer, which, despite its appearance, was lighter than the one he carried at his waist. He weighed it in his hand, feeling no burden whatsoever. In truth, his approach to blacksmithing was rather casual, guided by comfort and instinct. As he spoke, he raised the hammer high. Clang! With a resounding strike, the iron sheet quivered violently, emitting a resonant buzzing sound. Clang, clang, clang. Under Lin Tian's skillful hands, the iron transformed visibly. The three observers stood in awe, their jaws nearly dropping to the ground. Yang Li rubbed his weary eyes vigorously. Now convinced. Before them, Lin Tian had forged a piece of ordinary third-grade iron into a remarkable sixth-grade metal with just a few simple strikes. Was there truly such craftsmanship in the world? It was a divine skill. Yang Li gazed at Lin Tian in astonishment. Lin Tian, smiling as he set down the hammer, examined the iron sheet, perplexed by their reference to divine skill. To him, it appeared merely as a piece of iron, albeit slightly thinner, shinier, and darker than before. As for anything beyond that, he could discern nothing further. Zheng Zhou swallowed hard. Was this truly what he called casual? What would proper blacksmithing entail then? He found it hard to believe. Lin Tian had subtly showcased his talent, successfully captivating the members of the casting guild, particularly Yang Li, who insisted on personally escorting him back. Lin Tian, aware of his intentions, promptly and decisively declined. Chapter 256, Do Not Move. The chive is laced with poison. After registering for the union employment application, Lin Tian received this month's union subsidy, amounting to 100 taels of silver. Nothing brought him greater joy than this. With silver in hand, he felt as if he were walking on air. As Lin Tian passed by a small stall, his eyes were drawn to a beautifully crafted coral hairpin. How much for this? He inquired, lifting it to the sunlight to admire the way the coral sparkled. The dark metallic sheen exuded a sense of quality. The stall owner, noticing Lin Tian's interest, smiled broadly and said, young sir, you have a discerning eye. This is the most expensive item in my collection. Just look at its quality. Lin Tian raised an eyebrow, sensing the owner's intent to overcharge him. Oh really? Then do enlighten me as to its price. The owner, still smiling, replied, 10 taels. But since I see you fancy it, I can offer you a friendly price of 8 taels. What do you say? 8 taels? Lin Tian feigned contemplation. You claim this is the finest hairpin. Then surely it must be the priciest? Without hesitation, the owner agreed. Indeed, indeed. Lin Tian smirked internally. He set down the coral hairpin and picked up a white jade hairpin from the back of the stall. That one is too expensive. I think I shall take this instead. What is its price? The owner, taken aback, exclaimed, oh no. That won't he do. Why not? Did you not just claim that the coral hairpin was the most expensive here? Surely my selection must be less costly, Lin Tian countered. Realizing he was dealing with a savvy customer, the owner faltered, young master, you truly possess an eye for quality. This is indeed the finest hairpin I have. But it cannot be sold for less than 8 taels. If you truly desire it, I could part with it for 50 taels. 50 taels? Lin Tian scoffed. This item pales in comparison to what Hu Ba gifted me. Though he could not discern the value of jade, he certainly knew what was visually appealing. If Hu Ba were present, he would likely be incensed to learn Lin Tian was comparing a gift from him to a mere stall item. However, Lin Tian was not interested in the white jade hairpin. He felt the coral one would suit Lu Yin and far better. So, what is the price for that coral hairpin? He asked. Hearing that Lin Tian preferred the cheaper option, the owner's demeanor shifted. That one, I can let go for a minimum of 2 taels. But not a tael less. 2 taels? Lin Tian readily produced a 2-tael coin and tossed it onto the stall. The stall owner picked up the silver, muttering under his breath as Lin Tian walked away. If you can't afford it, just admit it. No need for pretense. After a near scare thinking he had encountered a connoisseur, he now realized he had merely dealt with a pauper. The stall owner continued to grumble until Lin Tian vanished from sight. Achoo! Lin Tian sneezed, tucking the hairpin into his pocket as he walked home. It was not that he was reluctant to spend 2 taels. Rather, he believed that walking was swifter than any cart. Before long, he returned from the city. Leading Lu Yanran into the room, he presented her with a hairpin. For me? Lu Yanran exclaimed in astonishment, gazing at the exquisite coral pin in Lin Tian's hand. It was her first encounter with such stunning fire coral, the color as deep as blood. The pearl nestled within the coral radiated a vibrant array of hues. subtly emanating a rainbow glow. Lu Yanran was utterly enchanted. Yes, I purchased it in the city. Your accessories seemed rather plain. This one is just the right color. And I thought it would look beautiful on you. What do you think? Do you like it? I love it. Lu Yanran joyfully clutched the hairpin, her eyes sparkling with excitement as she looked at Lin Tian. Yet, a fleeting thought crossed her mind regarding the pin's extravagant price. It seemed implausible that it could have been bought in the city. She suspected Lin Tian might have said so to spare her any feelings of guilt. Still, she wondered if wearing such a pin would be too ostentatious. Just then, she heard a rustling sound from the courtyard. Resolute, she adorned herself with the hairpin and, beaming with joy, turned to Lin Tian and asked, "Does it look good, dear husband?" Lin Tian nodded, affirming, "Indeed, it suits you perfectly." At his words, Lu Yanran's smile widened even more. Lin Tian stretched lazily, playfully pinching her cheek, and said, "Well then, my dear wife, you'll have to prepare lunch. I'll head to the forge." "All right, go ahead," Lu Yanran replied with a smile, waving him off. As Lin Tian stepped outside, he spotted Yunyan practicing her swordplay in the courtyard. Their eyes met briefly, causing Lin Tian to awkwardly look away. Yunyan ignored him, continuing her vigorous practice. "Ah, practicing swordplay, I see," Lin Tian remarked awkwardly, but Yunyan feigned ignorance, remaining silent. Feeling lonely, Lin Tian scratched his head and made his way to the forge. Once he departed, Lu Yin emerged from the house, deliberately touching the coral hairpin Lin Tian had given her. Upon noticing the unfamiliar pin atop her head, Yunyan narrowed her eyes slightly. "Sister, are you practicing swordplay again?" "Truly impressive," Lu Yanran commented. Yunyan cast her a fleeting glance, but chose not to respond. Lu Yanran remained silent, her face radiant with joy. "Well then, I shall go prepare lunch and not disturb your training," she said. "Training?" Yunyan tightened her grip on her sword. This Lu Yanran, now that she had married Lin Tian, had taken to calling her sister so casually. As she vented her frustrations in the courtyard, two familiar figures appeared. "You truly are relentless, following me all the way here." Upon entering the courtyard, the two were taken aback. "What is this? The yard is filled with rare treasures. What is going on? Isn't Lin Tian a blacksmith?" While it was plausible for the house to be filled with fine weapons, the presence of herbs like Hisho Wu, ginseng, and zhugua was bewildering. Yunxiang could not help but swallow hard. "Are you not going to explain what is happening in this courtyard?" After all, Yunxiang had witnessed Lin Tian's blacksmithing skills. Such talent would not be underestimated even in the ancient world. In this courtyard, the revelations have profoundly altered her worldview. Curiosity piqued. She wondered what other secrets Lin might harbor that they were unaware of. Yuyan raised an eyebrow in triumph. Throughout their interactions, Yunxiang had always been superior to her in both status and martial prowess, consistently overshadowing her. Yet now, with a suitor of her own, she had decisively outmatched Yunxiang. "Ah, how splendidly the wheel of fate turns." Her gaze grew increasingly smug. "Oh, he possesses many talents. These are merely the vegetables he has cultivated in the garden. Frankly, I have grown weary of them in the past few days." "Vegetables? Weary of them?" Both Yunxiang and Zhoumu gaped in disbelief. Zhoumu stammered. "You eat these as vegetables? Aren't you afraid of being inadequately nourished?" Yuyan scoffed. "I consume them daily and feel no discomfort whatsoever." Her demeanor was decidedly arrogant. Zhoumu was left speechless, while Yunxiang couldn't help but furrow her brow. This was indeed a discovery of new realms. She hadn't anticipated Lin to possess such capabilities. She felt an irresistible urge to pluck a scallion from the ground. "Don't touch that," Yunyan admonished. "The items here are not to be trifled with at your whim." "Oh." Yunxiang raised an eyebrow, contemplating how she had yet to marry Lin, yet was already acting as a guardian of his possessions. With a resigned smile, she replied, "I merely wish to observe." Yunyan frowned, offering a helpful warning. "It's not that I disallow you to touch them. Rather, I noticed him applying something to them this morning." "Applied something? Could it be poison?" Yunyan frowned, realizing how cautious he was in his endeavors, even in the confines of their home. Yunyan chuckled. "What did you expect? These plants have thrived in the garden, surviving until now." Yunxiang's lips twitched, yet she had to concede that there was merit in her reasoning. Chapter 257. The irrevocable marriage. Lin Tian was oblivious to the fact that his act of watering the plants in the morning had been misconstrued as administering poison. He couldn't help but admire Yunyan, which I had seen him dispensing poison. It was merely water, after all. Engrossed in his work at the forge, Lin Tian remained unaware of the visitors at his home until Lu Yin emerged from the courtyard to gather vegetables. Upon seeing the guests, she paused in surprise and inquired, "Who are you?" Yunxiang replied, "I am her sister." Zhoumu chimed in with a smile, "I am her brother-in-law." At this, Yunxiang shot him a sharp look. Zhoumu, scratching his nose, remarked cheerfully, "You must be the countryside bride that Lin Tian married, right?" The moment those words escaped his lips, Lu Yanran's expression darkened. A countryside bride? So, in their eyes, she was nothing more than a rustic spouse. Anger began to simmer within her. Zhoumu scrutinized the courtyard, pondering who Lin Tian really was. Surely, the contents of this yard were genuine, he mused, realizing he may have underestimated Lin Tian. Moreover, he had inquired around the village over the past couple of days. Lin Tian was indeed a true blacksmith, having spent nearly 2 decades here. If there was anything remarkable about him, it was his marriage to Lu Yanran. Confused, he wondered if Lin Tian had decided to reveal his true capabilities due to her. This thought seemed implausible. Could it be that he was preparing to return to his roots? Such speculation began to seem possible. Sister? Brother-in-law? Lu Yanran regarded the uninvited guests with confusion, feeling their sudden intrusion into her home was rather disrespectful. Maintaining her politeness, she said, "You are both far from home. Please take a seat. My husband is in another room. I shall fetch him." As she made her way to the forge, she contemplated the situation. These two did not appear to be benign. One Yunyan was already a headache, and now there were two more to contend with. She couldn't help but voice her grievances silently. When Lin Tian saw her approach, he was initially taken aback, soon noticing her distressed expression. He wondered if she had quarreled with Yunyan. It seemed that allowing the matter with Yunyan to linger was not a viable option. Lu Yanran's embroidery room had been temporarily closed since Yunyan's arrival, primarily to avoid unnecessary chatter. "My husband, someone has come." Lu Yanran managed to force a smile. "Who is it?" Lin Tian asked curiously. Typically, if it were someone she knew, she would provide a name directly. "You will see when you arrive." Lu Yanran responded with a strained demeanor, her expression so grim that even Lin Tian could perceive it. Mystified, he followed her until he laid eyes on Zhou Mu. Instantly struck with bewilderment. "It's you. How did you find my home?" Zhou Mu chuckled. "Is it really that difficult to find you? So, how do you feel about seeing us?" Lin Tian, rendered speechless, replied, "What brings you to my home? We hardly know each other." "Know each other? We are not just acquainted. We are family," he exclaimed, glancing at Yunyan. Yunyan, with an impassive expression, introduced, "This is my sister, Yun Xiang. And he is Zhou Mu." So they were acquainted, Lin Tian thought, surveying the two of them. "Hurry, the whole family has arrived. Are you all here to find her? Please take her away quickly. The thought of the awkwardness over the past 2 days is unbearable." Lin Tian wished fervently for Yunyan to leave at once. "What, do you wish for me to depart?" Yunyan, as if possessing the ability to read minds, pierced through Lin Tian's thoughts. "Heh, are my feelings so overt?" Lin Tian's silence confirmed it. Yunyan's expression darkened instantaneously, resembling a storm-laden sky, foreboding and ominous. "You wish to send me away for this woman?" she declared, pointing at Lu Yanran. Lu Yanran, feeling anxiously gazed at Lin Tian, pondering how he would respond. Both women turned their eyes towards him. How could he possibly respond? If he denied it, it would surely wound Lu Yanran's heart. After much contemplation, Lin Tian could only helplessly say, "I am unaware of the engagement you mentioned. But I am now married and shall naturally not neglect her." Upon hearing this, Yunyan frowned. It was practically a non-answer. Lu Yanran's brows knitted in response as well. Yun Xiang, having anticipated Lin Tian's reply, stepped forward, asserting, "Indeed, but your marriage to Yunyan precedes this. Even though you have married now, logically, your rightful wife remains Yunyan, not her." Boom. The very thing one fears often comes to pass. Lu Yanran felt as if a thunderbolt had struck above her, leaving her both shocked and tender-hearted. She anxiously watched Lin Tian, fearing he might acquiesce to this assertion. Indeed, what Xiang said is correct. Your engagement has existed for 18 years. As long as the engagement remains unbroken, Yunyan is your wife, a fact that cannot be altered. Moreover, the Lin family still stands. You can seek verification from them, unless you are not a descendant of the Lin family. Upon finishing, Zhou Mu's words drew the attention of all three. If Lin Tian were to forsake his lineage for Lu Yanran, they could practically abandon all hope. For Lin Tian would not harbor feelings for Yunyan, and her presence here would be futile. The Lin family's strength was beyond his comprehension. Yet, 18 years prior, his father had dared to relinquish everything for her. That alone suggested the family was not worth his longing. Contemplating this, Lin Tian prepared to voice his thoughts when Yunyan interjected, "You had best think carefully. This concerns your father's honor." "My father's honor?" Lin Tian frowned, puzzled. "What honor?" Yunyan regarded him coolly, stating, "You need only to understand that our marriage is not solely determined by you." Her frosty gaze enveloped them in a powerful aura. This invisible pressure compelled Lin Tian to ascertain the truth of the matter. He furrowed his brow and asked, "Where's the Lin family? If necessary, I will accompany you back to clarify this." If there were legitimate reasons, it was best to uncover them. Though he bore no particular dislike for Yunyan, any obscured factors between them would alter the situation's significance. The atmosphere abruptly fell into a stalemate. A few individuals stood in place, gazing at one another, particularly Yunyan, with a flicker of flame igniting in her eyes. Lin Tian regarded her with a calm demeanor, utterly devoid of fear. This awkward atmosphere lingered for approximately 5 minutes. Lu Yanran observed Lin Tian confronting the others on her behalf, her heart tightening with excitement. Clearly, she held a significant place in her husband's heart. Otherwise, he would not have risked a confrontation with Yunyan for her sake. Meanwhile, on the road, Guan Hai could not resist the temptation to smell the wine from a jar he held. The intoxicating aroma tantalized his senses, evoking an insatiable craving. "Ah, how wonderful it would be if you could marry the master." Guanju shot him a glance, responding, "Father, what can I do if the master does not fancy me? Can you force him to wed me?" Guan Hai pouted, offering an awkward smile. Unless the master wished for his own demise. But then again, one must ponder the identity of the woman betrothed to the master. The Yin family? He had not heard of such a lineage in the martial world. It was evident that a family capable of securing an engagement with the master must be formidable indeed. Thus, it became understandable why the master looked down upon women like himself. Ultimately, such matters cannot be forced. One must leave it to fate. If destiny does not grant him this opportunity, all efforts would be in vain. He inhaled the fragrance of the wine deeply, becoming utterly entranced. Chapter 258 In the courtyard. Silence enveloped the air. Finally, Yunxiang relented, saying, Lin Tian, let us speak candidly. Do you comprehend the implications of a woman being jilted? It signifies that she may never marry again. Upon uttering these words, Yunxiang fixed her enchanting gaze upon Lin Tian, who appeared somewhat helpless. Was he to be unceremoniously bestowed with a wife? What of Lu Yanran? What was to become of his future? After speaking, Yunxiang turned her attention to Lu Yanran. As a woman, you ought to understand this best. When your family fell into misfortune and you sought refuge here, had it not been for Lin Tian. Lu Yanran's complexion drained of color as she realized the depths of the other's knowledge regarding her past. She bit her lip in silence, tacitly acknowledging the truth. Observing this, Yunxiang gently advised, in truth, Yunyan may appear cold on the outside, yet she harbors warmth within. She has been searching for Lin Tian for a month. Had she chosen not to wed him, do you fathom the consequences she would face upon returning? Do not presume to enlighten them. Yunyan retorted angrily. Yunxiang cast a frosty glance in her direction and replied, very well. If you are so capable, then why contemplate escape? Yunyan was rendered speechless by the retort. Lin Tian found himself in a state of bewilderment. Evidently, the situation was far more intricate than he had anticipated. Let us strive for harmony. I find him quite commendable. Commendable? You should cling to him tightly, Yunxiang silently added in her thoughts. Zhou Mu, noticing the unfolding drama, chimed in, indeed, you will soon be a family. How splendid it would be to cherish one another. Following this, Zhou Mu nudged Lin Tian's arm, urging him to speak up. Now is the time for you to take a stand. What shall become of these two women? Lin Tian glanced between Lu Yanran and Yun Yan, only to find both gazing at him with identical expressions. Were they expecting him to accept a wife without question? Lu Yanran, discerning Lin Tian's dilemma, stepped forward, stating, I agree. From this day forth, I shall refer to you as Sister Yan. Faced with such a reasonable response from Lu Yanran, Lin Tian found himself at a loss for words. In contrast, Yin Yan could hardly believe those words had escaped Lu Yanran's lips, staring at her in astonishment. Lu Yanran broke into a radiant smile, declaring, My husband is quite kind. You will come to see this as we spend time together. Henceforth, we are family. It is a rare occasion for my sister's kin to visit. Please, have a seat. The meal is prepared, and we can converse while we dine. Yunxiang regarded her with approval, recognizing this to be the opportune moment for her to intervene. Yet, this very excellence prompted Yunxiang to worry for Yu Yan. Could her self-important sister truly win Lin Tian's favor? It seemed a daunting task. With these thoughts weighing on her, she felt a headache coming on. As Lu Yanran busied herself with preparations, Lin Tian's heart grew heavier with guilt. The meal was a blend of emotions for Lin Tian. Before parting, Yunxiang informed Lin Tian that they would return home, relaying the events that transpired here to their family, assuring Yunyan that there was no cause for concern. Watching them depart, the remaining three stood in place. Yunyan entered the house, casting a glance at Lu Yanran, a flicker of compassion crossing her eyes. She understood that Lu Yanran's words held a weight of sorrow. How could she offer comfort? My dear, Lin Tian scratched his head, uncertain of how to articulate his thoughts. However, before he could finish, Lu Yanran chuckled. My husband, I already know what you wish to say. As long as I can be with you, I consider it the greatest happiness in the world. My dear. Upon hearing her words, Lin Tian couldn't help but embrace her. A wife like her was truly rare to find. Perhaps he owed gratitude to Yun Yan, had it not been for her. He might never have realized how deeply Lu Yan loved him. How could he ever betray such a woman? Lin Tian struggled to contain his excitement as he yearned to take Lu Yan inside. Yet, just then, a clear sound echoed from within the house, seemingly reminding them that it was still daytime. Kiki. The young lady inside certainly has keen hearing, Lin Tian thought, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Lu Yanran noticed his awkwardness and teased him, playfully tracing circles on his chest, her eyes brimming with tenderness. Lin Tian discreetly released her and quickly made an excuse to leave for the forging room, fearing that if he lingered any longer. Upon arriving at the forging room, he observed several individuals diligently at work. Their eyes held a knowing glint as they smiled slyly upon seeing Lin Tian return. Brother Tian. How is it? I heard a particularly beautiful lady has come to your home. Has a matchmaker approached you? Do tell us which family she belongs to. Who's he jested? Indeed. Master, my uncle Wang mentioned that the girl is exceptionally lovely, resembling a celestial being. Zhuangzi chimed in, wielding his small hammer with a grin. Di Qing and Li Xiaoqiang busied themselves nearby. Gu Wei, having learned of his membership in the guild, had become increasingly anxious, fearing that Lin Tian might discover his true identity. Noticing Gu Wei's distracted demeanor, Lin Tian assumed he was disheartened due to not winning a prize in the competition. Little Gu, don't overthink it. Those are merely trivial matters, he reassured. He certainly could not disclose his own system to him. Seeing Gu Wei's despondency tugged at Lin Tian's heartstrings, compelling him to offer comforting words. Gu Wei, upon hearing this, was perplexed. Trivial matters? Could it be that the master has already ascertained my affiliation with the Forging Guild of Zhou Country? Yet, the master did not hold it against him and urged him not to dwell on it. In the master's eyes, the guild was merely a formality, inconsequential. Or perhaps the master joined the guild simply for amusement. After all, in this little countryside, there was little of novelty. With this thought, Gu Wei lifted his gaze to Lin Tian, who flashed a radiant smile, appearing right before him. Suddenly, everything clicked. The master was indicating that his worries were insignificant, merely a source of amusement. So that is the case. The master truly enjoys a good jest. Gu Wei sighed in relief, wiping away his sweat, and finally revealing a smile. All right, thank you, master. Lin Tian nodded with a smile, relieved that Gu Wei would not dwell too much on his concerns. Over the past couple of days, the efficiency of their forging had noticeably decreased. If things continue this way, they will hardly be able to produce 100 weapons by the end of the month. Thus, Lin Tian dared not delay, seizing his hammer to join the ranks. The rhythmic clanging resonated throughout the room. Gu Wei curiously observed Lin Tian, who had been meticulously mimicking his forging techniques during this period. Remarkably, not only had his efficiency improved, but the quality of the weapons he crafted consistently stabilized around the 7th grade. This revelation filled him with elation. How long had he been here? He had already surpassed the 6th grade. At this rate of progress, within a year and a half, he could become a master in his own right. His grandfather would surely take pride in him. However, concerning the Zhou Wang, he had been persistently inquiring about the master. Delaying a response was not a viable option. Returning felt akin to betraying the master, while not responding seemed disloyal. During this time, Gu Wei found himself in a state of both mental and physical torment, having lost several pounds, his cheeks gaunt. Sighing deeply, Gu Wei lamented. Observing this, Huzi jested. Hey, Xiaogu, are you lovesick? That expression. You're the one who is lovesick. Stop talking nonsense. After becoming more familiar with each other, Gu Wei felt less restrained. Speaking in a tone similar to the others, Go Sheng chuckled. There is no shame in desiring a woman. It's you who hasn't even married yet. Gu Wei's face flushed with embarrassment. Do I need to discuss such matters with you? Huzi feigned astonishment. Xiaogu. Chapter 259. Delivering meals. Who says I can't? I simply choose not to. Gu Wei silently observed the group, their laughter resonating throughout the foundry. Lin Tian diligently wielded his hammer, relishing the rare moment of leisure. As dinner approached, Yun Yan, seldom seen among them, joined the others at the table. Seated like an aloof goddess, her presence rendered those around her hesitant to lift their chopsticks, all eyes fixated upon her. As the meal commenced, Lin Tian awkwardly invited everyone to eat. Yun Yan, poised to take a piece of bamboo shoot, found her intentions thwarted when Zhuangzi snatched it away. Undeterred, she attempted to grab a slice of potato, only to be outpaced by Huzi. Her eyelids twitched in frustration as she witnessed the delectable scallions disappear into their mouths. Such nourishing fare was wasted on them. The mountain boar would not have appreciated such delicacies. Infuriated, she slammed down her chopsticks and retreated indoors. The group, still engaged in their meal, exchanged glances between her and Lin Tian. Brother Tian, did we upset her? Lin Tian's lips quivered as he reassured them. It's nothing. She probably just doesn't feel like eating. Let's continue. Li Xiaoqiang declared, determined to savor the food. Lin Tian, noticing Yun Yan's absence at the table, later returned to the kitchen to prepare a dish of yam and bamboo shoots, accompanied by a side of shredded potatoes. Having observed her fondness for these vegetables, he made extra. As he approached the door, he realized something was missing. Spotting some scallions nearby, he hurriedly chopped a handful to sprinkle on top before carrying the dish to her. Knock, knock, knock. Lin Tian rapped at the door. It's open. You may enter. Came Yun Yan's cool, distant voice. He shivered slightly and pushed the door open, finding her sulking in a corner, pouting. The 8 dishes lay on the table. And upon seeing the scallions and yam, her demeanor transformed. What is this? Yam, Lin Tian replied, having unearthed it from the mountains. It was no easy task. He had to dig over a meter deep to retrieve it, and he had preserved some for future meals by burying them in the yard. Noticing her expression, he patiently explained, this is yam, a delightful food that can be used in soups or stir-fries. Give it a try. Yun Yan hesitated, taken aback that such a snow-white delicacy was called yam. Tentatively, she approached and took a bite with her chopsticks. Crunch, the moment it touched her palate. Its exquisite flavor captivated her senses. She found herself unable to resist, her chopsticks ceaselessly delivering morsels to her mouth. Lin Tian watched in astonishment as she devoured the food voraciously, assuming she must be ravenous. Unconcerned with her image, she consumed 2 plates of vegetables and a bowl of rice. Lin Tian was taken aback, having underestimated her appetite. Yun Yan soon realized her earlier conduct was rather unrefined and felt a flush of embarrassment creeping to her ears. Yet, how could she resist? The meal was simply too delectable. In her lifetime, she had never savored such exquisite cuisine, and once she began, she simply couldn't stop. It's nothing, if you're still hungry. I'll prepare more for you, Lin Tian said as he rose, intending to head to the kitchen. However, his clothing was caught by Yun Yan. No, there's no need. The faint buzzing of mosquitoes sent a shiver down Lin Tian's spine. He quickly excused himself, saying he had matters to attend to and urged her to rest early. Yun Yin watched his hasty retreat, a smile unconsciously gracing her lips. She felt a warmth radiating from her body, realizing that her internal energy had increased after just one meal. It was astonishing. Even the most renowned ancient alchemists could not achieve such a feat in a single sitting. How was he able to accomplish this? She gazed at the empty plate, perplexed. Lin Tian seemed to her an enigma. The closer she drew, the more mysterious he became. Lin Tian, are you an artificer or an alchemist? She mused aloud to herself. Meanwhile, Lu Yin'an ran back to Lu Qianxuan, confiding her frustrations. Lu Qianxuan comforted her, suggesting that they could only accept the situation as it was. She also warned her that they could not provoke the families that matched with Lin Tian. Most importantly, they were currently relying on him. Should Lin Tian one day lose interest in Lu Yanran, she would lose all her leverage. Contemplating this, Lu Qianxuan reassured her to get along well with Yun Yin and to accept things as they were. If ever faced with deliberate difficulty from others, she should ensure Lin Tian saw it when he was home. After sharing these sentiments, the two sisters embraced. Perhaps fate was overly capricious, leading them to cling to Lin Tian as their great support. It wasn't entirely her fault, after all. Her affection for Lin Tian had been intertwined with numerous factors from the very beginning. As for Lin Tian, he planned to inform Morong Fu after this month of his intention to step out for a while. He needed to clarify matters concerning Yun Yin. Old Lin, now you have 2 wives, can you manage the evenings? He jested. Look at my brother Tian's physique. Does he seem incapable of handling both? Daoxing interjected, grinning. Li Shaoqiang, overhearing, couldn't help but interject, mind your words. Don't lead the young ones astray. His intention was to subtly remind them that Lin Tian's status was extraordinary. Initially, powerful figures treated him with great courtesy, and now a beautiful woman had come seeking him. Wasn't this gradually confirming his suspicions? Lin Tian must surely be the son of a prominent family. When the time was ripe, he would leave this place. Perhaps this woman was a sign of that change. Thus, Li Shaoqiang couldn't resist glancing at Lin Tian, lamenting that his time alongside him was dwindling. Huzi found amusement in his words. Turning to Zhuangzi with a chuckle, Zhuangzi is a man now. You wouldn't understand. Indeed, don't underestimate his stature. He has matured where it counts, they laughed. Zhuangzi, playfully taunted, picked up a hammer and declared, if you jest at my expense, I shall take action. Their laughter echoed in the air. Everyone is a man. What you possess, we do not lack. Why the shyness? Upon seeing Huzi, one becomes addicted. Shotzi, wielding a hammer, drunkenly chased him around the house. Lin Tian, witnessing this, could only manage an awkward smile. To tackle Yun Yin? He lacked the audacity for such a feat, or rather, he harbored thieving intentions but lacked the courage to act. He confessed to having developed feelings for her, a sentiment distinct from that towards Lu Yanran. The essence of Lu Yanran's existence was unlike Yun Yin's. Is he despicable? Lin Tian did not think so. In the present circumstances, it would undoubtedly be unacceptable. Marriage brings forth responsibilities. However, in this context, opportunities abound. This is the advantage of men from Dian beneath the shadows of a great era. He recalled how Lu Yin and had previously assisted in arranging a marriage for Guanju, suggesting her acceptance of such customs. As for Yun Yin, he remained uncertain. Nevertheless, with a woman like her presenting herself, how could one let such a chance slip away? Of course, this is contingent upon her willing consent. He would never force anyone against their will. Love and marriage are both governed by this principle. Enlightened by this thought, he hastened to forge weapons. The following morning, Morong Fu came to visit. Lin Tian seized this opportunity to share his plans with him. Morong Fu expressed understanding and mentioned that the batch of weapons was not urgent, allowing Lin Tian to take his time. Yet, he alone understood that a third-grade spear was far less enticing than an extraordinary artifact. Equally, he recognized that insatiable greed leads to ruin. He requested to accompany Lin Tian but was politely declined, leaving him with a rueful smile. Lin Tian reflected on the matter of the Forging Guild, grateful for Morong Fu's assistance. Chapter 260. Is it wrong to collect iron wax? He presented a meticulously crafted smoking pipe, a creation distinctly different from the 9-section jade bamboo. This exquisite piece was personally designed and fashioned by Lin Tian, showcasing a strikingly captivating form and appearance. The intricately carved dragon appeared almost lifelike, imbued with an ethereal sense of ascendance. Initially, he presumed that his lack of engagement with Lin Tian during this period would forfeit any potential benefits. However, he was pleasantly surprised to receive such a remarkable treasure. Oh, I almost forgot to ask, do you smoke? If not, this pipe would be of little use to you. I do. I have always smoked. Morong Fuxing hurriedly replied, fearing that Lin Tian might change his mind and reclaim the gift. Observing his enthusiastic reaction, Lin Tian smiled. This pipe can be enhanced by adding some water here. It will filter out harmful substances while you smoke. As Lin Tian elaborated on the design of the pipe, Morong Fuxing's eyes sparkled upon hearing its filtering capabilities. The function of this smoking pipe was akin to that of a silver needle, perhaps even more effective. While the silver needle merely tested for poison, this pipe could actively filter out toxic substances. Lin Tian referred specifically to nicotine and tar, but Morong Fuxing's interpretation diverged significantly. indicating a complete disconnect in their understanding. Elated with his new pipe, Morong Fuxing suddenly recalled that his visit to Lin Tian was at the behest of Qin Zheng. A letter from Qin Zheng had informed him that the materials used in the 500 flying suits previously crafted by Lin Tian were made from heavenly silkworm silk. Unfortunately, stored in the treasury, the suits had become infested with worms that had devoured them, leaving large gaping holes. Even the most skilled tailor in the Qin state was unable to restore them to their former glory. Thus, he had no choice but to send a distress signal to Morong Fuxing. It was not surprising that Qin Zheng was anxious. After all, these bat suits were personally designed and created by Lin Tian, their effectiveness evident to all. If they were to be ruined under his watch, he would be deemed a historical villain. Strangely, the exquisite crossbows had also succumbed to rust like ordinary arrows when left unattended for too long, rendering many of them unusable. Even after having the surface rust removed by a blacksmith, the arrow's precision was nowhere near their original standards, leaving him quite vexed. Initially, he had planned to resolve matters smoothly, but this predicament rendered him hesitant. He could only discreetly consult Morong Fuxing for advice and gauge Lin Tian's sentiments. Morong Fuxing's eyes glinted mischievously as he remarked, "Little Tian, isn't it odd that those bat suits you crafted were devoured by worms?" I was astonished when old Qin informed me. Lin Tian blinked in surprise, almost forgetting about the existence of this individual. Now reminded, he smiled slightly and replied, "Devoured by worms? I recall using a water-resistant silk fabric during the crafting process." Morong Fuxing understood immediately. The master must have been well aware of the formidable nature of this exceptional artifact. In the selection of materials, the deliberate choice of celestial silkworm silk was made. Consequently, after the conclusion of the war, there would be no fear of those unparalleled artifacts being exploited. It is a jest, after all. We are not speaking of a singular item, but rather 1,000. One can surmise that the Master's intentions were for the stability, prosperity, and unity of the continent. It must be said that the Master's meticulousness is truly commendable. Morong Fu gazed at Lin Tian with admiration. He remarked, "The arrows have rusted. Old Qin claimed they were well preserved, yet here we are with rust?" Lin Tian responded, "The rusted arrows can be polished and made usable again. With so many people in the forging camp, this should pose no problem." "Ah, I see," Morong Fu conceded. "It appears the master indeed wishes to leave them bereft of any extraordinary artifacts. Yet, it is peculiar that the specially crafted crossbow arrows show no signs of rust. The crossbow arrows in the quiver remain in pristine condition. Could it be that his standing in the Master's esteem is exceptional?" A smile crept across Morong Fu's face at this thought. The delight of flaunting an unparalleled artifact is indescribable. The sensation is exhilarating. Even a dog would obediently lie down at the sight. Lin Tian observed Morong Fu's rather lewd grin, uncertain of what thoughts had crossed his mind, giving him a shiver. Is his affliction recurring? He pondered. "Xiao Tian, I shall return and relay your words to old Qin." Lin Tian nodded, recalling the bat cloak, and remarked, "Once a bat cloak has a tear, it becomes unusable. If used recklessly, it could lead to fatalities. Best for him to discard the damaged ones." Upon hearing this, Morong Fu nodded with a smile. "I shall convey your words precisely as you have spoken." The manner of his speech felt slightly odd. Before Lin Tian could fully process this, Morong Fu made his intentions to take his leave. He clasped his hands towards Lin Tian and cheerfully said, "Very well. I shall not disturb your rest any longer." "Indeed. Good." Lin Tian waved at him, curiously observing his retreating figure. There was something distinctly peculiar about his speech today. Upon entering the room, he found Yunyin gazing intently at a large pot on the shelf. Noticing Lin Tian's entrance, she inquired, "Did you forge this as well?" Lin Tian nodded. "Yes, I crafted it a year ago. It has remained unsold due to its rather unappealing appearance." "Sold?" Yunyin exclaimed, her astonishment palpable. "This pot is made of muscovite iron, a rare commodity even in the ancient world, let alone in such a substantial form." She examined the exquisite design of the dragons playing with pearls, vividly crafted. Such a premier treasure would be priceless in the ancient realm, yet Lin Tian mentioned selling it. Yunyin, unable to suppress her curiosity, asked, "How much do you intend to sell it for?" Lin Tian was baffled as to why a goddess of such beauty would express interest in a mere pot, yet he answered truthfully, given the materials used. "I have priced it at 12 taels. 12 taels? Yunyin nearly stumbled, her beautiful eyes wide with disbelief. "Are you referring to 12 taels of silver?" Lin Tian nodded, affirming the truth of the statement. However, he expressed his belief that 12 taels were excessively high, as there were few individuals in the vicinity capable of affording such a price for a pot. Hence, it remained unsold until now. Upon finishing his thought, he felt a twinge of embarrassment. Yunyin was utterly taken aback, her mind echoing Lin Tian's words. Tentatively, she ventured, "If I offer 12 taels of silver, would you sell it to me?" This time, it was Lin Tian who was astonished. He thought to himself how peculiar the preferences of a goddess could be. It was the first time he had encountered someone with an affinity for iron pots. Could she possibly be from the northeast, intending to purchase a pot for stewing a large goose? Is that not acceptable?" Yunyin asked nervously, gazing at him. Lin Tian scratched his head awkwardly, clarifying, "It's not that it's unacceptable. I am merely curious about your intentions. Do you not already possess a pot at home?" At his inquiry, Yun Yan's lips twitched as she hastily concocted an excuse. I enjoy collecting pots of various shapes. Ah, you truly have a fondness for pots? Lin Tian chuckled. And upon hearing her words, he said, since you have such an interest, I shall gift it to you. Would you like me to carry it to your room? Yun Yan was about to decline the offer, but as her fingers brushed against the iron pot, she was repelled by an overwhelming aura, indicative of a divine artifact. Withdrawing her hand and raising an eyebrow, she said, then I shall trouble you. Not at all, Lin Tian replied awkwardly, retrieving the pot from the top shelf. Observing Lin Tian's lack of reaction, Yun Yan's curiosity about him intensified. What kind of treasures could he forge? What were the limits of his abilities? These questions filled her mind with intrigue. Chapter 261. Your peculiar preferences. As Lin Tian assisted her in placing the iron pot on the table, Yun Yan inquired with curiosity. Do you create all these items solely for sale? This question left Lin Tian somewhat perplexed. Naturally, the items he forged were intended for sale. Otherwise, would one simply collect them like her? That would be absurd. It was evident she was a young lady of privilege, utterly detached from the struggles of everyday life. Unbeknownst to her, many in the world grappled with the worry of daily sustenance. He chuckled. Well, this is a blacksmith shop, so indeed, the items I forge are primarily for sale. However, some are for personal use as well. Upon hearing this, Yun Yan was rendered speechless. You sell to those villagers? Lin Tian scratched his head, finding the conversation with the young lady increasingly bewildering. Of course, I grew up here, essentially living among the villagers. The items I forge are commonly used ironware, and the nearby villagers are my customers. Yun Yan gazed at the iron pot, contemplating that perhaps before her arrival, treasures like the pot might have already been purchased by others. A pang of regret surged within her. If only she had arrived sooner. She could have intercepted a few items. Noticing her sudden expression of heartache, Lin Tian asked, Are you feeling unwell? Yun Yan placed a hand over her heart and shook her head. You wouldn't understand. I am heartbroken. Heartbroken? Could it be that the goddess had a fragile heart, unable to withstand emotional stimuli? Reflecting on their earlier conversation, he wondered how he had inadvertently upset her. Seeing Lin Tian's bewilderment, Yun Yan quickly composed herself. Feigning nonchalance as she said, It's nothing. Just be sure to set aside any future items like the iron pot for me. Lin Tian looked at her as though she were a rare treasure, utterly baffled by the peculiarities of the goddess. Was it possible that every goddess harbored an unknown quirk? This thought led him to ponder about Lu Yanran. What eccentricities did she possess? Stepping out of the room, Lin Tian found his worldview once again transformed. There stood Lu Yanran, intently examining the vegetables in the courtyard, carefully wiping the leaves with a cloth. Each radish was meticulously cleaned, devoid of any trace of dirt. Lin Tian was taken aback. Could this also be one of Lu Yanran's peculiarities? Upon noticing Lin Tian's presence, Lu Yanran flashed a smile. He awkwardly returned her gesture. Wife, do you have a fondness for these vegetables? She nodded, her eyes narrowing into crescent shapes as she responded, Not just fondness. I absolutely adore them. Had he truly guessed correctly? What's wrong, dear husband? Your expression seems odd. Is there something on my face? Lu Yanran curiously touched her cheek, finding nothing there, and looked at Lin Tian in confusion. Lin Tian awkwardly explained, It's nothing. I just find your fondness quite unique. Lu Yanran giggled in response. That's because our vegetables are unlike those from any other household. She playfully winked, suggesting there was a deeper reason behind her affection for them. However, to Lin Tian, her expression conveyed an entirely different interpretation. The capacity for interpretation is akin to that of enthusiasts who collect cast iron cookware. One may ponder the distinction among vegetables. Yet is it not merely a matter of quality in their growth? If they are cultivated well, yielding larger sizes and superior flavors, a radish remains a radish. Does it not? It can only be attributed to his lack of education that he fails to grasp the essence of such peculiarities. Nevertheless, as long as they are content and refrain from quarrels, all is well. Whether their affection lies with cast iron or radishes is of little consequence. Meanwhile, Murong Fu swaggered through the imperial palace, a pipe clutched in hand, completely oblivious to the two brothers he had carelessly abandoned in the forge. It is no wonder that the term pampered is so aptly applied to them. At this moment, the two lay motionless on the bed, having been there scarcely a day. Both had suffered strained backs, just as they learned of Murong Fu's arrival. They wished to get up and greet him, yet found themselves unable to rise. And after calling for assistance for quite some time, no one responded. Murong Xian looked pitifully at Murong Bo and inquired, Brother, do you think our father has forgotten us? Murong Bo, with great effort, turned to face him. Why are you crying, lacking any ambition? We came here to learn craftsmanship from the master. If we cannot endure this minor hardship, will the master still teach us? Murong Xian protested, but we have only been here a day, and we've already strained our backs. The master will surely think poorly of us. Did he not advise us against overexerting ourselves? Upon hearing this, Murong Bo frowned. Do not dwell on such futile thoughts. Look at that fellow, Gu Wei, the villager, who wields a hammer, or that wiry one known as Xuanzi. He is a disciple of the master. Are you content to regard yourself as inferior even to them? Murong Xian pouted. Who knows? Those seemingly unremarkable individuals might possess extraordinary talents. This remark struck a nerve with Murong Bo, who instantly became indignant. Are you implying that we are even inferior to that wiry fellow? Morong Xian hastily recoiled and turned away. Morong Bo was furious. Once, the master had proclaimed him to be destined for greatness. If the master spoke thus, how could he possibly be less than Xuanzi? The disparity was insufferable, and he found himself unable to reconcile it. In a fit of agitation, he considered seeking clarification from Lin Tian, but, upon raising his arm, heard a crack. He froze, paralyzed by the pain. During lunchtime, Lin Tian brought them their meals and inquired whether they required a physician. The two shook their heads in unison. Morong Bo insisted, "No need, Brother Tian, just eat well, and we shall recover." Eat well to recover? Lin Tian could not help but feel a crow fly over his head. He recognized that these two princes were merely seeking an excuse to shirk their responsibilities. However, considering their royal status, it was to be expected that they would struggle with such discomfort. There was no need to make a fuss. Lin Tian saw through their ruse but chose to remain silent, smiling as he said, "Very well, you two eat your meal and rest properly. If anything arises, just call for me or any of the others." Understood. After Morong Bo finished speaking, he picked up his bowl and ate with great relish. Lin Tian, observing this, quietly closed the door. He had not expected much assistance from the two, and understood that Morong Fu merely wished for them to experience life. Thus there was no need for excessive seriousness. He decided to let things unfold naturally. After Lin Tian departed, Morong Xian finally spoke. "Brother, why do you think the master is so formidable, despite being younger than us?" Morong Bo shot him a glance. "How would I know? I am just as curious." Morong Xian pondered. "Even if I were to abstain from food and drink for 20 years, I doubt I could reach the master's level. Otherwise, how could he be called a master?" Morong Fu, with grains of rice adorning his lips, was filled with admiration and reverence. Yet, the thought of their father, who had completely forgotten them, ignited a surge of anger within him. The mere notion of his carefree existence outside made him grit his teeth in frustration. In the palace, Morong Fu, puffing out clouds of smoke from his pipe, suddenly sneezed with great force. He carelessly rubbed his nose and continued to smile contentedly at his pipe. Reclining in his chair, he thumped his thigh and sang merrily, "We, the common folk, are truly delighted today." After finishing, he would occasionally take a puff. The sensation was simply more exquisite than soaring through the clouds. Even when a eunuch informed him of a minister seeking an audience, he feigned ignorance. Outside, the eunuch listened to the melodious singing from within, utterly perplexed. Scratching his head, he could only stand in proper decorum. Chapter 262. The ancient world life passed in a rather uneventful manner, and before long, the end of the month arrived. As per their agreement, Morong Fu came to collect the goods that day. Observing the 103rd grade treasured items, he displayed little astonishment. His two offspring, however, gazed at him with a look of deep resentment. Both had grown darker and sturdier. Morong Fu sighed, pondering how they could complain when they were well fed and well cared for at Master's place. Those two little wolves, oblivious to his good intentions. After a brief exchange, noticing that Lin Tian had no intention of keeping him, he took his leave. Upon exiting, he encountered Hu Ba, who was peering in. Morong Fu cast a nonchalant glance his way. Hu Ba whistled, seemingly unashamed. Meanwhile, Yun Yin and Lu Yinran had grown quite familiar with each other. Regardless of whether they had reached a mutual understanding, their current interactions were harmonious. Particularly, Lu Yinran affectionately referred to Yun Yin as sister, which added a warm touch to their camaraderie. The two often sat together in the courtyard, and when they spotted ripe strawberries in the greenhouse, they plucked them without hesitation, washed them, and leisurely enjoyed the fruits on the stone table. However, for all this time, Yun Yin had not once mentioned her family. Lin Tian felt that it was a matter he had to investigate himself. With this thought in mind, he recalled that when Zhou Mu had departed, he had mentioned that their family seemed to be situated at the western end. Westward. With this in mind, Lin Tian packed his belongings. Using the pretext of going out to purchase ore, he was setting off on a long journey. To the west, would he need to traverse the North Tomb? With a small hammer in tow, Lin Tian set out with the horse cart he had bought from the city. Little did he expect, this journey would last 2 months, until he found himself facing an endless expanse of desert. Regret washed over him. What kind of family would reside in the desert? Exhausted, he collapsed onto the sand, gasping for breath. Upon checking his water pouch, he discovered it was empty. He had truly reached a dead end. In a fit of frustration, he lay back on the ground. At that moment, he suddenly heard a sound. Right in front of him, there was a light-hearted giggle. Lin Tian abruptly sat up, rubbing his eyes. Before him lay a vast expanse of white. Yet he distinctly heard the laughter. Am I hallucinating? He dug at his ears, confirming the sound persisted. Curiosity compelled him to stand and take a few steps forward. Yet, this mere distance left him utterly stunned. Before him was now a broad tree-lined avenue. Occasionally, a few individuals strolled by, chatting and laughing. When they saw him, they did not linger. Lin Tian vigorously rubbed his eyes. Upon witnessing them vanish into thin air, his mouth fell agape. What in the world? Where did they go? Doubtful. He pursued them, only to feel an intense warmth enveloping him. When he regained his senses, he found himself back in the same desert. Good heavens, could it be that I am experiencing an optical illusion, a mirage? That shouldn't be possible. Aren't mirages supposed to be visible only, never tangible? Moments ago, he distinctly sensed a sudden chill. In order to validate his suspicion, Lin Tian turned back and ran a few steps. This time, he returned to the shaded avenue he had just traversed. Astonished, he realized he had not misjudged. This was indeed reality. Could it be that he had just crossed a boundary, akin to the tales he had encountered in novels? Filled with both curiosity and exhilaration, Lin Tian ventured further inside, until he beheld a splendid architectural complex, unlike anything in the outside world. At the forefront of the building stood a grand sundial, and inscribed on the towering city gate were 4 majestic characters, Ancient World. These words exuded a palpable sense of history. The city gate loomed at a height of 5 or 6 meters, and through its opening, throngs of people bustled in and out, engaged in lively conversation, predominantly composed of youth clad in opulent garments that clearly bore significant value. Notably, all the men had their hair neatly tied back, impeccably arranged. In stark contrast, Lin Tian appeared disheveled, his clothes tattered with several holes, rendering him akin to a beggar by comparison. Gazing at the 4 grand characters, he struggled to comprehend. The Ancient World. Union unexpectedly hailed from a realm distinct from his own. Was that boundary he had crossed indeed a barrier? Did individuals here possess knowledge of such a thing? Unbeknownst to Lin Tian, what he had witnessed was not a boundary at all, but rather a form of illusion derived from the principles of the 5 elements and the 8 trigrams. This formation was merely a trick of the eye. He stood in a daze for an extended period before finally taking a step towards the city. Even more perplexing was the fact that the inhabitants of this place regarded him, an outsider, with little curiosity. Instead, it was Lin Tian who walked awkwardly, glancing around as if he were a thief. Fortune smiled upon him, as the Zhou family had several shops along the street. Coincidentally, he had been sent here by his father for some matter. What a surprise! Zhou Mu is nothing special. Isn't he merely relying on his connection to the Yun family? How dare he monopolize the market for ores? It's utterly outrageous. Indeed, what gives him the right? Zhou Mu is just a heavenly path craftsman. What is there to be proud of? If you have any grievances, take them to the city lord. The Zhou family has no objections. The merchants gathered at the entrance could not contain their indignation, only to be silenced by the Zhou family's retorts, even facing expulsion. Lin Tian, intrigued by this world, approached the commotion, eager to discern the cause of the uproar. At that moment, a luxurious carriage drawn by 16 horses appeared before him, capturing the attention of all. From the carriage descended a magnificently dressed gentleman cradling a fluffy dog, accompanied by a stunning woman clad in a flowing azure gown. A silver bell hung from her ankle, chiming melodiously with each step she took. Heavens, look! It's young Master Zhao and Miss Zhao. Oh my, what brings them here today? Could it be related to the affairs of the Zhou family? I've heard that young Master Zhao is also fond of the eldest daughter of the Yun family. The plot seems overly dramatic. Could it be a case of 2 men vying for a single woman? Is the Zhou family truly comparable to the Zhao family? I suspect that in the end, it will be young Master Zhao who secures the beauty. Zhao family. Young Master Zhao? Zhou family. Could it possibly refer to the Zhou Mu family? These two indeed make quite the grand entrance. It is evident they are formidable individuals. Judging by the gossip of the onlookers, it appears Zhou Mu may have encountered a formidable rival this time. Amidst the crowd, Lin Tian, clad in tattered attire, seemed utterly out of place among the well-dressed individuals. Zhao Jilong could not help but glance at Lin Tian. His outfit clearly indicated he had just returned from the outside world. Lacking inner strength? Those from the ancient world without inner power are akin to common folk. Are they not? Am I simply not well-rested lately to have thought he was some young master from a noble family? He couldn't resist casting a mocking glance at Lin Tian. At that moment, a gasp arose from behind. It turned out that Zhou Mu and Yun Xiang had arrived. Upon seeing them, Lin Tian's eyes sparkled with excitement as he hurriedly made his way through the crowd, hoping to borrow some silver from them for a drink. Given his lack of funds, the people around them parted automatically to make way. Look, the eldest daughter of the Yun family is here. Yun Xiang remained composed and unruffled. Upon seeing her, Zhao Jinlong smiled slightly. However, the next moment, Yun Xiang's gaze fell upon Lin Tian behind them. How did he arrive here? Did he come of his own volition? Impossible. How could an outsider possibly see through the maze set by the city lord? Shock filled Yun Xiang's face, and her heart raced uncontrollably. She quickened her pace towards him. Meanwhile, Zhao Xiangling smirked slightly, her lips curling in disdain. What of the Yun family? The Zhao family was not far behind. This was the first time Yao Jinlong had witnessed Yun Xiang being so proactive. He excitedly petted his pet, Happy, who squirmed in his embrace, startled by his sudden enthusiasm. Chapter 263. The Zhao siblings. These two individuals appeared to be of a similar age to Yun Xiang, their demeanor exuding an air of calmness and confidence that suggested an acquaintance with her. Zhao Jinlong believed that his recent suppression of the Zhou family had yielded significant results, anticipating that Zhou Mu would be humiliated before Yun Xiang. With no other recourse, Zhou Mu had invited her to intercede. Zhao Xiangling shared this sentiment, considering the Zhou family to be vastly inferior in comparison to their own. Her purpose for attending today was solely to witness Yun Xiang's disgrace. The illustrious young lady of the Yun family, eschewing her brother in favor of a man from a third-rate family, such poor judgment was utterly astonishing. Her intention was to convey to Yun Xiang that such a mismatched union would only serve to hinder her progress. After all, her brother was not only handsome but also hailed from a commendable background. There was no rationale for her to choose otherwise. The onlookers eagerly awaited the unfolding drama. and some men, upon seeing the two stunning beauties, found themselves involuntarily comparing them. Yet, the two were incomparable. One exuded an icy elegance, while the other radiated playful charm, each embodying a distinct style with their own merits. Zhou Mu was taken aback when he noticed that Yunxiang was ignoring him, walking past him instead. A tumult of emotions surged within him, leading him to mistakenly believe that Yunxiang had chosen Zhao Jinlong, as his family indeed could not rival the Zhaos. Just as Zhao Xiangling prepared to mock Yunxiang, she was taken aback to see Yunxiang bypass her with a commanding tone, instructing her to move aside. With an air of chilling authority, she strode past Zhao Xiangling, who stood frozen in place. Yunxiang halted before Zhao Jinlong, who, brimming with excitement, exclaimed, "Xiang, I knew it. I knew you would ultimately choose me." Zhao Xiangling, with a dismissive curl of her lip, inwardly criticized Yunxiang for failing to endear herself to her future sister-in-law. Meanwhile, Zhao Jinlong reveled in his triumph, tossing the hapless happy to Zhao Xiangling. Indeed, Zhou Mu could only hope to rival him in a century's time. Zhao Jinlong's elation only served to tighten Zhou Mu's fists, as the onlookers began to shake their heads in disapproval, declaring Zhou Mu to be out of his depth. They voiced their belief that even if the Zhou family monopolized iron ore, it would be of no consequence, as the Zhao family was entirely indifferent. Their gazes towards him were laced with sympathy, and some men even uttered cruel remarks, likening Zhou Mu to a mere clown who, after much ado, remained unacknowledged by Yunxiang. Such words pierced Zhou Mu like sharp needles, and he clenched his fists tightly, his gaze fixated on the victorious Zhao Jinlong. However, just as everyone, including Zhou Mu, presumed that Yunxiang had indeed chosen Zhao Jinlong, they were startled by her cool voice ringing out once again, "Move aside." The triumphant smile on Zhao Jinlong's face faltered, his words caught in his throat. The eloquent speech he had prepared was silenced by those two simple words. The crowd, momentarily stunned, failed to react as Yunxiang, seeing him remain motionless, directly pulled him aside. At that moment, Lin Tian, appearing disheveled and resembling a beggar, came into public view. Could it be that Miss Yun's taste had taken a turn? When did she develop a fondness for beggars? Although this particular beggar is relatively decent looking, when compared to the Zhao family, he is as different as heaven and earth. Everyone's attention was captivated by Lin Tian. In other words, did Yunxiang just ask the Zhao sisters to step aside because they were obstructing this beggar? Incredible! Yunxiang fixed her gaze on Lin Tian, her expression slightly furrowed. The tone of her voice was filled with reproach as she asked, "What brings you here?" Her tone resembled that of a wife chastising her husband for returning home late. Zhao Jinlong was bewildered, as were the onlookers, but only Zhou Mu grasped the situation. Upon seeing Lin Tian, he sighed in relief, even relaxing his clenched fists. Yunxiang harbored a conciliatory attitude towards Lin Tian, and due to her relationship with Yun Yin, her demeanor was naturally more intimate than that of the average person. Lin Tian awkwardly scratched his head and smiled, saying, "There are some matters I must attend to personally. By the way, could you direct me to a place where I can have a drink?" Lin Tian did not expect such fortuitous luck to encounter an acquaintance upon his arrival. He also did not anticipate the existence of such a delightful haven. Compared to the outside world, it was akin to paradise. In such a place, his status was not insignificant, and he could understand why the sisters exhibited such arrogance. Upon seeing Lin Tian's attire, Yunxiang immediately comprehended the situation. She nodded, acknowledging that it would be prudent to find a place for him to rest before inquiring how he had found his way here. In a small river valley, seated in the courtyard, Yun Yin furrowed her brow in concern. Lin Tian had been away for 2 months without a word. Could something have gone awry? But she quickly shook her head. Lin Tian's strength was unfathomable. Though he appeared to lack internal energy, who could guarantee that he was not deliberately concealing it? She was not naive enough to think that someone capable of crafting those extraordinary artifacts possessed no internal power whatsoever. With that realization, her worries began to dissipate. However, she couldn't help but wonder if he had been engaging in frivolous pursuits. Contemplating this, Yun Yan's brow furrowed once more. Yet when she laid eyes on Lu Yanran, her heart instantly calmed. Given Lin Tian's demeanor towards Lu Yanran, he did not strike her as the type prone to flirtation. Nevertheless, one should not tempt fate. If he were to encounter a woman like Lu Yanran outside, would he choose to rescue her or not? This thought unsettled Yun Yan, prompting her to rise restlessly. To dispel her agitation, she seized her sword and began to dance fiercely in the courtyard. In the ancient world, onlookers were astonished to see Yunxiang accompanying a beggar. The Zhao siblings stood frozen in place, while Zhou Mu wore a radiant smile, eagerly trailing behind the duo. What a spectacle! Moreover, it appeared that Yunxiang was acquainted with this man. Good heavens! The news was sensational. The young lady of the Yun family, indifferent to wealth, had chosen love over status, resolutely standing by the side of a beggar. All the men were curious about the means by which Lin Tian had captured Yunxiang's unwavering affection. The sparrow had ascended to the high branches, transforming into a phoenix. Moreover, some have discovered that Lin Tian is not only impoverished but also devoid of any internal strength, rendering him even more ordinary than the average person. They are left pondering how such a man could possibly capture Yunxiang's heart. The Yun sisters have had countless suitors over the years, their threshold nearly worn down by the incessant visits. As Yun Xiang grew closer to Zhou Mu, speculation arose that she would choose to be with him. However, the Yun family held little regard for the Zhou family's influence. Had they esteemed it, the couple would have wed long ago. Suddenly, an unknown contender emerged, leaving everyone astounded. Could this young man be masquerading? It is rumored that some aristocratic families prefer to send their offspring away for training. Perhaps this young man is one of those noble scions, just returning from his sojourn. Indeed, his attire suggests he has just returned from such an expedition. With this realization, the crowd felt a sense of clarity. After all, no matter how fond Yun Xiang was of this man, she must consider the reputation of the Yun family. Her public rejection of Zhao Jinlong could only imply that the other party's lineage was of greater prominence than the Zhao family. At this, Zhao Jinlong's expression darkened. If that were the case, he was genuinely curious about the origins of this young man. In this realm, few families surpassed the Zhao clan. It would not take long to uncover the young man's background. He resolved to follow him, to ascertain the true nature of this individual. If the stranger proved less formidable than his own family, then Zhao Jinlong would not hesitate to retaliate. How dare he humiliate him in public? The price for such an affront would certainly be exacted. By the way, what just transpired? Lin Tian inquired, his curiosity directed at Yun Xiang. She frowned and replied, "It's nothing, just two ordinary fellows." Zhou Mu muttered, "Indeed, that Zhao Jinlong is thick-skinned. Yun Xiang doesn't even like him." Lin Tian chuckled at this, thinking him no different. The trio then made their way to the nearest Zhou family shop. Zhou Mu summoned tea and pastries, and as Yun Xiang watched him eat, she asked, "Did you come alone?" In truth, she wished to inquire if someone had accompanied him, for this was no ordinary place accessible to just anyone. Chapter 264. Lin Tian steps up. Lin Tian nodded, affirming that he had previously heard someone mention that by traveling westward, one could find what they sought. He thought to himself that it might be worth a try. Might be worth a try? Zhou Mu's lips twitched, internally scoffing at Lin Tian's bravado. If he were unaware of the precise location, Zhou Mu would never believe him. Yet, having witnessed Lin Tian's remarkable blacksmithing skills, he felt a wave of discouragement. He pondered that if he possessed such talent, winning over Yun Xiang would be effortless. At that moment, Zhao Jinlong and his sister approached. Upon noticing the two trailing behind, Zhou Mu's countenance darkened. "I'm afraid we do not welcome you here," he declared curtly. "Hey, Zhou Mu, is this how you conduct business? You open your doors, and every visitor is a guest. No wonder your father looks down on you," Zhao Jinlong retorted with disdain. Fuming, Zhou Mu shot back, "What did you just say?" Zhao Jinlong, unimpressed, replied with a scoff. "Look at you, mingling with beggars. What achievements can you possibly aspire to? With your smithing skills, what can you produce? I wouldn't even look at it." As a scion of a prominent family, Zhao Jinlong's influence surpassed that of the Zhou family, leaving Zhou Mu reluctant to provoke him further. However, when he glanced at Lin Tian, he realized that compared to this individual, the Zhao family was insignificant. Naturally, he was not foolish enough to reveal Lin Tian's identity before he chose to do so himself. Instead, he maintained a stony silence, glaring at Zhao Jinlong. Seeing Zhou Mu's fury suppressed, Zhao Jinlong's arrogance swelled. Yet, when he noticed that Yun Xiang was engrossed in conversation with Lin Tian, his previous sense of superiority swiftly evaporated. It was intolerable for him that the woman he cherished did not even spare him a glance in favor of another man. Nevertheless, a fragment of reason reminded him not to escalate matters publicly, for Yun Xiang was backed by the Yun family. Should Yun Yan ally with the Lin family, he would find himself in even deeper trouble. His relentless pursuit of Yun Xiang was motivated by this very consideration, as the Lin family was among the most enigmatic of ancient clans. Weighing these factors, Zhao Jinlong redirected his simmering wrath toward Zhou Mu. He surveyed the shop, carelessly tossing items from the shelves while mockingly exclaiming, "What are these trinkets? Are they even usable? Your family is a blacksmithing establishment, yet you dare to sell such rubbish? I wouldn't accept them even if they were offered for free." Zhao Jinlong derisively admonished Zhou Mu, "The Yun family seeks a son-in-law skilled in blacksmithing. But with your level of expertise, do you truly believe you qualify?" Unbeknownst to Zhao Jinlong, Lin Tian's prowess in blacksmithing was extraordinary. Had he known, he would have never dared to be so audacious. However, his anger brewed, and he could only vent it upon Zhou Mu. Lin Tian, well aware of Zhou Mu's affection for Yun Xiang, guessed that their close companionship indicated mutual feelings. Yet, due to his own status, such sentiments could not be overtly expressed. After listening for a while, he understood that the Zhou family did not hold a candle to the Yun family, mirroring his own situation with Yun Yan. In this manner, Lin Tian found himself deeply empathetic. It was not merely about pride. In an effort to restore his brother-in-law's honor, Lin Tian remarked with a smile, "If you hold such disdain for the items here, you need not purchase them, but please refrain from insulting others." How audacious! A beggar dares to challenge him? Zhao Jinlong sneered, retorting, "What, is this rubbish so subpar that it cannot be criticized? If you possess the skill, why don't you produce something superior for me to see?" Lin Tian was taken aback by Zhao Jinlong's aggressive demeanor. The latter appeared only a few years his senior, yet he exuded an air of arrogance. Lin Tian felt confident that he could create something better than what Zhou Mu had forged. After all, he had triumphed in the last competition. Yao Jilong had anticipated that Lin Tian would cower under pressure, providing him with the perfect opportunity to mock him. However, to his surprise, Lin Tian merely smiled back. Very well, but should I succeed in crafting it, you must stand at the entrance and shout thrice, I am a foolish pig. Upon hearing this, Zhao Jinlong's expression darkened. He thought to himself, could this beggar truly possess the ability to forge? Assessing Lin Tian, who appeared to be in his early 20s and dressed in tattered clothing, he assumed the young man was blissfully unaware of his own limitations. Bolstered by the might of his family, Zhao Jinlong felt utterly fearless. He was eager to see what capabilities Lin Tian possessed that would lead him to brazenly bark in his presence. It must be noted that the art of blacksmithing was not solely the domain of the Zhou family. It was exceedingly rare for someone in their early 20s to surpass the Dao level in this craft. Blacksmithing demanded not only physical strength, but also a solid foundation in forging techniques, which could not be achieved without years of experience. Zhou Mu had already been recognized at the Dao level. While he may not be at the pinnacle of his craft, Lin Tian was evidently younger than him. Observing that Lin Tian did not belong to any of the prominent families, Zhao Jinlong dismissed him as merely a braggart. A cruel smirk crept across Zhao Jinlong's lips as he coldly declared, if you fail to produce anything later, I shall kill you on the spot. Upon hearing this, Zhou Mu's expression shifted entirely. He was not concerned about Zhao Jinlong's threat. Rather, he gazed at Lin Tian in disbelief. Yin Xiang shared no worries either, but was puzzled. Was Lin Tian coming to Zhou Mu's defense? Yet, she could not fathom when their relationship had grown so amicable, to the extent that Lin Tian would stand up for him. Or perhaps Lin Tian had intentions of confronting Zhao Jinlong. As she scrutinized the situation, she noted that Zhao Jinlong indeed wore a face that was quite irksome, his expression exceedingly detestable. Seeing the expressions of the two, Zhao Jinlong felt even more confident that Lin Tian was merely putting on a facade of bravado. Fine, it is settled then. Let us proceed to the forging room. Zhou Mu was in high spirits, casting a meaningful glance at Zhao Jinlong, thinking that an entertaining spectacle was about to unfold. All right, Lin Tian declared. Finishing the tea on the table in one gulp, Zhao Jinlong regarded Lin Tian with disdain, pondering how the latter would react when he ultimately failed to produce anything. Observing Lin Tian's unabashed demeanor, Zhao Xiangling felt even more contempt. A few individuals who originally worked in the foundry quickly made way upon seeing Zhou Mu arrive with his entourage. Lin Tian chuckled, stating that he preferred a more relaxed approach to forging, and that there was no need to clear the area, as it provided an opportunity for everyone to engage in mutual exchange and learning. The seasoned craftsmen within the foundry appeared utterly bewildered by Lin Tian's words, wondering where this brash individual had emerged from, especially given his audacious demeanor. After all, they had been masters of their craft for decades, and even the young master Zhou Mu treated them with utmost respect. Let us commence, Lin Tian declared, flexing his wrists. Zhou Mu nodded enthusiastically, obediently positioning himself before the furnace. What was this peculiar scenario? Why did their young master seem so compliant? Perhaps it was due to the presence of Miss Yin? This was perplexing. The seasoned craftsmen observed silently from the sidelines. Their curiosity piqued about the identity of the individual Zhou Mu had brought along. Not only was he clad in tattered clothing, but he also had the audacity to speak so boldly in their presence. Suppressing their dissatisfaction, they fixed their steely gazes upon Lin Tian. Yun Xiang was equally intrigued, pondering what caliber of treasure Lin Tian would forge this time. Would it be extraordinary, ancient, or perhaps of superior quality? Her eyes sparkled with an unprecedented brilliance. This did not sit well with Zhao Jinlong, who felt a surge of irritation. Let him continue to put on a facade when the time came for him to kneel and plead for mercy. It would be interesting to see if he could maintain his bravado. Zhao Jinlong's lips twitched, his gaze icy. Zhao Xiangling, already disdainful of Yun Xiang's aloof demeanor, felt an even greater contempt upon witnessing her walk alongside Lin Tian, a woman who could not even comprehend the situation had it not been for the Yun family. She would hardly have bothered to acknowledge her existence. Chapter 265. Are we being toyed with? Tell me what you need and what materials you require. I shall procure them for you immediately. Several seasoned craftsmen, witnessing this scene, were rendered utterly astonished, their eyes wide as they gazed intently at Lin Tian. Meanwhile, Zhao Jinlong emitted a derisive snort. Upon hearing this, Yun Xiang nodded in agreement. If there is anything you desire, feel free to communicate it to him. The Zhou family can certainly provide it. What? What is happening? Why is Miss Yun also speaking in such a manner? Why is she so unreserved? The craftsmen were completely bewildered. Could it be that the individual before them was not as they had envisioned? Dazed, they struggled to comprehend the intricacies of Zhou Mu and Yun Xiang's plans. What was even more perplexing was that the wager involved risking his life. How could this person exhibit no fear whatsoever? Moreover, Zhou Mu and Yun Xiang appeared to be brimming with excitement. Excitement? Was his vision deceiving him? Zhao Jinlong scrutinized the pair, utterly perplexed by their thoughts. Furthermore, the opponent exhibited no internal energy and had a frail physique. Could he truly wield a hammer? While Zhao Jinlong was lost in his musings, Lin Tian shook his head and smiled. No need, I can manage with what is here. With that, he retrieved his small iron hammer from his bosom. At the moment he produced the diminutive hammer, all present were left in a state of shock. Were they being mocked? What could such a tiny hammer possibly accomplish? Surely, this individual was attempting to imitate Zhou Mu? Everyone was aware that the Zhou family possessed a treasured ancestral gold hammer, which Zhou Mu flaunted incessantly. But could this hammer possibly compare? It was evidently an ordinary iron hammer, lacking any distinctive features. No one would mistake it. Especially those craftsmen who had harbored a flicker of hope for Lin Tian, now stood petrified, akin to 3 stone statues. Zhou Mu and Yun Xiang, having previously witnessed the prowess of this hammer, displayed expressions filled with anticipation. They wondered if Lin Tian was about to showcase his ability to transform ordinary iron sheets into exquisite materials. Rest assured, this will suffice. Zhou Mu nodded and smiled warmly. Very well, I believe in you. Believe in him. The onlookers were even more confounded. Based solely on a common little iron hammer? Were they being made a fool of? In the courtyard, word had spread that their young master had summoned a master to wager against Zhao Jinlong, drawing a crowd of curious spectators. The Zhou family's forge was spacious enough to accommodate dozens, with some even sneaking in to witness the commotion. Zhou Mu did not deter them. In fact, he welcomed the growing audience, believing that the more who were aware, the less likely Zhao Jinlong would renege on the bet. As the crowd swelled, Zhao Jinlong observed that Lin Tian showed no signs of fear. Zhou Mu and Yun Xiang mirrored his expression of unease, pondering whether this young man was merely pretending to be a fool while concealing his true prowess. Yet, upon seeing the iron hammer in his hand, they could not help but furrow their brows. Rather than indulging in ephemeral conjectures, he placed greater faith in his own eyes. The crowd of onlookers continued to swell. Lin Tian cast a glance at the iron pieces upon the stove. Some were wrought iron, while others had undergone the tempering process. To his right lay a small cauldron, seemingly completed not long ago. Have you decided what to forge? Yun Xiang inquired, unable to restrain her curiosity as Lin Tian hesitated. Upon hearing her words, Lin Tian's eyes brightened. He looked at her and asked, "What do you wish to create? I shall forge it for you." For her? Yun Xiang gazed at him in astonishment, perplexed by Lin Tian's sudden declaration. Was it because of Zhou Mu? Both hailed from illustrious families of blacksmiths. Lin Tian perceived Zhou Mu as a person of potential, wishing to seize this opportunity to assist him, perhaps to have him at his disposal in the future. Contemplating this, her gaze toward Lin Tian grew intricate. She herself could not forge metal, yet the Yun family had long been renowned for their swordsmanship. Since he had made such an offer, it was a fitting opportunity to test his capabilities. Moreover, to craft a sword surpassing her current treasured blade seemed improbable. Even if Lin Tian possessed exceptional skills, accomplishing such a feat in such a short span appeared impossible. Thus, she merely remarked, "Then let us forge a sword." A sword? Lin Tian looked at the blade at her waist, a smile of delight gracing his features. "Please bring it forth for my inspection." Is he serious? Yun Xiang was baffled by Lin Tian's demeanor, thinking to herself, "Could you not put on an act? I know you are skilled, but to forge a blade of comparable caliber in such a brief period seems overly ambitious." Yet, with matters having reached this point, she said nothing further and handed her sword to Lin Tian. Zhou Mu stood nearby, dumbfounded, internally exclaiming, "No way. He can't be thinking of crafting an identical sword. Can he?" Several blacksmiths beside them shook their heads, musing that the young man was overreaching. It was not a matter of disdain, but rather a realization of the impossibility of the task at hand. After examining the sword, Lin Tian nodded, "It is indeed intricate. I shall give it a try. To save time, I may need to trouble Brother Zhou for assistance." Seeking Zhou Mu's help? Zhao Jinlong scoffed, "If it cannot be done, it cannot be done. Zhou Mu's aid will be of no avail. You aim to forge a sword of an even higher caliber than what Zhou Mu can manage. You think you can do better? Then why not give it a shot yourself?" Zhou Mu retorted, unable to contain his frustration. Lin Tian found Zhou Mu's temperament to his liking. He had never looked down upon Lin Tian during the Great Yin competition due to his status, and they would soon be family. Naturally, one ought to support one's kin. With that, Lin Tian brandished his small hammer and commenced his work. Although Yun Xiang's sword was complex, inexplicably, after a single examination, he envisioned a clear path for its creation. It was akin to mapping a terrain, with every detail vividly etched in his mind, and he noted certain intricacies as well. Within his mind, various solutions to the predicament surfaced, as well as strategies to forge such a sword in the shortest conceivable time. Lin Tian was no stranger to this process. He had always engaged in smithing in this manner. After witnessing the finished products created by others in the city, he could return and replicate them with ease. With a hammer raised high, Lin Tian prepared to strike. Zhou Ping watched intently, determined not to miss a single step of this remarkable demonstration in crafting a superior artifact. How could one pass up such an invaluable opportunity for live instruction? With a resounding clang, Lin Tian brought the hammer down, seemingly effortlessly, onto the iron sheet. To the untrained eye, the impact appeared minimal. Is that all? Even Zhao Jinlong, an outsider, could perceive the feebleness of that blow. The more distant smiths looked on in disbelief. Who among them was unaware that forging required considerable strength? Such a light tap was utterly ridiculous. They had overestimated him. They had thought him a master craftsman, yet here he was. Were they being made a fool of? The astonished smiths nearly had their eyes pop out in shock. Zhao Jinlong erupted into laughter, relieved that his earlier anxiety had been unfounded. This level of skill was even inferior to Zhou Mu's. Fixated on Lin Tian, he threatened, "Boy, tell me how you wish to meet your end." Lin Tian paused. Curiosity etched on his face as he replied, "What did you say? I didn't catch that." Zhao Jinlong sneered, I said later on. Before he could finish, Lin Tian resumed his hammering, wholly disregarding Zhao's words. Yun Xiang observed silently, her confidence wavering. She genuinely wished to ascertain Lin Tian's true capabilities. However, upon reflection, she realized that her curiosity should not compel her to test him at such a critical juncture. What if? She bit her lip at the thought. Never mind. She resolved. If Lin Tian truly failed to forge the item and Zhao Jinlong sought to complicate matters, she would invoke the Lin family name to rescue him.